Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, November 19th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon in the greatest city in the world, that is New York City. And you know, about 30 or so minutes before every show, we like to run through things, make sure the audio levels are good, make sure we have the graphics and all this stuff. And I have to be honest, usually these things occur to me a little earlier in the day. Usually wake up, look at the schedule, see where the kids have to be. Are there dentist appointments to be at, doctor's appointments? Is there basketball, soccer after school? Yada, yada. But as I said in our rehearsal, if you will, November 19th, 2025, I was instantly taken back 14 years ago today. Yes, one of the greatest days in the history of MMA happened 14 years ago today. 14 years ago tonight, to be exact. It was UFC 139 at the Shark Tank in beautiful San Jose, California, the UFC's first foray to the Shark Tank, aka the HP Pavilion. You'll recall in March of 2011, the UFC, Zuffa in particular, parent company, purchased Strikeforce. Strikeforce had a stranglehold on the San Jose/Bay Area. Shark Tank, HP Pavilion, was their home arena. Once they purchased it, they kind of got the in. You know, Strikeforce was owned in large part by the then owners of the San Jose Sharks. They may still be the owners, to be honest. You know, I'm still kind of just new to the NHL scene. Yeah, I interviewed Sidney Crosby, but still a noob. Anyway, it was a great night. And that was the night that Dan Henderson and Vanderlei Silva had their all-time classic. Did I say Vanderlei Silva? No. Dan Henderson and Mauricio Shogun Hua had their all-time classic. Vanderlei Silva knocked out Kung Lee, and that was a really big deal because Kung Lee was a Strikeforce guy, and there's the Axe Murderer doing his thing. Shogun and Hendo eventually won by Hendo, and they had a rematch a couple years later, but it was never going to be as good. It was an amazing fight, main event, no title on the line. The first 5-round main event with no title on the line. Very significant. Uriah Faber, oh, there it is, yeah. Uriah Faber beat Brian Bowles on that night, a nice little WEC bantamweight affair. Martin Kampmann, the Hitman, beat Rick Story, and the late, great Stephan Bonner beat Kyle Kingsbury in the opener on the pay-per-view. Ryan Bader beat Jason Brills via knockout in just 77 seconds. Michael McDonald, remember him? Mayday, beat Alex Soto in 56 seconds. Chris Weidman, Tom Lawler, Weidman picking up the Darce choke win in just 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Gleison Tebow beat RDA. Miguel Torres beat Nick Pace. Seth Baczynski beat Matt Brown. And Danny Castillo beat Shamar Bailey. We had a TKO, a sub, a KO, a KO. I mean, the prelims were lit, as they say. But across the country, in Hollywood, Florida, a guy by the name of Michael Chandler fought a legend in the making by the name of Eddie Alvarez in what ended up being the greatest Bellator fight of all time. There's no questions about that. Chandler wins, and this was happening at the same time as the main card. This all-time classic on, I think, MTV2 was happening at the exact same time as UFC 139, which was rare because the Bellator cards used to be on Thursdays, Fridays. They would rarely go head-to-head with the UFC. My rice cakes are stuck in my throat.
It's tough.
And then I remember that next day, I was in I feel like I tell the story every time. I was in the airport watching Fyodor beat Jeff Munson in Russia. So November 19th takes me back. I always loved those fight weeks in San Jose. Great city. Hard to get there from New York. You'd have to either get a connector or maybe go to San Francisco and then drive to San Jose. Haven't been there in a minute. I think the last time I was there was when I did that E60 on Daniel Cormier. Went to Gilroy, close enough. But anyway, happy November 19th to all of yous. Yesterday was a great day. Valentina Shevchenko in studio. I was thinking that might have been the first time that I've touched a new UFC title. I've definitely touched an old one, But to have the new one in studio was a pretty big deal. It was a great chat. Got to learn more about her backstory. And then, of course, the much talked about, much anticipated interview with Tony Khan, which I think the internet liked. Some have said I'm now babyface Wani. Some have said I'm now no longer public enemy number one of the Freakazoids. And maybe I should stop calling them that. I say it as a term of endearment, but I feel like there's a turn. I feel like, if anything, now the WWE fans are mad at me. You can't win with these people. Why didn't you ask about this? Why didn't you ask about that? We had an hour and a half. Went half an hour longer than we were told we could. Tried to get as many topics in. I was pleased. Everyone else, for the most part, seemed pleased. I'm sure there's going to be long breakdowns of this, that, and the other. That follow-up, this follow-up, that follow-up. But it was infinitely better, I thought, than the first one, a 180. Nice to be in person. Nice to chat. In case you missed it, it's up on the channel right now. Today's show is going to be another classic. At approximately 4 o'clock, the Destroyer, Conor Benn, is going to join us to talk about his big win over Chris Eubank Jr. this past weekend, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The rivalry is apparently over, done and dusted, as they say over in the UK. And so now we set our sights, if we're Team Ben, on perhaps a Devin Haney, a Brian Norman, Ryan Garcia, who else is being discussed? Mario Barrios, and the list goes on and on. Rolly Romero. We'll talk to Conor Benn. Looking forward to that chat very much at 4 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, the Darce Knight himself, Kyle Daukaus, who is now 2-0 since returning to the UFC. Great story, was released a few years back, had to build himself back up, gets a short notice fight on that Shanghai card in late August, wins that one, and then comes back and wins again in New York City on Saturday. Wife is 36 or so weeks pregnant. Seems like a great guy, driving in from Philly, from the Illadelph, as they say. Going to join us in studio. Looking forward to that chat very, very much. David Otunga is a former WWE star, was in the company for a long time, then an on-air talent, left at the very beginning of the pandemic, also a Harvard graduate, a lawyer, a reality show star, a budding YouTuber now. He's got a great channel where he focuses on the legal side of WWE. Very, very interesting guy. He's going to join us at 2:30. Looking forward to that chat. Also, dare I say, a very good-looking fellow, and dare I say, a very fit fellow. And I don't mean like fit like, I mean like he's fit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean like he's, like, I mean like he's fit. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, he's fit.
Yeah, man, I get what you're saying.
The CEO of Matchroom, Frank Smith, always loved chatting, the business side of things. He's going to join us in studio at about 1:30. Looking forward to that big week for them with the Ben Eubank fight. Of course, the AJ news. I'm off to Miami tomorrow to go host that presser. I'm gonna get to be on the stage, on the dais with Femi. She don't listen to UK rap. If it ain't Dave Ascench, I hope he walks out to that song. That's going to be incredible. So there's a lot to be excited. I mean, it's a real... where else do you get this type of lineup? Like, where else do you get this type of talent, this type of eclecticness? Is that a word? A little bit of this, a little bit of that, some boxing, some wrestling, some MMA. Yesterday was a great day. Very proud of everything we're doing here at Uncrown. Little Barry H. Barry H? Everyone in the back, give yourselves the old Barry H. You deserve it. And then there's some news and notes we have to get to. The stuff over in Qatar, some interesting interactions between the top dogs there. Looking forward to that very much. Great card, by the way. Kyoji Horiguchi buried on the prelims, for goodness sakes. It's Sergey Spivak buried on the prelims. So lots to get into, lot to dissect, lot to digest on my final show of the week. And then, of course, I pass the baton over to the boys in the back. All right. I am being told that we do have some breaking news, though. This came together rather quickly. We've been talking about UFC 322. We've been dissecting it. We've been digesting the aftermath. We've been talking about all the different angles. And as you may have noticed, leading up to the card and post card, in the aftermath of the card, we all had our favorite angles, whether it was the JDM Islam fight, Islam moving up, or Zhang and Valentina, big fight, the welterweight sweepstakes, if you will, Sean Brady and Michael Morales, Leon Edwards, Carlos Praches, the return of Bo Nickel. We all had our things, myself, Rick, GC, PT, we all had our angles, and for whatever reason, it seemed like Frank's his PME, if you will, his people's main event was the Fatima Kline versus Angela Hill fight. He was talking about it. And if we're being honest, he was a little biased. And I'm being kind towards Fatima. He was saying that she was the one, that she's the next quote. And then she wins and gets the most significant strikes on the entire card, a card filled with a who's who. And she seemed to have delivered. And since then, he's been gloating a lot. And so we tried to make it happen. We tried to move mountains to get her on the program. And so here she is, Fatima Kline, coming off that big win over Angela Hill on Saturday in New York City. Hello, Fatima. How are you? Nice to meet you.
I'm good. Nice to meet you too.
It's great to have you on the show. We've been trying hard to get you on the program because I don't know if you know this, but a member of our team has been bigging you up. He's been really like flying the Fatima flag. And so we wanted to make this happen.
Yes, I heard Mysterious Frank was showing me a lot of love. So I'm glad we were able to make it work.
Wow. So you're aware of Mysterious Frank?
I am.
Oh, my dear. Frankie.
I've heard it.
Frankie, can you believe this?
She knows ball.
Wow. She knows of you bigging her up, of you flying the flag. This is a big deal.
Huge. I'm very honored.
So am I.
Frank used to fly the flag for someone named Amanda Serrano, but she sort of like rebuffed him. Are you willing to accept him as part of the Fatima Hive? Like, can he be like, the head of the fan club?
Yeah, I mean, New York's on, right? So we got to stick together.
Oh, Frankie, what do you have to say for yourself?
Again, I'm just so honored. You're the GOAT,
Right.
Fatima. Thank you.
Lost for words, perhaps, Frank?
Absolutely.
Anything you want to ask Fatima?
Are you enjoying this interview so far?
He's very nervous. He's usually a lot more talkative than this.
Best interview to date. So
Yes.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay, well, amazing stuff. Congratulations. By the way, where are you joining us from? Is that a library?
Yeah, I don't read, but I'm at Barnes and Nobles. I'm having like a family day. I'm with like my older sister and my nephews. So
Oh my God.
I'm sitting in a bookstore that I don't really read books.
Okay, well, first of all, I thought it was just a flex. You were going to tell us that you're at the public library because that's where you like to hang out on your spare time. You could have gone with that, and I think Frank would have, fallen in love with you right here and now. The other thing is, thank you so much for taking some time out during your family day. I didn't know, so now I appreciate it, and I think we all do appreciate it that you would take some time out. So thank you for that.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. I've been hoping that one of my performance was going to speak well enough to get on your show. So I'm honored to be here.
So what is it like for a New York gal to win at Madison Square Garden, to fight in the big city, in Manhattan, at the world's most famous arena, and then have a performance like that? How are you processing all of this?
Oh man, I was super grateful for the opportunity, and I'm really grateful for such a tough fight that Angela gave me. I mean, it takes two to tango, and so half of it's me and all the training that I put into it, and man, half of it's her being able to take all those strikes. But I'm just so glad to now be home. I took the drive home from the city on, I believe it was Monday I left. And just on like my hour and a half, 2-hour drive home, I feel like I was really just soaking it in, just being like, wow, man, this is crazy. I'm driving home from the biggest arena in the world, and just after being able to fight in front of so many family and friends. I mean, what's better than that? Driving home, celebrating with my family, and man, every day's a family day right now.
Were you super nervous because of all of those reasons, because you had so much family, because it was a home game, if you will, for you?
Yeah, honestly, no. I feel like it really gave me so much motivation to go out and perform the way I did. I mean, I knew there was so much on the line for me with this one, being my first pay-per-view, my first ranked opponent, being in the, obviously, Madison Square Garden. Pressure makes diamonds. And so I feel like the more pressure there is on me, the more I'm willing to shine.
By the way, can I ask about the hair? What's the inspiration behind the hair, the half shave?
Oh, yeah.
And also the braids.
Oh, the braids. I thought you were talking about the braids.
Both.
So the half shave came from, I think I shaved it when I was like 16. There's not really, I guess it's kind of a lame story. There's not much behind it. I feel like jiu-jitsu had me losing so much hair on the sides of my head that I was like, I just got to get rid of it. And I think I just wanted something that like stood out for me, and so I asked my mom, and my mom's a hairdresser, so she's obviously the one that shaves my head. I've never gone to a barber shop. Like
Wow.
maybe I've gone once, but like no, I'm too scared. My mom's done my hair since I was a child, so she'll continue doing it. And then the braids are like I did it last time for Nashville, and so I thought it was gonna give me an extra 50 grand. I was like a good luck. But yeah, I feel like after it gave me like good juju last time in Nashville, that I was hoping it was going to do it again, and in a way, it definitely did.
By the way, does your mom braid your hair as well?
No, my mom,
Okay.
my mom, she used to braid my hair, but since I started going with like the crazy designs, I thought I'd give her a break because she gets too excited, too nervous about me fighting in general. I don't want to give her a whole job to do
I get
besides watching me.
I totally get it. You said that this was a big fight for you because it was your first pay-per-view, but you were on a 2-fight winning streak. You did lose your debut, but it was at 125 and on short notice. To finally get the call to be in the UFC, but not in the right weight class and not to go your way, you fought Jasmine, tough opponent. Was that a hard pill to swallow?
Yeah, fighting Jasmine was honestly, I feel like I've for as young as I am, I feel like I have some life experience and some ups and downs in my life. And man, that was by far probably the hardest thing I've ever had to go through. You look to being in the UFC since I was 10. I was like dreamed of what my debut would look like, and the bright lights and who it would be, and all the above. And for it to go down the way I did, man, it was such like a Debbie Downer. And obviously that being my first career loss, but then my debut loss, it's like nobody looks for their debut and they think they're going to lose. It's almost like that fighter's mindset where it's like, no, I can't lose, and so in a way it was very humbling to me. It was very, very much an eye-opener. I felt like I learned a lot about myself, that I can overcome adversity. I lost to Jasmine. The next thing I did was I TKO'd Daukaus in the second round. And now being on a 3-fight win streak. But every part of that fight was worth it. I got a contract with the UFC. I learned a lot about myself. I was able to obviously skip Contender Series and, jump right into the kind of like the lion's den in a sense. And I think for me, it was almost a way of showing to everybody that I'll never back down from a fight. I'll never be scared to fight anybody, and I'll fight anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Okay, Frank has another question for you. Go ahead, Frank.
Fatima, thanks for answering my question. But what is the reason behind going with the nickname Archangel?
Oh, so I love when people ask me this question. So I had an old coach that gave me this nickname. I'm a big Bible believer. Believe in Jesus Christ. He has my life. And so an archangel in the Bible is like a warrior, of like a messenger of Christ. And so that's what I feel like I am. And man, it's cool, like Michael the Archangel. He was always like a symbol of like strength and a warrior of Christ. So that's where it comes from.
That's awesome.
Did you give it to yourself or did someone give it to you?
No, an old coach of mine actually gave it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also noticed that you have on your bio Exodus 14:14.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that is like my verse. My dad actually gave me that verse. Oh my God, like maybe like 13 years old, I started like really getting deep into jiu-jitsu. Exodus 14:14 says, "Stay calm, for the Lord your God will fight for you." I had it on my mouthpiece. I read it every time I go to fight. That's like almost like, Katie Taylor, she's got like Psalm 18, Exodus 14:14. It's like, that's that for me.
Okay. I love it. By the way, is it true that you almost went with the butcher?
No. I think that was just kind of like a joke because when previous to like the UFC and like fighting, I worked at a nearby grocery store and I was like a butcher, and so everybody kind of started going with that. But yeah, I think Archangel is a little more unique to me.
Wow. So you were actually a butcher at the grocery store?
Yeah, I worked a handful of jobs. I used to be a butcher at the grocery store. I would be chopping up the meat at the meat department. I used to be like a barista at a coffee bar. I worked with my dad doing like commercial flooring in the city. Yeah, I've been worked a handful of jobs before I got to where I am right now.
Worst one. What's the worst job?
I feel like, in a sense, it's the best and the worst. Was probably working with my dad because it was so like physically taxing. But then it was, in a way, it was the best one because I got to spend so much time from him and learn from him, and really, who I am and how hard I work comes from my dad. So I'd say that was the best of the worst. But I think he would agree with me too.
Do you ever look down on people like he's being shy now, but like Frank likes like almond macchiato, like the sort of fancy drinks? Do you not like that? Are you more of like you respect someone who walks up and is like, give me just a black coffee? Like that's what, as a barista, former barista, how do you view people who like the sort of fancy drinks?
Honestly, like I thought people who just like the fancy drinks just kind of like miss lunch, and now they're like trying to get their lunch through their coffee.
Oh.
But in a way, that's kind of me too. Like, man, I just finished drinking like a caramel macchiato. Like, that's,
okay, so you don't judge.
So no, I don't judge. I'm probably on Frank's path on that one.
Okay, Frank, this is good.
I feel like
Glad we
people who
cleared the
drink
air.
black coffee, they kind of scare me a little bit. I'm like, man, it's like black like your soul. It's like,
Oh, damn, that is deep. That is deep. And what about now? Is it full-time MMA?
oh yeah. I quit everything when I got to the UFC. I told myself, I was like, when I get there, I want to really pour everything I had into it. And obviously, for me specifically, I know everybody's different, but it's really hard to prioritize and almost like become the best in like multiple careers. So for me, I really just wanted to focus on fighting. So as soon as I signed with the UFC, I quit everything.
I also noticed, by the way, I'm looking at your Tapology. There's an amazing amount of grappling matches here. I think there's like 21 on here. Was that the original
there's
goal?
quite a few.
Just because there's like a stretch there at the beginning where it's all grappling matches.
Yeah, so for me, I feel like I maybe had a different route than maybe other fighters. Like I did jujitsu. I started jujitsu when I was 10. I didn't get into like striking till like 15. And I mean, by the time I was like 18, I knew I wanted to be in the UFC. I didn't really know how to get there, besides just, taking MMA fights. And I had a really hard time finding MMA fights. So I was doing as much jiu-jitsu as I could. I competed at Eddie Bravo's Medusa for the first time, and I won that. And I feel like that really skyrocketed me as somebody to kind of look out for. But I guess at first that was my thought, was like, oh, how far can I get in like the jiu-jitsu realm? But as soon as I started like throwing hands at MMA fights, I got pulled right in.
By the way, what was it like sharing the card? I believe a good friend of yours is Erin Blanchfield, right? Being on the same card as her. What was that like?
Oh, that it was pretty crazy. I mean, I feel like it was chaotic, exciting, nervousness all at the same time. We both had the same corner, so like as soon as my fight was done, my corner like ran to hers. It was super special for like all of us, me, Erin, and our whole team to experience 2 wins together. And she obviously finished her fight, so that was amazing. Now I'm ranked number 12, and so oh my god, that we've been training since we were like 18, 19. So for 2 young people to be able to experience a pay-per-view card that big, I mean, that speaks for itself.
I did happen to see Erin's mom say that she was a fan of Angela's, like that she liked you but was a fan. So that might have gotten a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, like I feel like everybody was a fan of Angela when I was fighting. When I was going to fight her, I mean, everybody but me was like a fan of her, and so it didn't bother me at all. I was just like, well, you're going to have to see your favorite fighter lose this time.
Yes. And it was a great performance. How quickly do you want to return and against who?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to return against Tabitha Ritchie sometime in March. I'd really like to get myself into the top 10 or as close to top 5 as I can. But we'll see what the UFC has in store for me. But I think that's an exciting fight that it sounds like a lot of people want to hear. I'm hearing it from a couple different angles. So yeah, I'd love to get another one over her.
Okay. Frank, any book recommendations for Fatima at Barnes & Noble? Anything she should pick up?
She says she doesn't read. So
I know, but
why would I make a
recommendation? Maybe you can recommend something.
Fatima,
you got a comic book?
Comic book, Frank. Frank, you love comic books.
I have been reading a lot of Red Sonja lately, so...
Okay. Yeah, she has no idea. No one knows what that is, really.
I have no idea what that is.
But look it up.
From the Conan stuff, yeah.
Okay. Do you like tabletop games?
I like tabletop
Oh.
games. We
This
could
is
find
great.
common ground somewhere.
Yeah. Well, this has been wonderful. Enjoy your day with your family. Thank you so much for coming
Thank you.
on. We appreciate you. Congratulations. Good luck on your journey, and thanks for jumping on short notice. Really, really great of you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All the best. We'll talk to you soon. There she is, Fatima
All right.
Kline of New York, representing at the world's most famous arena.
Taking that button away from you.
Yo, this is big, Frank. You will that into existence.
I mean, what can I say? Thanks for doing it.
He manifested this. That was incredible for Frankie.
He believed, achieved, and conceived. Not in that order.
He was nervous.
He was nervous.
Isn't that how it goes? Conceived?
I think it's
Conceive, believe, achieve.
I felt like we were
Who's
going
to check?
That's true. I felt like we were going to get more questions from you there, Frank.
Yeah, maybe next time. Can you get her again next week?
There might be something there. The coffee,
Someone
tabletop games.
You know what broke me? Shout out to the chat. The chat was on fire during that. Shout out to the chat. Thumbs up to the chat. What broke me was someone said, ask her how she feels about shrimp cocktail and iced coffee.
I didn't even see that one.
Yes.
My favorite was she says she doesn't read and Frank can't read.
That was my favorite one.
Oh my god. That's actually like one of my favorite segments in the history of the show.
Also, she's great. Shout out to her.
Yeah, no, she's very cool. Very cool.
New York's own.
New York. I mean, I think Frank has an affinity for the New York-based fighters.
The New York based
Definitely.
female fighters.
Well, based. Frank, I know your wife's a big fan of the show. She wasn't watching, right?
Oh, she was.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a few text messages.
Oh, she's
All of which were positive.
she's cool.
Nothing about
We love Tracy.
don't bother coming home.
No, okay, perfect. Tabletop.
Like, what the hell is a red Sonia?
What? That is true. I don't know.
Never told me that about you.
No one will ever know what a red Sonia is. Tracy's the best. We love Tracy. We're just having a bit of fun around these
This
parts,
woman who
right?
doesn't read at all. Yeah, I'm into the red Sonia lately.
I love how you were like, a macchiato? Like, come on. I drink tonic espressos. Come at me.
I try.
I've had a tonic espresso. It is dog shit. The fact that Frank drinks it on a daily basis, he loves like motor
What is
oil
it? What
type
is it?
coffee.
What is it?
It's literally a shot of espresso dumped into tonic water.
Dumped on top.
It's disgusting.
Oof, that is so bad. How much water, by the way?
A lot.
So is it like totally watered down?
Oh yeah.
How many shots of espresso? One?
One.
Oh, that's awful.
It looks disgusting.
So
It
it's
looks
like fizzy
mud.
espresso.
Hey,
Yeah.
you put your olives on your pizza?
Yeah,
I'll
you're
put
right.
my espresso on my tonic. Although, I did have the olives on the pizza with the pineapple the other day. Fucking liked it, man.
Bro.
Yeah, I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Actually, Frank sent me a picture, and I was so jealous.
Can you... Some
What?
things are done in confidence.
What? You sent me a picture?
I sent
Jesus.
it to you individually, not to the group for a reason.
Why? Why is
The
this a
fucking
secret?
pizza with olives
see
on
how-
it, man. Calm down.
Do you see how they react
You were
to
just
doing
flirting
that?
with another woman
Whoa.
in front
Now
of
I've
your
been
wife.
outed. Oh, no.
Now we're
This
talking
is
about the
horrible.
olives.
I didn't realize this was confidential.
No,
Jeez.
wow. It was off the record.
Oh,
You
my
know
bad.
the other drink that Frank pushed on me was the what's it called? The OJ and espresso.
Yeah, I've done that once or twice.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It's horrific.
Yeah, I've
It's
heard
terrible.
about that. I don't like. Give me an espresso with. By the way, the reason I said the macchiato thing was because I was making fun of myself.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go almond cappuccino too obvious. She probably would know, so I tried to swerve.
Oh,
her
you
with the
thought she was
macchiato.
going to say, wait,
Isn't that-
no, isn't that your drink?
Yes. That was the giveaway. But that was fun. I'm happy that you were down. I was gonna say something else, but I think it would have been taken the wrong way. That you were like,
No, you were going to use the DTF line again.
Oh, God.
No, I wasn't. I promise. You got the wrong guy. I promise. Thank you very much to Fatima. Congratulations to her. She is a force to be reckoned with right now in the 115-pound division. We have a lot more to get to. Back into the program, we are going to be joined by Conor Benn. I'm looking forward to that very much. We might be joined by another guest at the very end of the show, but that's still TBD, so stay tuned. Kyle Daukaus in studio. That will be at around 3 o'clock. David Otunga at 2:30. But in a matter of seconds, my friends, we're going to be joined by another in-studio guest, and this man has had a very busy few days. No truth to the rumor that he has flown in just to be here today. He was just at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Saturday to watch his guy, Conor Benn, defeat Chris Eubank Jr. And in the midst of all of that, we get the news that Anthony Joshua, his guy, is going to be fighting Jake Paul on December 19th. And oh, by the way, there's a massive card in Riyadh this weekend. And oh, by the way, next weekend we've got the promotional debut of one Ben Whitaker. It is never a dull time over at Matchroom. And now we have the CEO of Matchroom Boxing right here and now on the program. The great Frank Smith is here. There he is. Hello, Frank.
How are you?
How are you? Good to see you again. How's everything? Yes.
Good.
Please have a seat.
I heard about
Eric.
Yeah, I saw it. I heard about Frank's crush.
Oh, you
well. Yeah, I just heard about that.
Okay, very nice.
I thought it was on me.
No, different strokes, different folks. Welcome back.
How are you?
Last time Eddie was on, he gave me stick for having you on. He was like, he said, I watered down the whole thing by having you on.
Yeah.
I didn't tell him this time that you were coming. I was hoping to squeeze it by him.
He'll be very upset.
Okay.
It's not good for the ego.
Yes, no, I know.
I think, he wanted me to build my way up, and now I'm getting to the point where I'm on your show.
Yes.
And he's upset about
As
it.
a regular now.
Exactly.
Second appearance.
I know. This is going to
Give
become
the
norm.
goods.
I know.
You might soon beat him in the numbers.
Maybe. I'll probably do bigger numbers than
Yes.
One day.
What brings you to New York, by the way, other than being in studio?
I've got some meetings here this week for some events next year, and then I'm flying out to Miami for the Anthony Joshua.
You're going to be there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I look forward to seeing you there.
I know. I hear you're up on
I
the
will
stage.
be hosting it.
Yeah.
I'm going to teach you guys how to host a press conference. This is how it's done.
Jamie Ward won't be up.
No, I like Jamie.
Yeah,
Jamie's great. Ade's great. They're all great. I saw yesterday on your Instagram you had a nice little sushi dinner.
It was amazing.
Where was that? Because I'm a sushi snob, if you will.
I've got. If I can go on my phone, I'll tell you what.
Are you okay with giving them a plug?
Yeah, I will.
Because I have to say,
very good.
I was salivating looking at it.
It was called Shuko
Shuko.
on 12th.
Okay,
It was amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing
top
food.
notch.
Very good.
Okay, you
Very
recommend it?
Yes, I would
All right.
definitely go there. So Shuko, get down there.
Yeah,
maybe I
shout
get a free dinner.
Yeah, free plug. Wow, look at that. Okay, lots to talk to you about. I actually want to start with the new news, if you will, and then we'll go back to this weekend. Conor will be joining us, Conor Benn, later in the program, so looking forward to that. Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul. When did this come on your radar, on Matchroom's radar? When did you guys really start? Because obviously it was supposed to be Tank, and then that got canceled around 2 weeks ago. So how did it all come together?
There was talk obviously a while back about it, and then they did the Tank fight. There was a lot of discussion about it potentially happening in 2026, early part of 2026. Then the Tank fight fell out, and I think then they were looking at opportunities. Nakisa got onto Eddie about it, and then those discussions started. It all moved very quickly, to be honest with you. They had a number of options they were looking at, of course. We didn't really think he'd be mad enough to take the Anthony Joshua fight, but fair play to him. He did it. But yeah, very quickly. It was done within a week or so of it happening. So yeah, a big move.
So initially, did you guys think, because I heard Eddie say somewhere, it might have been TalkSport, where he was like, look, I told these guys, you're not going to use Anthony to say, hey, we tried and it didn't work out. Did you guys think initially, this is all just games?
Not sure whether it was game. It was just more, was he actually mad enough to do it? It's huge. It's going to be a huge event. But was Jake Paul deluded enough to think it was a good option to get in the ring with Anthony Joshua? AJ's up for anything. There's lots of people who have a view on him taking this fight, and everyone's got a view, and everyone's right to have their own view on it. But he was always going to have a warm-up fight, a comeback fight. So why not do it against Jake Paul for a load of money?
If you were the CEO of MVP, if you were looking after Jake Paul's career, would you be okay with him fighting Anthony Joshua?
I wouldn't push it myself. I think AJ is on a whole nother level. The reality is Jake Paul has done amazing things in the sport, so I'd never disrespect him for what he's done in such a short space of time. The truth is, though, Anthony Joshua is on a whole nother level. Tommy Fury beat Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And people forget that. And Jake's done an amazing job of...
He's better, though, now, right? Would you say he's better?
Yeah, he's definitely improved. And you have to give him credit because he's given his life to it. He's not like an influencer who's come in for an 8-week camp and said, I'm going to come and become a boxer. He is a boxer. And, he's just not at the level of Anthony Joshua. But because of the names he's been in there with, he's now pressured himself to get a big fight because everyone's saying, when's this guy going to actually fight someone? And he can't win because everyone's saying, when's he going to fight someone? He picks Anthony Joshua and they will go, you're crazy.
Right.
Maybe he's gone a step too far. That's probably the reality.
Well, I've heard some people, everyone has a take on this, as you said. I saw David Hayes say this, Tony Bellew as well, he could die. And so you alluded to the fact that, is he deluded enough to do this? Do you think this is a mistake for him? Forget the business. People can die in boxing, and there have been some awful, scenes. Do you think that he is making a huge mistake from a health standpoint or a safety standpoint to fight someone? We saw what he did to Francis Ngannou. It was shocking. He's not Francis Ngannou. He doesn't have that size and that experience. So what do you think?
Yeah, look, it's a dangerous sport. We have to accept, obviously, it's a dangerous sport, and everyone has to put the measures in place to make it as safe as they possibly can. It's a huge risk. It's a huge risk. You can't look away from that. But then I think as well, Jake Paul fighting Mike Tyson was a huge risk for Mike Tyson at his age. Was a dangerous thing to do. And it's part and parcel of it. The reality is, and this is the world we live in, people are going to tune in. People are going to tune in because they either want to see Jake Paul knocked out, or some people are deluded enough to think that Jake Paul can beat Anthony Joshua. But, if I was in the position representing Jake Paul, would I say get in the ring with Anthony Joshua? Hell no. Maybe if he'd stepped up in the right steps. He's never really been in there with anyone of any sort of boxing's true. He fought Chavez, obviously, but Chavez way beyond his best. He's not an active fighter that's lived a life. But he's always got in there and done what he had to do. Jake has. But it's just that step too far. And I think he's got people around him who truly believe that Jake can beat Anthony Joshua. I've seen clips of Jake Paul saying he's slow, he's got a bad chin. Like, what are you talking about? Or if they believe it, well, fair play to them. I'd like to be as delusional as that.
What do you say to the people who say Anthony is ruining his legacy just by taking this fight? Forget how it goes, just by being involved in this fight.
I don't think he can win, in truth. Because fans, again, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but fans don't respect what he's done in the sport already. He's an Olympic gold medalist, 2-time unified heavyweight champion of the world, and I don't think he's ever really got the credit for it. And he was never going to get the credit for it until, many, many years down the line. So if I said to you, Ariel, you can go and do your job, but you can do a really easy version of your job for a load of money, you, or I would think, like I would if someone said the same to me, would go and do that easy version for a load of money. So Anthony's doing, he's out there, he's got a career he's the biggest commercial star, or one of the biggest commercial stars in the sport. He's going out there to make money. That's part and parcel of it. So, people will write him off and say he shouldn't be doing this, but, anyone else in his shoes would do the exact same thing.
It is a tough spot for him. I sort of sympathize with him because I feel like if he doesn't beat him quicker than he beat Francis, people are just going to write it off. They're going to say, oh, he's carrying him, or it's scripted, all the stuff that you hear when Jake fights. And so I'll ask you bluntly, have there been any discussions about, because you see what everyone's saying, it's an exhibition, there's an agreement, there's a secret contract. It's the same story every time he fights, and I don't believe it for a second, but now you're on the opposite side of that table. Have any of those discussions happened regarding this fight?
It's an 8-round professional fight. No different to a normal professional fight. AJ wouldn't have taken it if that was the stance it had to be. If it was an exhibition, if it was you've got to hold him up for 8 rounds, that's not. It wouldn't suit Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua is going in there to knock out Jake Paul, and that's what you'll see on the 19th of December.
Any particular reason why it's 8 rounds, not 10?
It doesn't really matter. It could be 2 rounds because he's not going to go past the first one.
That's a good point. That's a good point. What about the DAZN component? I did see that he tweeted, I'll be back. He's a DAZN fighter. Yep. They're heavily invested in him. How hard was it to get them to say, okay, we're okay with this? Yeah,
look, it was a commercial agreement to make it happen, and and respect to DAZN as well for being pragmatic, working through it in a it was a quick negotiation to make it happen. That he'll be back on DAZN in 2026 in big fights. They've stood by him for many years now. They've been involved in massive fights with Anthony Joshua, and it made sense for everyone to make this happen, and that's why we're seeing it. But yeah, big thank you for DAZN for allowing it to happen.
What about the Riyadh season component? Because on the broadcast on Saturday, Turki Al-Sheikh said in an interview, like, we have big plans for him February and then later in the year. And I kind of took that as, all right, a December fight isn't going to happen. That's a quick turnaround. Was that hard? And we know about the history between them and Jake. And so was it hard to get them on board?
Yeah, look, he's a Riyadh season ambassador, Anthony. He's got a relationship with them as well. And, they've done, His Excellency's done amazing things with Anthony over the last few years. He's been involved in mega fights, both in Saudi and in London as well. And they, we're excited about what the future holds with them. We've got big opportunities, as Turki said, in 2026, big fights to be made and big nights. AJ, as I said, was always going to have a warm-up fight. It's just the fact that the warm-up fight is now Jake Paul. But we'll be back with big shows with His Excellency next year.
The warm-up fight was supposed to be in Ghana in December?
No, it wasn't Ghana. We had discussions about different options. We've obviously got, I think, 7 shows in 6 weeks in 5 countries. So it was always just a case of getting him out there and getting him active. It wasn't done, but that was always the plan, that he'd get out this side of the year.
Which one was it?
It could have been any show.
I have the list here. It's an insane list. So you have Jesse Rodriguez on this weekend, November 22nd. Then you have Birmingham, Ben Whitaker. Then you have Queensland, Jai Opataya, Justice Hooney on there. Monaco on December 6th as well, same day. Stockton, California, home of the Diaz brothers, December 13th. London, December 17th. This card is on the 19th. Ghana on the 20th, and then Riyadh for the big Inoue fight against David Picasso, 27th. So it wouldn't be the Ghana one, because that's what everyone thought.
We're co-promoting the show with Anthony in Ghana. So 258 are our co-promoters on the show. There was always discussion about AJ fighting there possibly at some point, but it wasn't the plan for him to go on that show.
Who was the opponent going to be?
A top 100 heavyweight, so someone's
really like a tune-up.
Yeah, exactly. So now he's just got a tune-up against Jake Paul.
Yeah, and probably for a fraction of the money.
Yeah, of course. And this was a no-brainer to do this, because the key was him getting back in the ring, getting the gloves on, going through the process, and that's what he's going to do on December 19th. He's been out of the ring since September of 2024, and I think that break's done him well, because throughout his career, since he turned professional with us in 2013, he's never stopped. He's never had a break. He's never had time to himself. And I think that break's really helped get him, ready to go for a big, because this is really the last chapter of his career. And everything he does now has to be the right decision.
So what's so interesting about this is like all the different opinions, all the different takes. To me, when you lay it out, it's the ultimate no-brainer. And then I've heard, and maybe you can confirm, is this the biggest payday of his career?
He's up there. Look, he's done very well. He's done very well in many a fights.
But it would be maybe top 5?
It'd be up there. Yeah, it's a big fight. On
the biggest platform in the world against arguably like the easiest opponent that he could face.
Exactly, the easiest option he could have faced.
Seems
so it's like, who in their right mind, unless money doesn't motivate you, for some people money obviously doesn't, but for a lot of people, in a dangerous sport as well, we're in a dangerous sport, and you want to go out there and you want to make money and you want to earn what you deserve. So why wouldn't you do it? I'd do it.
Was he on board right away, or did he have to be convinced?
No, I think he was bang up for it.
Okay. I asked that because I remember when like Tyson fought Ngannou the first time, he was like, this isn't my cup of tea, and then obviously he ended up fighting Ngannou, and so I didn't know if this was a bridge too far for him.
No, I think for AJ, it was just, look, he's done everything in the sport. He's big, like I say, he's a 2-time unified champion. He's fought the best, the elite fighters in, Alexander Usyk twice. And for him, it's just, right, I want to do things that interest me, motivate me. And obviously, if you can go and do that for a load of money against someone, fair play. I think me and Jake Paul might be more competitive than Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua.
Oh, my dear.
I actually want to make, as the comeback fight for Jake Paul, Eddie Hearn, Jake Paul.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't you think that would be big? As the comeback fight?
Yeah, like meaning after he loses this one.
For Jake's comeback fight.
You think Eddie would be down?
For money.
Could you imagine?
I know. I'd happily negotiate with Nikisa.
Really?
Yeah.
Has Eddie ever done any sort of like amateur smoker or something?
I think he had two or three fights when he was very young, and they changed his name to Eddie Hills from Eddie Hearn.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But is this pre you meeting him?
Yeah, this was when he was a kid.
Okay, got it.
When I think he was 17, 18 years old.
Okay.
But that's the fight I want to make next.
Okay, and is Eddie okay with this?
I don't know.
Okay,
we'll find out.
Yeah, I guess.
But I'm going to take my cut from him. So I'm going to speak to Nikisa when I see him tomorrow.
By the way, how did that go with Nikisa? Like, obviously it's been up and down. How were the negotiations with them?
I think very good. Look, I wasn't too close with it. There was a lot going on over the last couple of weeks. Eddie dealt with Nikisa. Obviously we've had our differences in the past, but we're sensible people. If a deal's there to be made and it makes sense, we'll make it. So we haven't always seen eye to eye with him, but it was a very easy process. And you also have to, I've said this before, even when we've had our differences, respect what Nikisa's done, over the last few years, because he's built a tremendous business.
It is interesting considering your history. Now this is like the third time in a row that, like the two Katie Serrano fights, and then obviously there was the one way back in the day, but like in the span of a year, you guys have had to work together multiple times.
Yeah, look, again, we're not always going to see eye to eye. That's the reality of it. And we're representing two different opinions and two different views. He's got his job to do. We've got ours to do. So you're not always going to see eye to eye. But, it was good. It was a good process. It got done very quickly.
on the original Tank Jake card, there were a couple of PBC fights sprinkled. I doubt those guys are remaining on this. Will there be, someone asked me this yesterday, and we haven't heard much about the rest of the card. Will there be any Matchroom fighters, other Matchroom fighters on this card?
No. I mean, I'm not sure what the undercard is for the event. I think AJ and Jake Paul's enough to.
Okay.
Maybe they'll just do that. Maybe it'll be a 2-minute broadcast.
Well, no, I was thinking like a Pat Brown. You guys have a litany of.
Pat's actually he had an unbelievable performance a few weeks back. He's going to take a break now. We've got so many shows coming up that actually all of our fighters are active and busy.
Okay.
So we wouldn't really have anyone spare.
Okay. And so when this gets all finalized and everything like that, do you have any sort of read as to like where? I think you would know where AJ is at, because my concern was maybe he's not fit, maybe he wasn't training, the elbow surgery I think it was. Like, how seriously is he taking this training camp? We saw Tyson Fury not take the Francis fight seriously. What could you tell us about like how he's viewing this as far as a test?
As normal. Like I say, everything he's always done, he's always training anyway. Apart from when he had the injuries, he's always training in some sense. He's in full camp and no different here. He knows what he needs to go. Because look, the pressure is on him in a sense of he has to go and knock him out in the first round or so. And that's what he'll do. So he's not taking it any differently, any lighter than he would a normal, or what we would call a normal fight in his mind.
I love the idea of Ben Davison and Lee Wiley breaking down Jake Paul footage, because I think they will take it seriously. That's the way they conduct themselves, and that's how they treated the Francis fight, right?
Yeah. When you see what he did to Francis Ngannou,
yes,
it is quite wild as to what's going to happen against Jake Paul.
That is a scary thought. Are you scared of that?
I'm not going to be there.
You're not even going?
I'm going to Ghana. I'm doing our first show in Accra in Ghana, so I'm not going to be there, but I will be tuning in.
How do you guys decide that, by the way? Who goes where?
Like the press conference this week, Eddie's in Saudi, obviously the big show on Saturday night in Saudi. He's there. We've got Jesse Bam Rodriguez, as you say, fighting for the unified world titles. So Eddie's there. We just mix it up, wherever. Or maybe he's trying to help me build my profile now and sending me to things.
That's a bit. Are you going to be on the dais?
I don't know.
Okay.
But it's up to Nikisa.
Okay.
Yeah. If Nikisa's up there, I'll be up there with him.
Okay, fair enough. What has been the reaction back home to this? Do you think it's been fair?
As expected, people will have their view going about the legacy piece and this, that, the other. But again, people didn't really respect what he'd done in the sport. A lot of people didn't really respect what he'd done.
Feel that way?
I feel
from a media standpoint.
I believe so. Yeah. I think a lot of people write him off, and I don't think I know we've worked with him for a long time, and he's a friend. But actually, when you look at what he's created, the nights he's created, and what he did for British boxing at a time when it needed a boost as well, it's unrivaled, really. But yeah, the reaction is a lot of people saying Jake Paul is crazy. A lot of people talking about the legacy, but he shouldn't be doing this, Anthony. But again, put yourself in his position, as we all would. We'd all do it.
There's a lot of sanctimonious takes when it comes to boxing. Like, it's one thing to be like, oh, if you lose to this guy, all right, I'll view you differently. But to suggest that just by taking the fight, when we talked about it on Monday, in 1976, Muhammad Ali was the heavyweight champion of the world. He fought in a mixed rules bout against a pro wrestler in Japan. Yeah. No one said that his legacy was ruined. In 1975, coming off the Rumble in the Jungle, George Foreman fought 5 guys on the same night in Toronto, coming off the Ali fight. No one said his legacy was ruined. And so, actually, Jake is more accomplished than those guys when it comes to boxing, and one of the biggest, figures in the sport. And so I see this stuff. Like, I get these clips. I look at these clips of the guys back home. On Talk Sport in these places, and they're going crazy over it. I'm like, this is silliness. This is all performative. You almost feel like you have to. I feel like if you're in the boxing community in the UK, you feel like you have to poo-poo this just to save face, just to say I was the one
going against.
Yes.
But also it's because all of these people, it's their livelihood is to say things that get people talking. Whether it's, and I haven't seen too much of, I had a busy end of the week last week, so I didn't see too many of the interviews when it was being spoken about. I haven't watched much this week, but I can imagine, I've seen on Twitter what people are saying. Everyone's got to do their thing to get people talking.
What's up with you and Simon Jordan? What's happening over there?
I bumped into him the other day. Look, for whatever reason.
It seems disrespectful, though. It seems like he's trying to belittle you.
Yeah, he calls me a T-boy, which I don't have any care about. He says I'm a bag carrier. look, I'm sure I've said things in response to things he has said over the years. We're all guilty of responding, in a certain way. I don't know why he doesn't like me too much, because he, as far as I said in an interview the other day, he came from nothing, as far as I know, built his way up into a position, was very successful. So for me, I've done the same thing. I haven't got rise to the heights he has got to, or he got to in his career. But he's not a big fan. He's a big fan of Eddie now. I think he's moving from Eddie to me.
Okay. Maybe that's a compliment.
Maybe I've got, I know. Maybe in time there'll be someone else he can move on to and he'll like me.
What's weird to me is that you're the CEO of the company and that wasn't handed to you. Your story, well documented. We talked about it. You've talked about it. And so like when he like tries to sun you, as they say here, and insult you, to me is just you would never really see that here. Like no one really talks to the CEO of a sports company the way he talks about you. And I consume all of this stuff and I enjoy it for the most part. But I'm like, it just seems like a little too personal.
Yeah, he's very personal with him. He for whatever reason, he has some deep-rooted issues for me, which I don't know why. But maybe, again, like I say, I've said something or I've reacted in a way and I've said things detrimental to him in response. So maybe that's my fault in part. But, for me, I think because I'm quite a quiet character for the most part, when you compare me to Eddie, I'm in the background. A lot of people have a view of, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just there because I was Eddie's mate.
Right.
That's what a lot of people think with me. Obviously, my job, I run the day-to-day of the business. I put on huge events. Eddie is an integral part, of course, of our business, and he's the face of our business. But I think people, because Eddie does so much talking, just think I'm just in the background as his mate, just sitting there going like this, just along for the ride. So maybe that's part of the reason why he just thinks I'm still the T-boy bag carrier.
You ever speak to him like off camera and be like, yo, man, like, what's the deal here?
When I saw him the other day, he was perfectly fine.
Okay.
I said, hey, how are you? You look well.
Off camera.
Yeah. I said, lovely jacket. And he went, I'll try. But he was perfectly fine. Didn't say a word.
Interesting.
And then he thinks, I had a thing where I said something about Ben Whittaker. And he's very
good thing
close.
or a bad thing?
No, I said about the matching when Ben Whittaker was with Boxer wasn't very good, which I don't think it was. I don't think they did a great job for his career. And he was like, why do you have to stick the knife into Ben Shalom like that? I was like, no, I'm responding to a question of where I think things can improve. He's very close with Ben Shalom, someone I'm very outspoken about because I don't, I'll be honest with you, I'm not his biggest fan. And I think he doesn't like the fact that I say things about Ben for whatever reason.
You've suggested that they're kind of in cahoots. Like
I think so.
You think he has a financial arrangement to be propping him up?
Yeah, because it's very strange. He doesn't have the same behavior with Ben as he does with other promoters. So that's part of, I feel that's part of the reason, is because it's a reason to come at me from Simon.
Why don't you like Ben, or why don't you respect Ben?
I've said before, I think he's a pathological liar.
Oh.
I think he says things which are just untrue. He's done things on a personal level which I don't agree with. And it's not, I have no dislike really for anyone. There's a lot of people I don't get on with in the sport, but I stomach, and you have to. It's business. Just like I'm sure there's people you don't align your views with, but you have to get on with them. But I'm not the kind of person who's just going to sit back and play along if I don't agree with something. So yeah, there's a number of reasons. I don't really go into too much detail of it. People think I'm picking on, like, he's 2 years younger than me, but I feel he plays the victim in a lot of the things he does. And he comes into sport, he says, I'm going to change this sport. And it's like, well, you're actually worse, So part and parcel, but I don't spend too much time thinking about it. The problem I have is I get asked questions about it. I respond to it.
Yeah.
People say, why do you keep going on about it? It's like, because I'm just responding to it. It's my answer to a question. But I don't spend too much time thinking about anything but our business, really, away from these interviews.
When you guys were able to sign Ben Whittaker from them, was that like a nice little personal victory for you?
Yeah, it wasn't. But I said in interviews, it was never about getting one over them. It was because I believe Ben Whittaker can be one of the biggest superstars in boxing. He has the character, he has the ability. And I think with us telling the story, I think him and Eddie as a partnership together will be unrivaled. And you'll see that at the press conference in a week or so. So it was never about getting one over them. Nothing we do, There's too many people in boxing who make decisions, rash decisions, and based off emotion and based off the fact, if we do this, we get one over here. It's like, no, we make decisions because it's for the right of our business and the long term for our business, and everything we do is around that. So a lot of people ask me that, but it was always going to happen. We were supposed to sign him in 2022. We filmed a promo with him.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. He signed with Boxer at that point. And I always knew we'd get there at some point. They invested a lot of money in him, and now he's with us, and I'm excited about what the future holds.
How's that show looking from a fan interest, ticket sale standpoint, the one in Birmingham next weekend?
Yeah, good. I think we went on sale very late. We went on sale 4 or 5 weeks out. It was a rush to get everything together. We signed him. We moved very quickly with it. It's going to be sold out in there next week. It's a small venue. We had a date from DAZN, which we had to basically build a venue in.
Okay.
So we're in a event space that we're building up, a venue that we wouldn't traditionally go to. So it's about making the date work. It's going to be a big walkout as well for Ben Whittaker.
Okay, I love his entrances.
He's great, but he gets it. He's an entertainer.
100%.
Inside the ring, he's a brilliant fighter. I think him and Andy Lee together is a tremendous pairing. And then outside the ring, he understands what he needs to do, and that's why we made such a big investment and push for him, because we truly believe where he can get to in the sport. And I think he's going to fit, DAZN, the global home of boxing. It's the place to be for him.
I noticed when Eddie is asked about you and Simon, he's always like, yeah, I wanted to keep going. I like it. I'm wondering if you feel the same about him and Dana White. Do you like the friction there? Yeah, I think Dana's never had anyone like Eddie in MMA. Look, I'm not an MMA. You know much more than me. But they're the powerhouse, aren't they? And they've been a powerhouse for many years. So he's never really had to answer to this little group here because I'm Dana White and I'm the man. In boxing, he's coming in where it's a market with a number of promoters that have been in the sport for a long time. And I don't think it's just Eddie being Eddie. Eddie's being no different. He's just responding to questions. So when Dana says, I'm going to take over boxing, I'm going to run all the promoters out, etc., Eddie's not just going to sit there and go, okay, thanks, Dana. That's not his character. So, and Eddie's I think he's British humour as well. He's very sarcastic. He's very dry, as am I. And I think it's only going to carry on. We're going to be competitors. I don't think they're going to recreate what they've done in UFC in boxing. I think it's a think they are. I don't know whether. Why don't you think?
I think it's it's a sport that's got hundreds of years of heritage. Yeah. It's had huge investment years after year. Whether it was Waddell and Reed with PBC, whether it was the Triller guys pumping a few $100 million in. DAZN obviously invested huge in it. You've got His Excellency right now investing massive money into the sport of boxing. But there's been people come and go in the sport over the years because boxing is this sexy sport with the history. I think they'll create a tremendous brand because that's what they do. They've done it with Power Slap, whether you like it or not. People are talking about it. So they'll create a tremendous brand, but I don't believe they'll be able to take over the sport because you've got so many people already in the sport and who are successful, who have got huge brands, who have got rights deals, broadcasters behind them. And I think the fighter relationship's very different. In UFC, they're essentially, the brand is bigger than the athletes. That's the truth of it, for the most part, outside of maybe a Conor McGregor or, one or two. In boxing, without the athletes, your brand doesn't mean too much. You can have a rights deal, you can have all of this, but you need the athletes to be on side. And I think that's going to be hard for them to transition the power. From in UFC being able to say, you're fighting on this date, you're wearing these gloves, these are your sponsors, yada, 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 to actually, I'm in charge here. I'm the fighter and I'm in charge. And that's what it is in boxing. With all of our clients, we're their promoter, we invest in them, but they're the boss. And I feel that's completely different, the complete opposite to the UFC.
I know this is a very American-centric question, but what do you make of them trying to amend the Muhammad Ali Act?
Yeah, I mean, it's in favor of them, isn't it? It's in favor of the TKO group, not in favor of the fighters. The Muhammad Ali Act was put there to protect the fighters, and there's certain things they want out there because it suits them, but it doesn't suit the fighters. And fighters aren't stupid. Fighters are going to look at that and go, well, why would I go across here? All of these things that were put in place to protect me are now being taken away. something doesn't quite add up. So I think it's an interesting move. I think they have to. They're going to have to look at what type of fighters they bring in as well. You know, they're not going to go in at the highest level. You know, with the kind of fighters they're signing. You know, they want to build a brand again that is bigger than the athletes themselves. Whereas our whole business is built on something completely different, the complete opposite of that.
Do you think that ultimately, like this idea that, you know, we're not going to work with the WBCs, like we're going to have our own belt. Do you think any fighter? I would imagine maybe like a youngster is going to be like, you know what, I'll believe in these guys. Do you think any of the mid-tier to top-tier fighters are going to be like, okay, you know what I mean? Because most of the ones that I've talked to have said like, no, I grew up wanting to be the WBC champion because that's the belt Muhammad Ali held and all these guys. So what do you think about this idea of saying like, because even yesterday Dana was doing an interview and he's like, he literally said like, fuck those other guys. I don't care what they're doing. I don't care what they're about. We're going to do it our way. How do you think this is going to actually be received?
I think it adds more confusion into an already confusing sport. Like there's already confusion as to how many belts there are, how many world champions there are. So you add another layer into that. Like you say, maybe I think if you're looking at a 25, 30 year game plan and changing the mindset of fighters, yeah. But like when you talk about young fighters coming through now, I want to be the WBC world champion, WBO, IBF, WBO. That's what they've worked their whole life to be. It would be different if they were driven by huge amounts of money, but I don't think they're going to invest huge amounts of money to bring the fighters over. You know, if you were going in with the idea of we're going to go and overpay everyone to come across to this new league or whatever the format is, you know, obviously money is a driving force, but I don't think that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to transition young fighters, you know, who come through, but that's going to be a long, long game. And I don't think that's even 25 years is long enough. I think you're talking so far down the line because we're in a sport with so much history and heritage.
To the best of your knowledge, have they talked to any fighters that were approaching the end of their Matchroom deals or free agent? Because I hear about the hundreds of fighters that they want to sign, but I have yet to hear about who these fighters are.
I don't believe any fighters. I've heard some of the fighters they've signed, which are sort of lower level fighters. I haven't heard of any Matchroom fighters they've approached to sign or, you know, fighters out of their contract. But it's gone very quiet. I think they start in 2026, don't they? Yeah. They've got their Paramount contract. So I'm sure they'll be making moves soon. Look, it's going to be an interesting period. And as I say, you can't sit back and go, they're not going to create a brand. Of course they are. It's what they do. They're tremendous at it. But I don't think it's just going to wipe out what's been built for, you know, in our business, 43 years of boxing. You know, they're not going to just walk in and take over like they may expect to do.
What do you make of the fact that Top Rank doesn't have a deal 4 months after their deal expired?
Yeah, I think part of it is because of the way, when you look at the last 8 years of their ESPN deal, I think they had a $90 million rights fee a year. Were they delivering for that? In truth, no. You know, if you're asking my opinion, you know, as a fan, if I was a fan, they weren't delivering. And I think they obviously made a lot of money in that period, but they weren't necessarily thinking about the longevity of the sport and their business. You know, and I think it's interesting because they're a powerhouse. You know, it's amazing what Bob Arum has done. When you look at the fights he's been involved in over the last 70 years, he's 94 years old, and I don't think they've got a character to lead the business now. You know, as Bob gets into those latter years, like how much longer is Bob going to want to be traveling the globe for? The fact he's doing it at 94, I don't want to be doing it at 44, let alone 94. So it's interesting times for the whole sport. You know, you look at PBC, have got not really a huge deal with Amazon now. You know, DAZN is the home of boxing. We're in a great place. We are the leading, I would say, US boxing promoter. And it's exciting for us. But yeah.
You Matchroom as that?
Yeah.
More than Golden Boy or Top Rank?
100%.
Your deal is up at the end of 26 with DAZN. When does that start? When do those talks start?
Well, yeah, already started. You know, look, we believe in the DAZN vision. You know, we made a decision many years ago, especially in the UK, to leave our long-term broadcaster in Sky back in 2021, who we've been with for 30 years, because we believe where DAZN was going. You know, for us, we're excited about the future. They're in a great place as a business, not just in boxing, but on a global vision across all the sports they're involved in. So yeah, we're looking forward to the future with DAZN. We're very close with them. We've got a great relationship with all of the teams throughout, and hopefully we'll have news soon.
Is there a period where you will talk to other people, or is the focus just on re-signing?
I think for us, we believe in the DAZN vision. It's the home of boxing, as I've said so many times. You know, when you look at what they're doing, if you want to be involved in big fights, they're all on DAZN now. So for us, that really is the focus, and we're 100% invested in that.
Do you think Sky will get back into boxing?
I think personally, boxing is a very frustrating sport to be involved in. And I think for someone like Sky, such a huge corporate business, the aggravation that is attached to boxing sometimes isn't worth, you know, on a higher corporate level, isn't worth, you know, being involved in it. I'm sure they'll be in and out of the sport in some way. I'm not sure they will have as much of a investment in it as they've had in the past. It's also very difficult, I feel, when you leave the sport for a period to come back in. You know, it's a hard move.
It's interesting, as far as linear television is concerned, it's not on Sky, it's not on TNT anymore. I guess there's the BBC deal, but that's BBC Two, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, as far as UK, and even here in the States, it's not on linear.
No.
That a sign of the times, right? That's kind of wild.
Yeah, 100%. But that's what we saw many years ago, and we probably made the move early with DAZN, is the way people digest content is very different now. You know, it's not, we were saying out here before, you know, you used to go on Tuesday at 7 o'clock, I'm going to watch this show that's on whatever channel it was on. You know, for us in the UK, it was BBC, ITV, whatever. You don't do that anymore. You know, we live in a world where we're on our phones, we're on our iPads, on our laptops, or we got our smart TVs. And that's the way people digest things now, and it's changing, and we have to move with the times with that.
Okay, now, this past weekend, it's done and dusted? Is that it? Are we done with the rivalry?
I hope so.
I mean, I feel, by the way, when you said it, I saw you say it somewhere. I think I read it on your Instagram, and you were like, hopefully that's it.
Yeah.
I feel like you're saying it from a different place, because you were kind of caught in the middle of a weird thing. We talked about it with your missus and whatnot. You probably, your reasons for wanting it to be over are maybe different than others, but I'm sure you feel like that's it, right?
Yeah, and look, it's something that had gone on for close to 4 years when you look back to when the first fight was made. And it was the best thing for both of those guys to do, those two fights. They were two huge moments, and respect for both of them for doing what they did. You know, the first fight was tremendous. The second fight, unbelievable performance from Conor Benn, and respect to Chris as well. You know, but I'm glad it's over. You know, it consumed me in many ways more than just business.
Yeah.
You know, so
exhausting.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how awkward this was for you.
Yeah, and it was also the years, even when the fight wasn't made, it was those years in between where every interview you get asked questions about it, and you couldn't escape it.
The drug tests and all that stuff.
Yeah, and then obviously for most part, I could go home and talk about most things. This, I didn't, you know, it wasn't an easy thing to go home and talk about. So for me as an individual, I'm delighted it's over. It's given us two amazing nights, you know, for the sport of boxing, and two nights I'm very proud to have been involved in and played a part of. But yeah, I don't want to see it again.
It was such a different fight than the first one. And the big question is, was that because of what Chris didn't do or what Conor did? Now, I know you're Conor's guy and you promoted him, and I was blown away by the performance, but I was equally a little bit surprised by how lethargic Chris looked and the lack of activity. What did you make of it?
Yeah, look, I think you saw in Chris's press conference afterwards, take nothing away from Conor Benn. I think Conor Benn went in there and did exactly what he was supposed to do and stuck to a game plan the whole way through. You know, I think in the first fight, there was a lot of aggression in that first fight from Conor that he'd openly spoken about. It had been, as I say, 3 years of build-up in the first one. And I think this time round, he followed a game plan. It was without anger. It was based on boxing and following what he needed to do. So you can't take anything away from Conor Benn's performance. You know, not every night is it going to be your best night. You know, April wasn't the best night for Conor Benn, but it was the best night for him in November. And it was a great win for him. And he will now look to go to 147. What Chris chooses to do now, let's see. I think the first fight took a lot out of Chris. You know, Conor had never experienced anything quite like that. Chris had been in hard fights, but that was probably the hardest fight of his career. And, you know, I think that took a lot out of him in that one.
Chris coming back, you know, the 160 of rehydration, all that. Do you think he made a mistake by coming back so soon under the same rules? I know those had to be the stipulations if they fought again, but to do it so soon, do you think that affected him?
I think the older you get, the tougher it obviously gets. You know, he made 159.1. It wasn't easy. I think the difference is compared to, you know, in MMA, you see fighters make weight all the time. You see the way they make weight. In boxing, it's frowned upon to show fighters making weight.
Why is that?
I don't know. Look, there's obviously a lot of restrictions from the commissions as to the way fighters make weight. And I think it's just two very, very different worlds. Boxing, hasn't it? You've never seen it. Chris is obviously one of the few to show that. But a lot of fighters go through very tough times to make the weight they fight at, and then rehydrate from there. You know, Chris made 159.1, obviously the 160, well under the 160 weight limit. That is his natural weight. Again, I go back to the point, it gets harder as you get older. I think if he left it longer, the older you get, the tougher it gets. You know, and it was supposed to be in September. It obviously got postponed from September to November. I think it was always going to be difficult coming back after a fight like that. It was always going to take a lot, whether the fight was a year down the line or when it was 7 months down the line.
So you mentioned 147 for Conor. It will be that, right? No 154, it'll be 147?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Back at 147. You know, he's not huge.
Right.
Like when you saw him, I think he weighed in at the start of camp at 156. You know, it's only 9 pound over the limit. Obviously, his body's changed a lot. He's put on a lot of muscle for the fight at 160. But 147 is the plan. There's big fights to be made out there. And, you know, for Conor, he's in a position where when you take out the AJs and the Furies, who are towards the latter parts of their career, he's probably the biggest name in British boxing.
Is he a stadium draw now, in your opinion?
Yeah, 100%. You know, you see the fights he's getting called out for, Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that fight?
Okay, so they were going back and forth today. Is this the one that you guys are targeting?
It's a great fight. You know, I think Ryan Garcia will have his own plans of what he wants to do as well. Conor's in a great position because he does huge numbers. He's a great character, and he's got the fan base behind him. So, you know, whether it's Ryan Garcia, whether it's someone else at 147, there's huge fights to be made for him. You know, we will now look at that. I think March time, I'm seeing Keith Connolly, who manages Conor, later today to discuss next steps. So I'm excited about what the future holds with him.
What would be your pick? Who would be your pick? Because he mentioned Romero, there was Barrios.
There's Romero, Barrios. Look, Romero's got a mandatory against Shakram Giasov with the WBA, one of our guys from Uzbekistan. Mario Barrios, I think he's working on a fight now as well. But
the biggest one for
this
Ryan.
Ryan Garcia is the biggest fight.
Yeah.
You saw the talk about Shakur as well.
Yeah.
Shakur saying, "I've got my."
You see when they were on there on my show together, they were magic.
I know,
they were like
unbelievable.
a buddy cop movie. They were amazing.
Yeah, but that's what any fight Conor goes into is going to draw interest.
Yeah.
And the 147, 154, you know, there's so many fights out there for him to be involved in. You know, he wants to become a world champion, so that's the job for us to go and deliver.
I know he was sort of vilified in the UK. Do you feel like now they are, you know, he's one of their own? Do you feel like they're embracing him?
Yeah, I think the fans definitely got behind him in the stadium on Saturday. I think the reality is you're not going to be loved by everyone, you know, and his character, it can be divisive, just like anyone's. Like, people can have a view on me or you, you know, and that's the world we live in. He's a real guy. You know, everything you see is real, pure emotion. You know, you look at him at the press conference afterwards. He's an emotional guy, and he's very open, and he's about everything he does. And I don't think people are always going to be his biggest fan because of, maybe people will say, the way he dealt with the situation. But put yourself in his shoes at 26, 27 years old, going through what he went through at that part of his life. And I think it's credit to him what he's gone on to do and how he's pushed his way back through and, you know, fought his case and his side. And I think he's in a great place in British boxing.
So now you can move on from this.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are. How many stadium shows in the UK this year? There have been. There's been probably
3, I think,
which is crazy because here we get nothing. I mean, we got Canelo Crawford, which was great. I would suspect there would be a stadium show if AJ looks good on December 19th. Can we forego the tune-up? Like, if all goes well, why don't we just do Fury now? Why do we have to wait till September? All this stuff. Like, isn't now the time? Just do it now.
I'm sure Fury will look at after a long time out the ring. You know, he's had a long period out the ring. Fury has.
That long? It's December.
Yeah, but by the time, if he was to fight next year, I feel like we're more confident than ever that we will see that fight.
You are?
You know, but we've done so much talking.
Yes.
No, but the problem is with boxing, we do so much talking, things don't come to fruition, and then everyone complains and moans that it hasn't happened. But I think now more than ever, we're confident we'll see that fight. It's the fight that needs to be made.
But it wouldn't be the next one. It would be, there would be a middle one.
I think so. I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. But lots ongoing right now.
Did you see Tyson say that he thinks Jake is going to knock him out?
Yeah. Tyson's an entertainer. You know.
You don't think he believes that?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Tyson.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Tyson's looking for the Jake Paul money. maybe he thinks AJ gets knocked out and then he can fight him. But yeah, I think Jake, like I said earlier, has a better chance of a more competitive fight with me than Anthony Joshua.
Or Eddie.
Yeah, that's his comeback fight. No, he beats Eddie.
Yeah. Okay.
He beats Eddie.
You think he beats Eddie?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But it's a big payday for Eddie.
Yeah.
So,
No, for sure.
I'm happy to make it happen.
He could probably use it.
Yeah, look, he needs it. We get him training. We get him in camp.
I see him already. He's flexing out there. He's doing the 5K.
Yeah.
You do the 5Ks too, right?
Try to. I'm not competitive.
Okay.
He's very competitive.
Okay.
So that's his edge.
Why does it have to be competitive? The 5K.
Oh, I say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm more of a
Just do it at your pace.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But everything's a race with him.
Okay. Interesting. I think it's great that you guys do that, by the way. It's nice for the community. Fans
Really
come
good,
out. It's a nice little thing that you guys do. As far as this weekend is concerned, is Bam Rodriguez the only Matchroom fighter?
Yeah, Bam's the only fighter on it. But look, what a show on there.
What a card.
Devin
Golly.
Haney going to become a 3-weight world champion against Brian Norman. Bam against Martinez is an incredible fight. Benavidez against Yards, a great fight as well. Abdullah Mason against Sam as well. So many great fights on the card. And these we're spoiled really now.
Oh, my God.
We're really spoiled on these shows now. And
I actually think this lineup here, this might be the best one so far.
Yeah.
I know there were a couple of, the better BF ones were great, but like to have Haney, Benavidez, Bam, Abdullah Mason, who I think the world of, even Milniecki over there is a great guy actually from New Jersey. So this is a tremendous card. And I kind of feel like it's flying under the radar a little bit.
100%.
Maybe the AJ stuff stole a little bit of shine last week.
I think it's part of, there's so much going on in the sport. We're in such a great place in the sport, and that's where I say we're spoiled now. But by the time this comes round and you see the fight week progressing, it's going to be a big night on Saturday, and it sets up some big fights down the line as well.
By the way, you're CEO of Matchroom Boxing, right? Obviously, the company was in focus on the Netflix series, which was great. Would you ever be interested in any of the other parts of the business?
I'd love to be the CEO of Darts. Matt Poulter is the CEO of Darts.
Yes, and I'm not trying to say you to replace any.
No,
do you ever look at them and be like,
yeah. Every board meeting. Every board meeting I sit in. Look, darts is a tremendous business.
Yeah.
Obviously, the snooker's great. The 9-ball pool, which Emily Fraser runs, those businesses are amazing. But darts is just unlike anything else we do. It's been built into a business. I kind of compare it to UFC in a sense of the brand is so big now. They sell 120,000 tickets for the World Championships at Ali Pali. You don't even know who you're going to watch play.
It's unbelievable.
The product is, amazing. So would I like to be the CEO of Darts? Yes, I would love to be the CEO of Darts.
A lot less stressful.
I'm sure it has its own stresses.
Yeah.
But boxing is, I've said it so many times, boxing is unlike anything else in the world. I've never worked in other things, but I've seen the other sports we're involved in. Boxing, the people in boxing, they don't make it easy. But the highs of boxing, walking out on Saturday night at Tottenham Stadium, looking around 65,000 people in that stadium singing Sweet Caroline, and you think, wow, we did this. And that's what motivates me and drives me every week.
How involved at this point is Barry?
Barry's retired, really, but it's his life. He loves it.
Is he there every day? Is he in
he's
the
around, he's always like, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? He rang me the other day, actually. We had a fighter, and we were talking about signing a deal. He said, why'd he do that? And he gets involved in certain things. He goes, I can't stand boxing. I'll leave it up to you and Eddie. So he still, it's his world. He created something 43 years ago, and to see where it is now, I don't think he can quite believe it. And he can never let go of it, but he lets go of it to let us run it and deliver it. But every detail, every number, he knows.
And much was made of you guys changing your fight week press conferences and all that. Are you happy with the way it's being received? Do you like the way it looks? All that stuff? Because I know this was something that you were talking about the last time we spoke.
Yeah, for sure. It's gone down really well. I think boxing is guilty of just being like, well, that's the way it's always been done. With everything, every area of the sport, whether it's the live broadcast, whether it's the build-up stuff, that's the way it's been done. So let's just leave it like that.
Yeah.
But it's boring. And I'm really happy with what we've done. And for us, it's about not getting complacent and continuing to develop it. It's not just we've changed a load of things, we're going to sit back now. We're always looking at how we can improve it and listening to what people's views are of it.
I remember last time you were telling me like you had an insane amount of days in hotels last year.
Yeah.
We spoke in July. What do you think it's going to end up for 25?
Probably about 300 again this year.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when you came to New York for this, did you know you were going to Miami, or does that get changed mid?
I didn't know. I wasn't coming to New York until Saturday morning.
Okay.
I was supposed to be in Riyadh
Okay.
right now, but I changed. I've come here for 3 days. Then I go to Miami for 2 days, which happened on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what I'm doing, where I'm doing. I'm just like,
How do you pack for that? Or do you buy things along the way? What do you do?
I buy a lot. I get in trouble from my missus because I turn up at home with loads of random stuff.
Yeah.
She's like, what you got this for? I mean, this isn't really Miami weather attire.
True.
A bit of cashmere.
Yeah,
It doesn't really suit the Miami sunshine. So I'll have to go and get some new clothes there. But I just, it's a great life. It has its downsides in terms of 300 nights in a hotel takes it out of you. But it's a good life. I could never complain about it.
At some point, I would imagine, not to get too personal, but you want to have a family, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel the need to do this all now?
Yeah,
Because
100%.
this is not sustainable, right?
No, I'm quite open about it. I've got a note on my calendar for 5 or 6 years from now that says retired,
Wow.
because I will still be young, but I would have done 23 years in this business at a high pace. And although I started young, 23 years of traveling like this, it hasn't always been this crazy.
Yeah.
But for the last 7-8 years has been quite wild. And in 300 nights, it's not sustainable.
No.
And I don't think that necessarily means not being involved in any way, but I think it just means changing the way. And I look at it and go, there's always going to be someone better than you. So, maybe we'll find who the next best person is.
Is there another Frank being groomed right now in the company?
No, I need to find one, really.
Okay. Because at this point, there was, when Eddie was your age, you were kind of in the mix at this point, right?
Yeah. But I think, I think there's a lot of people that could get the opportunity to do it. You have to give your life to it, and not everyone wants to.
Right.
This is my life, and that takes away from other areas of my life, unfortunately, by giving my time to it. But I accept that it's gonna, it's not forever. Like I said, Bob Arum, I couldn't imagine being traveling around at 94 years old,
showing up in Japan and stuff.
I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I might huge respect to him for what he's done, but it's his life. It's a bit like Barry.
Right.
When they've created something and they want to be there for the ride. I look at it and go, we've done the biggest events in the world, all over the world in boxing. And I sort of think, how nice would it be to go out on top and go, see you later?
Yeah. But you can't leave before Eddie.
Anything's possible.
All right.
I don't see him ever leaving.
Yeah.
He's so, and this isn't that I'm not passionate about the sport. I love events. I love, as I said, walking out of Tottenham and going, wow, look at what we did here. He is passionate about the sport. He loves boxing. He loves sitting and watching boxing all night. And I'm not saying I don't like it, but my thing is more shows.
Yeah. This is in his DNA.
Exactly.
How many people on the boxing side now?
About 36 to 40.
Okay.
So
most ever? This is the most?
Yeah, the most we've got. But we're still a lean team when you think.
Yeah, that is lean.
We've got 8 events in 7 weeks in 5 countries. And people flying all over the place, and it's non-stop. And then we start working, and as soon as you finish a show, like on Friday we announced another 4 shows for 2026.
Yeah.
So it's never ending. You're consistently moving forward.
So the official pick for December 19th, what is it? The prediction on your end?
The prediction.
Yeah, for Anthony against Jake. What's the official?
I'm going first round knockout.
First round. So there's not even a shadow of a doubt. A what if?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Is it a loss if it goes the distance?
If he just, if he tips it, maybe he'll just enjoy. It'll be an enduring process, and he'll put him through 7 rounds of body shots, and then knock him out in a set. I don't know.
No chance. There's no doubt in your mind.
No.
Wow.
Look, I think AJ knows what he needs to go in and do.
It's amazing how you're just like laughing it off.
Yeah, but it's an entertainment product. Isn't
No,
it?
I know.
And I think like this is the world we live in. So many people are going to tune in.
Oh yeah.
And it's huge for Anthony Joshua. He goes and ends the influencer era for Jake Paul.
Will he turn up with the AirPod in on Friday?
Might even have 2, so he doesn't have to listen to Jake Paul.
I'm going to ask him what he's listening to because I still don't know.
I know.
I still want to know the answer to that. This was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. Congrats on everything.
Thank
Good luck on everything coming up, and I'll see you in Miami.
See you there.
What are you wearing? You wearing like one of those shirts with the palm trees?
Yeah,
or
probably a palm tree
It'll
shirt.
be like
Yeah.
South Beach Frank.
I'm going to outdo Nikisa's look.
All right. I look forward to that. He is Frank Smith. He's the CEO of Matchroom Boxing, doing big things. I'll see him in Miami. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with David Otunga, Kyle Daukaus, Conor Benn, still to come. Don't go anywhere. This is amazing. This is amazing. I have to say, never in a million years did I think I'd have you in studio. Certainly not in the last few years. So it's great. And I do want to thank you because, as I was saying at the top, you know, like, okay, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I think in a previous life, we're actually really good friends. We're around the same age. We have similar interests, pro wrestling, football, soccer. Weird things happen. And I've been in this business long enough to where you get on the wrong foot with someone, you're never able to repair it. And so for you to come in here and talk to me face to face, actually, I think says a lot about you. So much respect. I really do appreciate it. I think it's a testament to who you are as a professional.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Ariel. And I really appreciate you having me on. It's great to be here. I have enjoyed your interviews with some of the great AEW wrestlers. Like I said, I enjoyed seeing Darby on here. I enjoyed seeing Ricochet. And even though he's not a wrestler in AEW, I enjoyed your interview with Maven. And I thought some of the things he said were really nice. And then after seeing that interview and seeing some of the stuff you've been doing recently, I really wanted to come on and thank you for inviting me.
I appreciate that. Thank you. How is life?
It's been great. I think I'm really excited right now. I was just watching in the back England U21s.
Okay.
Playing Slovakia. Josh King, who's 18 years old, is a great young player for Fulham, scored for England for the U21. So it was nice. A lot of great things happening in football. The Jags with a big win Sunday. And this is a huge week for AEW. We've got AEW Full Gear this Saturday night on pay-per-view. It's going to be a great event. It's one of the biggest AEW shows of the year, and it's going to be a big week of TV. Tomorrow we have AEW Dynamite, Wednesday Night Dynamite. It's a 3-hour show. It's on TBS at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, and it is actually a 3-hour live show. We're doing Dynamite and Collision on the same night in Boston, and it's going to be a great, great event. We've announced some big matches, and there's more to come. It's always exciting to do a live show, but it's especially big when we get to do a 3-hour show. And being a pay-per-view week, this is kind of one of the biggest weeks of the year in AEW. So I thought it would be great to do something noteworthy to promote it. And it seems like people are really excited to see us talk.
Yes, absolutely. And you're in our backyard as far as Full Gear is concerned.
Yes.
Prudential Center, The Rock, Newark. You were there last year for this event. And this is one of your like sort of tentpole events, if you will.
Yes.
Darby in the main event.
Well, Darby and Pac is one of the big matches.
It's not the main event.
It's one of the top matches.
Okay.
Hangman Page versus Samoa Joe in a steel cage match is a huge world title match. Mercedes Moné, the TBS champion, wrestling the world champion, Chris Statlander for the world title in Chris Statlander's backyard. That's one of the huge matches. Pac versus Darby is absolutely one of the big matches coming out of that blood and guts match.
Yes.
And I really enjoyed your interview with Darby, as I said, and
what a character, this guy.
What
he
a
poured
person.
water on his... I'm still not sure why.
that's not even in the top 27 crazy things I've seen Darby do.
Yes, I bet. But I enjoyed his vibe very much. I wasn't quite sure what to make of that moment, but a very eccentric guy, a fan favorite. I think a lot of people are wondering when he'll be able to like take that next step to be the guy, you know, to get the belt, to be the face of the company. Do you think he's close to that or not quite yet?
I think he's absolutely already one of the main faces of the promotion, and I've always felt really strong about Darby. Darby is one of our top wrestlers, and he's been with AEW since the very first show, and really it was our first summer of events where Darby came in, and he's, like you said, he's an impressive person inside and outside the ring, and the chances he takes inside the ring are only matched by the chances he'll take outside the ring. He's an absolutely crazy stuntman. He takes insane risks, but he also really loves wrestling. And I'm sure you saw that when you talked to him.
Oh, yeah.
He loves it. And he's a great professional, but I absolutely think he's already one of the main faces of the promotion. He has not been the world champion in singles yet, but he's been the TNT champion and a huge, important face of our media rights partnership, but also as a world tag team champion, he was undefeated with Sting, and Sting's run in AEW is one of my favorite things we've ever done. I grew up as a huge Sting fan. If I had to guess, I bet you grew up as a Sting fan.
I enjoyed him. He wasn't my favorite. That man was my favorite. That man right there,
Yeah.
Bret the Hitman Hart, was my favorite.
Bret Hart was one of my favorite wrestlers too, and I was a huge fan of both of them. Sting is one of my all-time favorites. And to be able to have Sting come and say, I want to keep wrestling and I want to come to AEW and I'll do kind of whatever you want. And he never said, I want to go in.
Okay, back on the program. That was our conversation with Tony Khan from yesterday. Go check out the whole thing. It was a great chat. That was Frank Smith in there. Always great picking his brain. I enjoy those chats very, very much. I hope you do as well. It's going to be interesting in Miami. The Nikisa, Frank, Eddie, Jake, AJ dynamic is interesting. It's something that we don't really get in MMA because everyone's under the same umbrella, but having these characters all together, these, what is it, strange bedfellows, would you call them that? Something like that? Makes for good content. Let me see something here. No. Still to come, Conor Benn. Kyle Daukaus, the Darce Knight's going to join us in studio at about 3 o'clock. Kind enough to join us from Philadelphia, but I'm very excited to talk to our next guest. He's been doing some really fun things on YouTube as of late. Former two-time WWE Tag Team Champion, two-time Slammy Award winner, reality TV show star, actor, bodybuilder, graduate of Harvard Law School, was a part of WWE from about 2008 to 2020, was on the I Love New York 2 program, which I believe Andy's a big fan of. She-Hulk, Marvel's She-Hulk in 2022, but he knows the legal side of things, and there's some interesting things to talk about these days. So without further ado, let us say hello to the one and only David Otunga, who is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday. Hello, David. How are you?
I'm great, Ariel. Thank you for having me on. I forgot about my Slammy Awards.
Oh, you did? Really?
Hear that intro. I guess I have so many accolades. I forgot about some. That's right. I have Slammy Awards. I need to get some replicas and put up on my background.
I was going to ask, because you have the belt right over there, and I guess that's a replica. Oh, 2. You have the 2 belts. I didn't see the full shot. But they don't give you a Slammy Award when you win one of those?
No, they don't.
Oh.
And you know what's interesting? They never really bring that back up. Like the Slammy Awards, I mean, they should have more weight to them, like the Grammys or something.
I agree.
For wrestling.
It's prestigious.
Yeah. They need to put some more respect on the Slammy's name.
I agree. By the way, what's the belt all the way to the right? I see the 2 tag team titles, but what's the one all the way on the right?
I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
It's an obscure one. It is the Jerk of the Month title.
Okay.
And if you remember from WWE Magazine, you could win that. Like it would usually be heels, and like if you were the top heel for the month or whatever, you would win Jerk of the Month, and there was a title that you would hold. So I got a replica of that, and I won it, and I was actually quite proud of that. I don't know why nobody else really made a big deal when they were Jerk of the Month, but it was cool to me.
And why did you win Jerk of the Month?
I don't really know. I guess it was my time. It was my lawyer persona though, that gimmick.
Yes.
That one really just got over and annoyed people in the best way and got the best heat with them. So it was finally that character though.
Okay, so as of late, as I've said, I've seen you pop up, and this has become a thing. Obviously, Maven, we spoke to him about his YouTube channel, and other wrestlers, ex-wrestlers doing it. This is a whole industry in the world of professional wrestling. Why did you start doing this, and how are you liking it so far?
Man, that's a great question, because if you had told me I'd be doing this 2 months ago, I wouldn't have believed you. This honestly just started with the Rajah Jackson incident. Like I was watching people give their commentary on it, and nobody quite understood because, the lay people didn't understand the wrestling terminology. And then the people who understood that don't understand the legal side of it. And I kind of realized I'm in a unique position to be able to comment on that, being in both worlds. So I made a video breaking it down, and man, it really caught on, and people really liked what I was saying and were asking for more. So I did some follow-ups, and then just the feedback was amazing. And next thing you know, I'm getting booked here and there, podcast, TMZ, you name it. I'm here with you now because of this. And going back to what you were saying about having Maven on, I just watched that episode and it was amazing. And I'll tell you what really solidified this for me was, a few weeks ago, Maven actually reached out to me, and he reached out to me just to tell me he loved my channel and my content. And this was huge for me, because I just was kind of doing this messing around. I wasn't intending on starting a channel and putting a lot of effort into this. But then once Maven co-signed me, I mean, come on, man. This guy, he's tops.
Oh my God.
I didn't even know this was an industry, but he's tops in it. And for him to co-sign me, and I've only been doing this like a month at that time. Oh man, That's all I needed. They even done pump my head up now, put a battery
love
in my
it.
back.
Okay.
I'm like, I'm leaning into this.
I love it, as you should, because it's a really interesting angle that no one else can conquer other than you, given your background, Harvard Law, and all that stuff. I didn't realize that this started with the Raja case, which is like 3 months old. I didn't realize you were that new, because I feel like I've seen so many of your videos and content pop up. So could I ask you about that? Because obviously we talked about it here because of Rampage and him being a big figure in the world of MMA, my relationship with him. And it was such a big story. That 1 week, it was the biggest story in MMA and pro wrestling, and that doesn't always happen. I feel like now, 3 months later, it's sort of fizzled where you don't hear much. You don't like it nowhere. It is nowhere near, as far as the attention that it's getting, where it was back in August. And so do you have any idea where it stands and what ultimately can happen here to Raja as a result of what happened?
Yeah, you're right. It's been quiet. I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't even heard any recent updates. The last thing I heard was that Raja was indeed arrested and he bonded out. And that's it. It's been quiet.
Nothing,
ever
right?
since.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is probably good for Raja in his case, let people forget about it a little bit, let the public pressure die down. Yeah, it's probably best for him. But yeah, it's interesting. It was the biggest thing, dominating all the news, and we haven't heard anything else about it.
Were you surprised that he ultimately got arrested?
No, not at all.
Because there were some people who were saying they didn't think it was going to happen because it was taking so long.
It was taking a long time, but I think because this is such a unique case where you have pro wrestling where things are scripted, but unless you're part of the business, people don't really understand. They don't really understand that, okay, it's scripted, but are they really fighting? Are they letting them do this? Like what happened? So when you see that beatdown, you know that it's vicious and you can tell it's not acting, but at the same time, where's the line? And that's what was difficult for people. It would be difficult for police or, a district attorney or somebody. They would have to understand that. So I feel like they did their due diligence and really took their time in trying to understand what was going on. And then they made the appropriate charge.
I understand, probably a tough question to answer, but ultimately, what do you think happens to him?
It's hard because as far as I know, he doesn't really have a record. So I don't know if he would see much jail time. I think the max he could get would be 7 years. He could get 4 years, but they could put on a great bodily harm enhancement, which would be another 3 years. So it could be 7 max. But at the same time, I don't think he has a record. So he really could just take a plea bargain and possibly avoid jail time altogether. Who knows?
Okay.
And I've also been hearing, talked to a few people, and this is rumors as far as I know, but they're saying that Psycho Stu isn't really looking to press charges. And so if he doesn't cooperate with the police, I mean, that makes it really tough to prosecute Raja. It really does. So it kind of hinges on him if he wants to be, the star witness or not. I mean, you don't necessarily need it, but it would help prosecute him. So there's a lot of variables still that we don't know.
Yesterday on our program, we had Tony Khan in studio, and one of the topics that I spoke to him about was this Andrade story, where he gets released from WWE. He shows up for one night on AEW, and then reportedly AEW receives a cease and desist, and he disappears, nowhere to be found. And that was like really one of the few topics that Tony seemed a little uncomfortable talking about, and I can understand from a legal standpoint, perhaps he doesn't want to, get into any hot water. What is your understanding of this, and how did this happen, and could it have been avoided if you were Andrade or AEW?
Well, how did this happen? This is in all WWE contracts. It's been in them at least since 2017, probably further back than that. And I would imagine it's in most wrestling companies' contracts, and it's a non-compete clause. And in WWE's, it's been in there, and it says it can go up to 1 year. That's in the contract. Although in practice, WWE typically releases talent and there'll be a 90-day non-compete, and it's usually paid. But in this situation, for whatever reason, this is the first time I ever recall WWE wanted to enforce this. They enforced this against Andrade for an entire year without pay.
Wow.
And that's pretty stiff. And I think if Andrade wanted to challenge this in court, I think he'd likely be successful, to be honest with you. But that's quite a headache and an endeavor in and of itself. So I think the question is like, why is this happening now and it's never happened before? Like, what's the issue? And I mean, I could see it if they were trying to stop Andrade because he was, the biggest thing at WWE. He built up a ton of heat or whatever, and then was going to take this over to AEW. But that wasn't the case. Doesn't seem like WWE was doing much with him. So it's not like he was taking a lot of heat or anything or goodwill from WWE over somewhere else. So I'm still kind of confused by this. I'd love to hear what Tony Khan said about it, because I'm just trying to find out more information on this.
Well, so I'm curious, why a year and not 90 days? Like, how do they even describe that, classify that in the contract? And how do they determine if it's going to be, because sometimes it's 30 days, 60, 90, right? Depending on if your contract expires or you get released. But I've never heard of the 1 year. Where does the 1 year fall under?
Well, the 1 year is what's actually in the contract. In the contract that I looked at when preparing for this, there's just a 1 year. It doesn't say anything about 90 days or anything like that. It's a 1 year non-compete. However, it's up to WWE's discretion because it can be up to 1 year. So they never typically try to enforce all the way up to 1 year. It's just in practice been 90 days. So people just assume it's a 90-day non-compete. But if you actually go look at the contract, it doesn't say anything in there about 90 days. It says 1 year.
And so you mentioned that it's usually 90 days with pay. That's like what it typically is. Why would it be 1 year without pay? How can you stop someone from getting paid for a year?
Exactly. You're preventing somebody from making a living in their trade. You can't do that, because here's the thing. And we had to get into this. I made a whole video about this.
Yeah.
So WWE says that wrestlers are independent contractors, which means they can work anywhere, right? So if they're fired from WWE, if a wrestler's fired from WWE, they should be able to go work for AEW. Now, if this was an employer-employee relationship, that's a different story, because then there could be a non-compete. However, so WWE can't have it both ways. They're treating wrestlers like independent contractors. Or no, they're saying wrestlers are independent contractors, but treating them like employees. That's the issue here.
Yeah.
And that could easily be challenged in court, and likely, you would win.
Why do you think no one has done that? Why has no one challenged them?
I think, I'll be honest, I think most people don't know this. Forgive me, but like, in being a lawyer myself, like I knew this from the time I signed, and I forgot most people aren't lawyers and they don't know what's in their WWE contract. And so like when I made a video about this, I'll be honest, I was shocked by the reaction that it blew up, and people were really surprised by this. And I'm like, there's no way I'm the first person to have talked about this or mentioned this. But I guess it just wasn't widely known. I guess a lot of talent, they sign that contract and never look at it again. But for me, I was always doing a lot of things outside of WWE, and the contract is very restrictive. So I was always asking for their permission to do something else, or sometimes I would go do something else and then let them know after the fact or after I booked it, and just beg for forgiveness.
Did you review your own contracts, or did you have someone do that for you?
Both. I mean, I reviewed it, and I knew what I was reading, but I took it to an entertainment attorney as well, just to make sure he saw the same thing I was seeing. And it was funny because he told me, he's like, David, you can't sign this. You're a lawyer. This is way too restrictive. Like, you can't sign this. They'll owe you. And I said, yes, I understand, but I really want to be a professional wrestler. I really want to work here, so I'm going to sign this.
Oh wow,
like, David, this isn't good. This is totally in their favor. I said, yes, I understand, but if it's not me, there's a million other people who would take this opportunity, and I want this so bad. I will sign it, and then hopefully I can negotiate a better contract down the line. So that was my thinking.
You originally signed with WWE in 2008, right?
Yeah.
How long after you graduating from Harvard Law did that happen? How many years after?
2. I graduated in 2006, and I started working for the top law firm in Chicago immediately. I was there for about a year, and then I went and did I Love New York too. And when I came back from doing that, before the show had even aired, I knew how well I did on the show, and I was already receiving a little bit of like buzz before it had aired, like around Hollywood. So I wanted to strike while the iron was hot. I left the law firm and wanted to pursue professional wrestling, but had no idea how I would do that. This is back in 2007 at the time, and there wasn't the Performance Center. I didn't know of any wrestling schools, so I was trying to find those. Like it was very hard to get into professional wrestling. Very, very hard. You had to know somebody, and I didn't know anybody.
So what'd you do?
I started looking up schools. I Googled wrestling schools and I found one in California, which I now am pretty sure I know the name. I'm pretty sure it was UPW, run by a gentleman by the name of Rick Bassman. And I called there and nobody answered. I left a voicemail. Never heard back from them. I was like, well, I guess this is done. I got to figure something else out. Fast forward like a few months, I get a call from Rick Bassman, and he tells me that he's helping cast this Hulk Hogan reality show, teaching people to wrestle celebrities, and he wanted to know if I'd be interested in being on it. I was like, yes, this could be my way in. This is what I want. I'll do this, figure I can parlay this into WWE. And then he calls me back like a few days later and tells me that the spot got filled. And, I'm sorry. And so I'm crushed. Like, all right, well, now what do I do? And then he tells me, he's like, hey, have you ever considered trying out for WWE? Like, yeah, man, that's what I want to do. And he's like, oh, you don't need the show for that. He's like, I can get you an audition with them. And I was like, well, hold on. I don't have any wrestling experience. And he's like, yeah, don't worry about it. He goes, they'll be interested in you with your look, Harvard Law, your story. They'll be interested. And sure enough, they were. They flew me to SmackDown. I met Johnny Ace. He decided to give me a tryout. They flew me to Tampa, Florida. I went there for a tryout for a week. And then about 2 weeks later, they offered me a developmental contract.
Wow. And at that point, like, you had never worked a match, run the ropes, you knew nothing?
No.
It was just about like your look.
Yeah, my look and my story, and it was my passion too. And it was because like I really wanted to do this. And I remember Johnny Ace told me that one of the big things was, especially coming from Vince, was that he always said he respected me because out of all the rookies and the guys who were there, I didn't have to be there. Like, I already had a career before this, a dream job for most people. And I left that. I was making great money, but I left that because I wanted to do this. I wanted to do professional wrestling. And so he always really, really respected that and respected my passion.
By the way, how did you get on I Love New York, which kind of started this snowball? How did that happen as you're a lawyer, just kind of doing your thing?
That was kind of the universe just leading me down a path. Like, I got a call one day from a casting director. This is on my cell phone. And they said they wanted to schedule my audition, for I Love New York too. And I'm like, whoa, who's this? What? And they said, yeah, is this David Otunga? I'm like, yeah, like you're a lawyer from Harvard, you're a bodybuilder, all this. But yeah, it's true. They said, yeah, I have your application in front of me. It's like, no, I didn't submit an application. So I don't even know what you're talking about. Fast forward, come to find out, my niece, who was 13 at the time, submitted an application and somehow got this to a casting director, and they loved it and put my phone number on there and everything. So they were really high on me, but I turned it down, 2 or 3 times and explained to them, look, I work at the most prestigious firm in Chicago. I can't just leave and go do a reality show, especially this one. But they knew what to say to me. And, they were like, well, look, the producers weren't necessarily happy with how the minority men were portrayed in the first season. And this year, we're looking for somebody who can be upstanding and a hero, basically a baby face for the show, and who's successful. And they're like, and that would be you, and paint the guys in a great light. And I was like, And then they said, if you ever had any ambitions in entertainment, this would be a great first step. So I was like, man, I always wanted to be an actor and professional wrestler. Like, because, hey, The Miz came from the real world.
Yep.
Like, I knew that, like, this could be done. The blueprint was there. So figured I'd give it a shot. And I went, I did it. It was an awesome experience. It really was. Like, I had so much fun on the show because I was a fan of it, and I treated it like that. But yeah, that's the wild story about how I got on there.
That's amazing. If your 13-year-old niece doesn't do that behind your back, who knows if any of this happens to you, right?
Yeah. Oh, for real. Like that was the start of my entertainment career. And since then, like, I've learned, anytime, an opportunity just comes up or something keeps coming up, take it, because you never know where it can lead. The Rajah Jackson, incident, I started with one video. Now I'm sitting here talking to you. I never talked to you when I was wrestling, and I'm sitting here talking to you. Like, this is wild. 3 months ago, I wouldn't have expected this.
By the way, so now that you're out of wrestling, and I don't even know if you could have while you were a wrestler, have you ever gone back to practicing law, or did you stop when you took that reality show gig?
I pretty much stopped. Obviously full time, but I would do more legal analysis. Like I'm on Court TV pretty frequently. I would do other news shows here and there. If it's an interesting case or something in pop culture that I'll talk about and give my opinion. But then I would do little things here and there, like for family or friends, like represent them. I actually have a funny story I've never told. I have a cousin who's my best friend who just passed a couple weeks ago. His name is Brian. Thank you. And he had some little minor court case, a traffic case or something, but they were going to suspend his license or do something. And so, he was asking me to help him out. And I said, all right. So I went back to my hometown of Elgin, Illinois, and I showed up in my suit to defend him in this case. I showed up, made my appearance request, everything. And so you have to understand, this is where I grew up. So I'm pretty well known, and I'm still wrestling at this time. And so I walked in there, and I remember it didn't take long. And the district attorney comes up to me, and he's like, "You're David Otunga." Like, I am. He's like, "I just want to shake your hand." He's like, "Listen, between you and me," he's like, "honestly, what do you want to do with this? I'll agree to anything." He's like, "I just want to be able to go home and tell my son, hey, David Otunga beat me in court today." Like, really? So it was cool. And he made the deal with me. I was like, I want nothing. I want this dropped. So I got my cousin out of it. It was minor anyway. But it was just a really cool story. Like, they didn't really expect me to show up. I showed up, and I was ready to go to trial. Like, I wanted to fight this. I was about it. But yeah, it was a cool story.
I love that. So a nice little W for you and your cousin back home. Tag team champs with John Cena. We just mentioned it there. His career is coming to an end. Last show at MSG this past Monday, last time on Raw. How do you feel this whole year-long retirement ceremony, if you will, has gone for John and the company?
Honestly, I wish it would have been a little bit more exciting. I don't think it was what people expected. Like, I wanted him to have a farewell tour like Kobe did. Remember, like Kobe's farewell tour was awesome. I feel like Cena deserves that because, let's be honest, he comes out and says he's the greatest of all time. He's not necessarily wrong. I mean, the guy does deserve it. And I know, like, I talk about him a lot, but like in all due respect, he is great. I mess with him. I tease. This is how our relationship was. And, who my character in wrestling always hated John Cena. We always went against each other. But if I'm being honest, he really is one of the greatest of all time. And I just would like to see more. I don't even know what it would be, but I just want them to see, put more into it. Like his last Raw at MSG, the 6-man tag, it was cool. But I would have preferred to see him have a one-on-one match that was just great. Like, show us what John Cena did. Leave us with what, we know him for on Raw. Although, the 6-man was cool.
What was he like towards you? You're a youngster at that point. He's an established star. What was it like teaming with him?
Teaming with him, it was cool. It was brief. It was 24 hours. But no, John and I always had a good relationship. He treated me like kind of like a little brother, and he would show me tough love a lot. I see that like in hindsight because he wanted me to do well. So he would always like try to rib me or like, just I don't know, break my balls or whatever it is. Just tease me, haze me a little bit. But he always wanted the best for me. So I understand that. But
it was there. Great. You guys were cool.
No heat at all.
Okay, because I heard you say that he kind of halted the Nexus angle, that you blamed him for it.
Yeah, but there's no heat at all.
Okay.
No, not at all. It was his decision. I don't think they made the right decision. If you ask John and he's being honest, I don't think he thinks it's the right decision.
Okay.
In hindsight. So no, there's no heat there at all. No animosity. Hey man, this is entertainment. You know what I mean? This is like, to me, this is like a movie or a TV show. I can't get mad because another character who's the lead, who's been there longer, they want something to go a different way. I'm a rookie. I just showed up. I'm happy to be here. Yeah. I'm happy to be in the main event. You know what I mean? I was happy they were going to let us win. So there's no animosity there. But at the same time, I am telling the truth. Like, from living this situation, that is what happened. Like, that is what happened. And you saw he did go over.
Yes. You did mention Hogan's reality show, and then I was thinking of your time in WWE and the timeline and whatnot. And I was just curious, were you there? So that whole incident with him happened. Were you in the locker room for the infamous apology?
I wasn't there that day, or I think I had media or something, and I showed up later. So I missed the actual apology, but I did see him in the hallway shortly after that. That was my first interaction with him, since everything. And it was brief, and it was weird because like he didn't address it, but I could tell like in his eyes he seemed sad and he seemed like ashamed. And he seemed nervous. This was the first time I'm talking to Hulk Hogan, and he's nervous talking to me, but obviously because I'm Black, African American. And so he wants to know how I view him. And, if I was disappointed in him, which obviously I was. He, one of my heroes growing up, but I mean, I can't unhear what I heard. And then I didn't even hear the apology, but I never really got it. At the same time, my interactions with him were always positive. And so he didn't come across to me as, overt racist or anything like that. I don't even know if he was, but like I said, I cannot forget what I heard.
Yeah.
You got to be held accountable for things.
When you saw him in the hallway, did he seem sincere? Did he seem like he was broken up over this?
He did. He seemed like he was going through it. Like his eyes were red. This was not the Hulk Hogan I'd seen before. Like he was reserved. I would almost say like timid, which made me wonder what happened in that meeting because I'd missed it. But like, yeah, he kind of was hat in hand, but also it wasn't like he was showing like extreme remorse. But I'm just reading his body language. Like he definitely was not, super up and happy and not like he usually is around me.
We were talking about the Cena build and Monday and whatnot. The TKO WWE compared to the WWE that you were a part of, led by Vince McMahon, from afar. I know you're not there now. Do you see major differences? And if so, do you like them or not like them?
There's a lot of differences. I spoke about this before, but like seeing all the sponsors on the ring, I don't know, that's too much. And I remember back when Vince was running it, people would try to get sponsorships up, and I remember Vince always said no, and he said because it would end up looking like a NASCAR. It kind of does now. I see what he meant. But in terms of the way things are, I do like that their schedule is reduced. That's much more manageable. I think a lot more people would, stay in the business longer if that were the case. If that was the case and the schedule was like it is now, shoot, I might still be there. Because like when I was wrestling, like I was on the road 5 days a week at the height, and I calculated, so I was only home about 36 hours. And, my son was an infant at the time. Like that was just a lot of time to be away from home. And I mean, even if it's something you love, like that's a lot. It's hard on the body. It's hard emotionally. It's hard on your relationships, your family. Wrestling is a very, very big investment of time.
I know you tackled this on the channel as well, and I urge everyone to go check it out, but there's a lot of similarities between WWE and UFC, MMA and pro wrestling. And one topic that we've talked about a lot on this show is whether the fighters will ever form some kind of association, union, something like that. Obviously, it doesn't exist in MMA, and it certainly doesn't exist in the world of wrestling / WWE. Do you think it will ever happen in our lifetime? You can see how it could happen and why it probably should happen. It would benefit the athletes, especially with all the money and the TV deals, the revenue sharing and whatnot, the collective bargaining that could happen would be tremendous. Do you think it ever does happen in our lifetime?
I think it could, and I mean, if any time, I mean, it could be now. This is the closest I've ever seen. Just hearing the conversations around it. And the thing of it is, you need everybody on the same page, everybody, all the talent in the locker room from the top of the card to the bottom of the card. And I kind of feel like now it's more spread out in WWE where there's not just one major superstar and then everybody else. Now there's a bunch of them who are all kind of on the same level. Like in my opinion, there's nobody like at the level of John Cena or Stone Cold or The Rock or something like that. Like it's more evened out. So that, and then there's more information available. For example, like the video I made talking about the possibility of a union, I was just making the video objectively, just for interesting content. And then like people were asking, so you're starting a union? Like, whoa, no, I'm not doing that. I can't tell you. I had a call yesterday. I can't tell you how many calls like I've had and people like asking me about it or they want to join, they want to help. And the thing of it is like now I'm like, wow, I didn't what have I gotten myself into? I was just making content. Like I didn't really think about trying to, to be the figurehead for this. But hey, if I can help, I'm more than happy to.
Would you be interested? Would you be interested in heading it up? You seem to be a prime candidate.
Heading it up? Man, that's
spearheading it.
Spearheading it. Yeah, that's a lot of work, but maybe. I mean, I hadn't intended this. Again, like I said, I hadn't intended my YouTube channel, but here I am. I'm loving it. So it would take some more thought. Possibly I could be talked into it.
Okay. What is your day job now, other than the YouTube channel?
Well, I'm an actor and a stay-at-home father, single dad. That's primarily what I do. Would still act, and then legal analysis from here and there. However, now with this YouTube channel, I'm really starting to focus on making this a priority. So this is becoming kind of a part-time job, and I'm going to start putting even more emphasis into it and making it closer to a full-time.
Okay. And what about the reclassification of the way the wrestlers are viewed from independent contractor to employee, from 1099 to W-2? Do you think that ever happens? And could that happen before a potential association?
I think that could happen as well. And that could happen before a potential association. At the same time, though, I don't know. I don't know, because they've been independent contractors so long. I think something needs to be figured out there. I think something eventually will, because there's so many just issues that keep coming up and with contracts, and people keep pointing this out, how, hey, this isn't right. I mean, I touched on it in my video. So I think something will happen there.
Okay. Fascinating times. It's a good time for you to be involved in all of this. And shout out to Maven for spearheading it all. By the way, your last match, 2015, right?
Yep.
You've never had the itch to put the tights back on?
Oh, no. Sure, I have the itch. I have the itch all the time, but it would need to make sense. I mean, that's the thing, is like, I feel like I kind of did everything I wanted to do in wrestling that like I needed to, where I'm comfortable. If I never wrestle again, I could be that's not true. I'd probably want to wrestle at least like one more time.
Okay.
But I'm content. Like, it's not like something I'm actively pursuing, but eventually, like when the right storyline or the right time comes along, yeah, I would love to. I mean, I love it. It's really hard not to do it. And I think that's why it's hard sometimes for guys like watching the content, because it's like, man, I want to get out there. I want to do that. Oh, I would have done this. I could have done that. But like, I love watching all the young guys and stuff, do it now. And I'm super happy for them. And they inspire me. That's the thing, is like, when you see really good wrestling, it inspires you to be like, yeah, I want to get out there and do that too. So every now and then, I do feel like that. And, like I always say, like, people ask me like why I retired or am I retired? No, I never said I was retired. I just haven't wrestled in a long time. They wanted me to do, commentating, and I was doing that. And then just focused on more acting roles for a while. But, I always love wrestling, will always be a part of it. And yeah, I'd love to get back in the ring, and I'm sure I will at some point. Okay, so if it's one more match, what's the dream scenario for you? Who's the opponent? Where is it? Paint the picture. Well, I would probably say like my dream would be not even just one more match, but like a character. Like I would love to come back as kind of like a manager. Okay. Imagine Paul Heyman. Yes. But who can get in there and kick some ass when he needs to. Like I actually have a really, really dope pitch that would be awesome, but I can't share it because somebody will steal my idea. Oh. WWE's stolen so many of my ideas, over the years, and they're legally allowed to contractually because they would own my IP, anything I come up with. So, but I'll say this, I have an awesome idea that would work at any wrestling promotion, a really, really good storyline and for a faction, and I've never seen it in wrestling before. Okay, but wow. I'm keeping that tight-lipped. No, that's covered with, I got to be signed, an NDA, but I got something that would be great. Okay, that's a good tease. That's a good old-fashioned tease. I love that. For now, we'll continue to check out the YouTube content. Well done with that. Keep it going. Great to meet you. Great to have you on the show. There may or may not be members of our team who are big fans of your work from the reality show TV days, so salute to you. I'm more up to speed with your wrestling work, but I know you had a whole different chapter prior to all of that, so much respect, and again, great to have you on, and I love the contract stuff, I love the union stuff, all that, so I think you've owned that lane really well, and
looking forward to what more stuff you put out as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on. The only thing I'm disappointed about is I'm not there in studio. I was trying to get one of your coffee mugs. You know how I love my coffee. I got to add it to the collection.
Yes,
I got my iced coffee right here.
Next time you're in the city, we'd love to have you in anytime.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There he is, David Otunga, kind enough to join us. Check out the YouTube channel. He's doing nice things over there. And again, it's a different side, and there's a lot of similarities if you're an MMA fan. A lot of similarities between the world of pro wrestling and the world of MMA. So it is interesting stuff, and that Andrade story is an interesting one as well. Appreciate him coming on. Still to come, Conor Benn, the Destroyer, 4 o'clock, coming off that big win over the one and only Chris Eubank. But now we turn our attention to the world of mixed martial arts. This past weekend at Madison Square Garden, it was UFC 322. We did have Fatima Kline on earlier as well. She was victorious. What was that, Frank? What was that?
I said.
What?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't wearing. I didn't get the IFB.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Kyle Daukaus got a big win, and what a comeback story. One of the candidates for comeback fighter of the year, I would say, certainly when it comes to the UFC, because he was in the UFC between 2020 and 2022, went 2-4 in that run, and then he was let go in 2022. And since then, he has won 6 fights in a row, and 6 of those fights came via stoppage. 6 fights in a row, 5 via stoppage. He went to CFFC, did his thing over there, became a middleweight champion, and then got an opportunity to return to the UFC in August, replaced Marco Tulio against Michel Pereira, August 23rd in Shanghai. He KO'd Pereira in just 43 seconds in the first round. And you're like, oh my gosh, Michel Pereira, big deal. Wow, he's back. What a way to return. Comes back on this card against Gerald Meerschaert and wins in what was it exactly? It was combined 93 seconds. The win on Saturday was 50 seconds. It was 50 seconds in the first round. The Darce choke win against Gerald Meerschaert. Tremendous story. The post-fight interview was great as well. Wanted to have him on to talk about all of this and more. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the Darce Knight. There he is, Kyle Daukaus, here in studio. Hello, sir. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Great to have you. Please
Thank you for having me, man.
have a seat. Oh, it's so great to have you. Thank you for coming in. Hello, guys. How are you? It's nice to have you here.
Yeah,
you made the trek from Philly.
Yes.
How long is
40 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Not bad.
I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Definitely.
And you were just here.
Yes.
So did you go home?
Yeah. I went home on Saturday night. I was home by about, 12 o'clock.
Okay, so I was listening to your post-fight press conference, and you said that you were going to go home and make it for the end of the main card.
Try to, yeah.
Did you?
Didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
No, we had too much media, too many photos.
Okay.
We stopped at Shake Shack afterwards, got some food, so it was nice.
Why were you in such a rush to leave?
My wife's pregnant.
Okay.
I want to just kind of minimize the stress on her.
I got that. How did she handle all of this?
Man, like a trooper. She's good though. She's good for right now. She didn't have the baby yet.
Yeah.
She's good. But yeah, she's somebody who's, when she has something set, she's gonna do it. So she told me that she was gonna be here at the fight. I was talking to my family. I wasn't really sure if it was the best idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was good. She did everything well, and it was all good.
Rick?
Yeah, we just need this a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, in there?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not straight now, Rick. It's not going to bother me. Get it straight there. Don't be shy. Yeah, a little straight. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Now it's covering his mouth.
Yeah, it's
Rick.
right in front of me.
Rick just gave me the eye
good?
roll. Let's see it. Let's see it on this camera here, Andy. Oh, that's perfect. Look how good you look.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. I have 3 kids myself, and I know when it gets close, any stressful incident could lead to a trip to the hospital.
Yes.
Were you worried about this?
I was, but I knew that I had to fight. We had a plan set and scheduled that if she were to go in labor on Saturday, I wouldn't talk to her until afterwards because she knows that this is my career.
Yeah.
I kind of have to do my job. But yeah, she's very supportive of it. And
how many weeks now?
She's 36 weeks.
Oh,
she'll be 37 weeks tomorrow, actually. So
wow.
Closer and closer. Yeah.
And you're second, right?
Yes, my second son.
Second son.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were explaining Kay because of your name?
Yeah, so my initials are KAD.
Yeah.
Her initials are now KAD since we got married. My son's initials are KAD, and so are my other sons.
Okay, I love this. So that's what you're going to stick with for as many kids as you guys
for as many
have.
kids right now. We were supposed to just stick with one, and then this one surprised us, but yeah.
I loved on the broadcast when you were talking about her and they showed her on the broadcast. Could you tell where she was sitting? Did you know where
not
she
until
was?
afterwards. Not until after the fight. Yeah,
but it was amazing on the UFC's part to have that moment. And your story has been so great.
Thank you.
And I'd love to go back to 2022. You're in the UFC. You're living your dream. Where are you when you get the call that they're going to part ways with you, that they're going to release you?
Yeah, so that was after the Anders fight. I lost. That was the last fight on my contract that I had with them. So I knew that it was kind of do or die. Obviously, didn't work out as planned. They had actually called me up to do a fight short notice in Australia.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
after that one?
Yeah. After that one. So there was no release or anything like that until then. I couldn't do it just based off of my wife and I were trying to get pregnant at the time, so she was going through fertility and stuff like that. But yeah, they just didn't renegotiate the contract off of that, and then I was back with CFFC after that.
What did that feel like when you realized that?
Heartbreaking.
Yeah,
it's heartbreaking. Just to have a career like that in a sport like this is very unforgiving. It's very heartbreaking. You go into some very dark places at the time, but I knew with my wife by my side and everything like that it would eventually work out in the end.
Did you consider stopping the career?
To be honest, no. I just wasn't sure what would lead next. So our kind of choices were like PFL, maybe Bellator at the time was kind of still there, not really.
Yeah.
I don't think the merger had happened at the time. So I was very curious as to where we were with my management and whatnot. But I knew I just had to kind of keep fighting, get a couple more wins, get the confidence back, and I feel like something would have happened, whether it be with the UFC or with PFL or Bellator.
The confidence thing is interesting because now you have to build yourself back up. You've already graduated from the regional scene, and that's not knocking CFFC, but they're the league that you try to go through to get to the UFC, and now you have to go back, and you're probably mixed with other guys who are hoping to get to where you were and haven't had that opportunity yet, and you may think like, oh no, like are they going to give me another shot, all this stuff. So how did you battle, for lack of a better word, the demons, right? Like the doubts, the whispers in your brain to say like, no, this is worth continuing, you will get back someday?
Just like you just said right there, just kind of beating the demons, really. Like I read a couple books. I read Thinking Body, Dancing Mind, which I got from Zach Makovsky. When I was first starting out, I met Zach. He joined up our gym at the time, and he helped me a lot.
I haven't heard Zach's name in a while.
He helped me a lot with
Mr. Fun Size or Super
Fun Size.
Yeah,
Fun Size, yeah.
Shout out to him.
He helped me a lot mentally, just like getting prepared for fighting and whatnot. Told me a lot of books to read and whatnot. So I kind of went back to where I was regionally before I got signed, and kind of, was writing notes, writing everything that you could, journaling, stuff like that, just making sure that I was maintaining the confidence that I had back when I was regionally, because regionally I've been undefeated. So I knew that there was a reason why I was undefeated regionally, and I knew after I had gotten released that I didn't deserve to be back in CFFC. I was like, I need to show them that I deserve to be back to the UFC. So I knew that I just had to keep winning and just, keep fighting. So
was there something about the pressures of the UFC that you think was affecting your performance?
I just took everything for granted, to be honest. I got there and I was like, man, like I'm here, I made it. But what I didn't realize was that it would be so short term. Like I figured that I would be there and be there for a while. When you're undefeated regionally, it's good and your confidence is high, but then you lose that first fight. And I've lost plenty of times in my amateur career. But dealing with it professionally is a lot different, especially with the bright lights of the UFC. That was just something I battled.
Okay, so then once you start to get a couple wins on the regional scene, are you now like getting antsy? When's the call coming? When's the call coming? You know what I mean? Because it was 3 years in between, you leaving, essentially 3 years between you leaving and returning. So did you think after a couple of those wins, you'd be right back in there? And
no, honestly, no.
Okay.
I figured I had to switch management at the time. And then I kind of was talking to my new management team, and we were confident that I would kind of get back there because the other guys that he has are kind of on the up and up in the UFC. So I was very confident, like if I just kept winning, that the call would come. But you fight 3 times and you win, and you fight 4 times and you win, and you're like, man, like what's going to happen? Like, is this call ever going to come? I took almost a year off before my Pereira call up, just because I knew that at the time when I talked to my manager, he was saying that we can just wait for something short notice. They said that we were kind of on the cusp of it before the fight in August when I won by knockout. they told me I was on the list. I wasn't on the list prior, but that win of me knocking the guy out in June, that I would be on the list now. So I was like, all right, well, there's a little confidence there, like a little something good. So just get a fight scheduled, try to stay busy, because I know the UFC loves it when you're busy. So I wanted to do that, and then eventually my manager just called me and said, we got the call.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. And by the way, shout out to Lloyd, right? Lloyd Pearson, your manager at Vayner Sports.
Yep.
One of the best, I think, personally in the business. I was interested when I saw, like, June 2024 was your last fight, and then you get this call. So were you turning things down? Were you just saying, like, I'm going to wait at this point to not risk it?
I was just waiting.
Wow.
To be honest, I'm going to tell you, it was the toughest time that I could have possibly, like, that gap of 10 months or whatever.
You were healthy.
Yeah, I was perfectly fine, and I was just, being patient. I feel like with my story and everything like that, I was never a patient person growing up. Like, whenever I wanted something, I needed it now. Whenever I wanted to do something, I would do it now. Like, if I wanted to go to a trip to, like, Florida or something, I would plan it now, just for, like, tomorrow.
Right.
But I took a step back, and I told myself, like, I told my wife about it, and I was like, I just kind of need to be patient. She's always been somebody who's kind of pressed me to be patient, along with my family and stuff. But, like, I had to take a step back personally and just try to tell myself, like, if I stay patient for this a little bit of time, it'll eventually work out. Like, we just have to stay patient and just be focused on the task at hand, just kind of get better every single day, and eventually, good will come from it.
So what did you do to pass the time? That's a long time, 10 months.
I just trained, dude. I really just trained. Yeah.
But with nothing in sight.
No, it's tough. It's.
How do you earn a living? How do you, like, live off that?
My wife supported us. My wife supported us. Yeah, my wife's a school teacher. She does special ed in a school in Philadelphia, Maritime Academy it's called. But yeah, we were living off of pretty much, she was supporting us for the time being. I made her a promise that I would get back to the UFC and that, I would make us money and support us with my career as well. So it's good that this is finally happening.
Wow. So where are you when you get the call that they want you back?
I'm on my way to strength and conditioning in New Jersey. I train at Power Bipolars. He used to train with Brady. He's trained with a couple fighters now. My brother as well. He trained with my brother. My manager called me. I had 2 missed calls from him as I was leaving the house. And I was like, this is weird. He never calls me. So I call him back. He doesn't answer. I call him back. He doesn't answer. He texts me. He's like, I'll call you back in 5 minutes. And I was like, all right, cool. 45 minutes goes by. And then he calls me back. And he's like, this is something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. And I'm like, all right, this is it. And he was like, we got the call back. And I was like, okay. And he was like, you're going to fight Michelle Pereira. And I was like, okay, that's great. I'm like ecstatic, freaking out. And then he's like, it's in China. And I'm like, oh my God. I hate flying. So
really?
It was like my biggest thing. Yeah. I'm not a fan of flying.
Oh, wow.
Just because I'm not controlling it.
Yeah.
So that happened. And I was like, man, I got to fly to China. So in my head, I'm blowing it up. I'm like, I'm going to be on the plane for 24 hours. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be a terrible flight, whatnot. But it turned out to be nice.
Wow. You get, like, anxiety or?
Yeah, I just get anxious. I'm not in control of anything.
Yeah.
Any little bit of turbulence, I freak out. And I, like, death grip the chair and everything. Yeah.
How was it?
It was a really smooth flight.
It was?
Yeah.
Both ways?
when you're when you're in the plane for 15 hours, something just tells you in your head, I'm like, I'm going to be here for 15 hours. Regardless of what happens, I just have to I'm going to be here for 15 hours. So if it's a bad flight, if it's a good flight, I'll just deal with it.
Direct?
I slept a majority. No, so I flew from Philadelphia to Dallas.
Okay.
That was 3 hours. And then we flew from Dallas to Shanghai, which was 15.
So I'm assuming you had never been to Shanghai.
No, I'd never been out of the country, honestly.
For real?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not even to Canada?
No. I drove to Montreal, but I never flew.
Yes,
So,
okay. My hometown.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Awesome. I went to
Great place.
TriStar, train there a little bit.
Okay. So what did you think of China?
It wasn't too bad.
Okay.
It wasn't too bad. People were telling me it was like, it's going to be rough. I was like, okay. But we were kind of in the nice side of China. It was nice. Everything was super clean, super cool. My biggest concern was kind of figuring out what to pay for, like how to pay.
Okay.
I downloaded an app that was good for pay. So everything was cool. Yeah, it was really smooth. I mean, we did like I'd say like a 3 or 4 block radius of the hotel. But that was about it. We didn't veer out any further than that.
Your only time leaving the country is to go to Shanghai.
To fight. Yeah. Crazy.
What a story.
Yeah.
I'm assuming your wife didn't come with you on that one.
No, she did not. Definitely
Yeah.
not.
And by the way, how long did you have to prepare for that fight?
10 days, I think it was.
10 days.
So.
Golly.
Yeah.
How much did you weigh?
At the time, I had a fight scheduled the week afterwards. It was August 30th was my fight for CFFC.
So you were going to come back?
Yeah. I was
at that point.
We were tired of waiting, so I was like, all right, I'm going to just get a fight, have a fight scheduled for August 30th, and then the manager called on for the 24th or 23rd, whatever it was. But I think I was about 210, 205. I was already cutting weight for the fight a week after. I kind of just had to like move my weight cut and everything up a week.
Okay.
So yeah, it wasn't too bad.
So once you get back in the mix, like it's fight week and you're going through the process, the posters, the check-in, the bag they give you, all that. Now you're back, right? And you said you took it for granted the first time.
Yeah.
What was it like just going through that whole process back as a UFC fighter?
I mean, it felt like home. to be
Yeah.
honest. I was like, this is where I need to be. This is where I'm supposed to be. I knew that this is where I was, supposed to be. I'm supposed to be here in my life. Everything felt good. Everything was right. Everything went smooth. And it was just, you couldn't have written a better story for it.
Were you very nervous? Because you have to make a big splash, right?
Yeah. So I'm not a very nervous person as far as like fighting and stuff, that I keep my, emotions inside, like for fight night. But fight day, my goodness, my brother was that was the most stressed I've ever seen you. I was like, I know, like, I don't know what it was. I was just so stressed out. I think just based off of the situation at hand, like I'm in China, I'm fighting a guy on 10 days notice in the UFC. This guy's has been preparing for a guy that was, I think, 13-1 at the time. So this guy's preparing so I'm getting the best Pereira that I've seen for a while now. And I'm like, man, like this is going to be a tough fight. Like just fighting in general is tough, but to fly 15 hours and fight in China on 10 days notice, it was tough, but man, it was good.
Man, I can't imagine that feeling, right?
Yeah.
Do you want water, by the way?
No, I'm good.
Okay. That feeling when you knocked him out,
Yeah.
after everything you had been through back in the UFC against like a really well-respected veteran.
Yes.
I can't imagine. Like, could you even describe what that emotion felt like?
Man, it felt like a weight was lifted off me forever. Like it felt like the biggest chip on my shoulder that I had is just lifted off, and everything was kind of right in place. All the stars were aligned. Everything was great, dude. Amazing.
Oh my gosh. I mean, like it just probably I would imagine like this time around less nervous, right? At MSG.
Oh,
really?
more nerves. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you're a nervous guy.
Allegedly, yeah.
Okay. Is it because you want this so bad?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know what it's like to be on the outside looking in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. It's, man, this last fight, obviously it wasn't like as crazy as it was in China, but my brother told me afterwards, he was like, I can tell you were battling something. Like you were sitting there in the locker room battling something. I was like, yeah, dude, I was back in China again, stressing out.
And you weren't like that before?
No, not really. I mean, I would get nervous here and there, but it was never anything where I was like talking to him about it. When I'm like, dude, like I'm nervous right now. Like what's going on? What are we doing here? Like,
yeah.
Am I ready for this? Like what's going on here? And he was like, dude, like, you're fine. Like, we've been training. Everything's good. But the past two fights, I've been more nervous than usual. But I think it's just because I know that the risk that I have right now.
Yeah. And also, I would imagine you're growing a family. Like, there's a lot more at stake,
Yes,
right?
definitely.
And you're putting that on your shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, you're the man of the house. You have to provide for the family. So, I mean, that's how I grew up. I should be the man of the house. I should be providing for everybody. So when you're, I'd say a year ago, when you're living off your wife's paycheck and you're like, man, like what is going on here? Like, should I get a job? Like just to kind of pay a little bit, pay the mortgage or whatnot, pay electric bill or anything like that. And now I'm here, getting bonuses. It's good.
Oh my God, incredible! Did you get one in August?
Yeah, I got one in my debut. Yeah.
Did you get one on?
I did not.
Oh.
No. I think Bo Knuckle stole it, but yeah, as it should have. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you stay in Shanghai or did you go home?
No, we flew right home. So. We flew home. So my fight was Saturday. We flew home Sunday, and then I got home on Monday.
Okay. So then for this one, for the Mearshart fight, did you have a normal training camp?
Yeah, everything was good. I had a full
length?
camp. Yeah, full camp.
When you found out it was New York, you must have been over the moon.
Oh my God. After my last fight, I heard that they were here at MSG, and I was like, man, like it would be great for me to get on this card. Like I'm a local. I mean, I'm an hour and a half away, but still technically local considered the fighters that are on the card. Yeah, I hit my manager up. I asked him, do you think there's any chance I can get on this MSG card? And he was like, I'll talk to him, but I won't be able to guarantee anything. I was like, yeah, it's just a feeler. I want to see what's going on. And he texted me back and he was like, Mick said that the card's full for right now. If anything changes, we'll let you know. I was like, okay, cool. The next day, he's like, yo, Mearshart, we're going to fight Mearshart at MSG. I was like, oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, crazy.
I think did you go to 281 Pereira Adesanya?
Yes, I was there live on the floor. Yeah.
As just a fan?
Yep.
And now you're competing. And that was, what was that? That was 22. So had you
it was before the Anders fight. Yeah,
okay.
So I was in the UFC at the time.
But you had never competed in MSG?
No.
This was your first time?
Yeah. That was the first time I was just like there in general with CNM fight. And then second time is me actually in the cage fighting.
I know you're a Philly guy, but like, did it feel special? This is the world's most famous arena.
Yes.
There was an aura. You felt it?
Yeah, definitely. I was telling my cornerman and stuff. I was like, man, we're driving to MSG right now for me to fight. Like, this is crazy. Like guys wish for this.
Yeah.
Like guys go their whole career and never have this. And I'm here, my second run in the UFC, and I'm fighting MSG. Like, it's crazy.
So the question is like, can you top the first fight in the return? And you do in many respects.
You think?
I mean, a freaking beautiful darts choke against a guy who's really tough on the ground as well. I know he's been submitted and all that, but I would say it was comparable, you know?
Yeah, very much.
What was it, 50 seconds, the last
50.
one?
Last one was 43.
Okay, so, I mean,
Not too bad.
Pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Were you expecting that? Was that something you were banking on, a quick submission?
We knew the first round that he was kind of slow. He's like a slow starter, and that he gets a lot of his momentum in the second and third round. So we feel like if we attacked him early in the first, that it would have been an issue, and I would have set the tone for the fight. Obviously, it worked in our favor, and I put him down with a good shot with 50 seconds in there.
Oh my gosh, brilliant stuff! And who came up with the Darce Night?
So I awkwardly did in a interview after I fought Pickett. I had a very, very awkward interview, which is hilarious to watch now.
What do you mean by awkward?
It was just awkward. I was like, I have an announcement to make.
Okay.
I'm going to call out Tony Ferguson because I want to be the Darce Knight, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, a little awkward, but it's good to laugh at now. I don't go by the Darce Knight, obviously. I mean, like...
It's a pretty damn good name, by the way.
When Bruce introduces me, he's not like Kyle the Darce Knight.
Yeah.
So I kind of keep it at that because I feel like it's too long to use.
I think it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
How many Darce choke wins do you have?
I think it's like 8 or 9.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you've... You know, there used to be a guy named Jason Von Flew, and they called the Von Flew choke after him. I mean, I feel like this is your way of saying this is my thing. This is my finishing move. Like if you're a pro wrestler, that's your thing, your signature.
I mean, I can run with it. I think I can run with it.
I think you're a little bit on the fence.
I am on the fence.
Yeah.
I'm not big on nicknames, but I mean, if kind of everybody's pushing for it, I'll do it.
Do you look for it specifically? Is there something?
Yeah, it's kind of like my go-to. Like I have long, lanky arms, so it's kind of just a submission that ever since I started jiu-jitsu, it's kind of always kind of been there and been easy for me to get. So. Yeah.
And what about the hair?
What about it?
The bleaching of the hair.
I mean,
when did that start?
Man, after I got cut from the UFC not cut, after I didn't get re-signed the first time, just kind of the 2.0, me 2.0 kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, I want to show a different me this time. Now I'm out here knocking guys out, so it's not too bad.
So it works.
It works, yeah.
To a degree. How often do you have to bleach it?
So I only do it for fights. So it's not like I'll ever do it like outside of a fight. I usually do it like the week before a fight, and it lasts for however long it kind of lasts. But
we've had some fighters. There it is. A blonde cloud has cast upon the middleweight division.
And then Derek Brunson said you're welcome. So,
Blonde Brunson. Shout out.
Right.
By the way, you've had a couple of banger tweets as of late.
A little bit.
You had the one about all this fight fixing talk.
That was this guy. That was Jim right here.
You got a ghostwriter?
Yeah, he gave me that.
Shout out. There it is. All this talk about fight fixing. I'm fixing to knock Gerald's block off at UFC 322.
Yeah.
That's not a bad one.
Bad.
Nothing bigger, though, than the chess one.
The chess one?
This one.
Oh, my God. Dude, 1 million views?
Yo, that's crazy, man.
Crazy. That's this guy.
That's him?
That was this ghostwriter.
Respect, man. Respect.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that.
Crazy. Dude, when this went off, I was like, all right, it's not too bad. Like, this is pretty cool. And then it hit like 100,000 views. And I was like, what is going on here? And then it was like, next thing I know, it's like 500,000. And I'm like, oh, my God. And the next thing I know, I was like, this is going to hit 1 million. And it did. So far, it hit 1 million.
By the way, it is true.
He did move the pawn forward.
Yeah. You can't do that.
No,
I mean, shout out to him for playing chess in between rounds. That was the BKFC fighter.
I stick to the rules. You know?
Yeah. Are you a big chess guy?
I try to be, but I'm not very good at it.
What's interesting is I saw that video. Everyone saw that video and was like, wow, this is so great.
Yeah.
You were actually analyzing
the move.
Yeah.
You did it. Yeah.
Well done. That is amazing. We were going back to the blonde stuff. I've seen like Tank Davis talked about this. Amanda Serrano boxers where they said like stuff gets in their eyes after they put stuff in their hair. Has that ever happened with the blonde?
No.
It does. Okay.
No, everything seems pretty good. I usually wash it a couple times and it's all good.
Okay. There's none of that like I don't know, peroxide or something.
No, I had like toner in it that like kind of dyed up. It dyes it like kind of purple when I first get it done, so it looks like very purpley when I first get it done. But a couple showers and it's out.
So you win this fight on Saturday. Do you get to see your wife in the back or?
No, not in the back. I kind of waved to her. You can see me waving in the video, pointing to her before I get my hand raised. And then I saw her back at the hotel.
Okay. And do you guys celebrate? Do you do anything, or do you literally just go in the car and go home?
Nah, the group of us went to Shake Shack.
Yeah.
We went back to the hotel, ate the burgers, and then drove home.
Wow. That is amazing, man.
Yeah.
Did you even watch the rest of the card?
No, I didn't get a chance to. No, we drove home. So
you didn't even put it on the phone or something?
Nah. We were too high on my fight. So
yeah, you couldn't care less at that point.
Yeah.
You probably just want like a break from MMA, I would imagine.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very stressful. So,
have you seen anything that transpired?
From what?
Like the results. You're aware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you surprised Islam won so dominantly?
Yeah, I thought JDM was going to win.
Oh, you thought he was going to win?
Yeah, I had him winning the fight. But I mean, Islam's just on another level. It seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the nickel head kick?
It was good, man.
Were you shocked?
I saw the highlight of it. I didn't see the whole fight. I was shocked, but I heard that like his opponent was like a punching bag the whole fight. Yeah, I heard he was like a punching bag kind of the whole fight. I mean, I'm not really sure. That's also just kind of
meaning like
talking.
Meaning he didn't bring anything to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but yeah, he did good. It looked good.
He looked very good.
Yeah.
Do you think he's in your weight class, right?
Yeah.
Do you think he's, do you think he has the ceiling, the potential, or do you think we kind of saw with the RDR fight that he has a ceiling?
No, I mean, it just shows that like he's still kind of fresh in the sport. So it depends on who you fight. Obviously, RDR was on a tear for a while. I think he'll be good in the sport. It's just going to take him time.
Does that fight make sense for you?
For me?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think so. No.
No?
No, I mean, I don't think so. No.
Bo Nickel is big name.
That other guy called him out. That other middleweight called him out.
Susurkayev.
Yeah, he called him out beforehand. So,
yeah.
I'm not big on like calling guys out.
But you don't think, you don't look at the rankings?
I mean, I look at the rankings. I see guys. I think I have a higher stock than Bo does right now, just based off of my 2 wins, my story as well. He did lose to RDR. It is what it is for him. But yeah, I mean, I think they're kind of trying to build him back up.
Yeah.
Same thing for me, building me up as well. So yeah.
What do you think about the top of the division? Obviously, there's Khamzat.
I mean, I think he's unbeatable right now. It's tough.
You don't think any of those guys at the top?
I don't. You would like to see it, but I don't think a lot of guys will.
Imavov.
No, I mean Imavov might have a good challenge, but I think he's just too dominant on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that he dominated DDP? That convincingly?
Yes. Yeah. Just based off of DDP's wild style.
Yeah.
I was very surprised at how that fight went. I mean, obviously he kind of just grappled him and held him down the whole time. I would have liked to see more damage. Probably could have ended the fight in the first round.
You think so? First round?
In the crucifix? Yeah. When he was in that crucifix? Yeah, I think so. If he would have unleashed some elbows, the fight would have been over by then, but yeah.
Why do you think he didn't?
Maybe didn't want to gas out if he was surviving.
Okay.
That was kind of always his question, right? Was his conditioning.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe that got to his head a little bit. Or maybe he just wanted to dominate for 5 rounds and just show that he was just superior to him.
And so how far do you think you are away from, like how many fights do you think in your mind you have to win before you get into the conversation with these guys?
For like a total conversation?
No, like just like the top dogs, like you're building yourself back up, but you have 2, like these are name opponents that you have on your resume.
Yeah, I mean,
now.
I wouldn't be surprised if they give me somebody with a number next to their name next.
Okay.
I mean, I'd hope so. Yeah, I mean, ideally for me, like a Whitaker maybe might be a good fight.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. I mean, what is he, number 9, 10?
I'll tell you right now, because there's some talk about the UFC going to Australia in February, and one would think, although that might be a problem for you, the Australia thing.
Hey,
would you turn down Australia?
Nah, probably not. Nah.
But this is when's your baby's gonna?
He's due the first week of December, so I mean, he could be due. He's due any minute.
So February's okay.
Yeah, it's enough time. My wife will be off from work and everything like that. So
Whitaker's 9. Yep.
Yeah,
I guess you've been paying attention.
Everybody else is pretty much taken up, right?
There's Gregory Rodriguez just fought.
Yeah, he just fought, so he'll take some time.
That might work because you just fought, but you had a shorter night. Vittori Paulo Costa.
Vittori's fighting December 15th or something like that, right?
Costa doesn't have anything.
I would love a matchup with Costa. I think that would be good.
That would be a fun one. Delice, Cannonier.
I already lost to Delice, but I kind of have.
Could run it back. MVP.
Yeah. Who?
Michael Venom Page?
Oh.
I don't know if you were talking
I wasn't a joke.
smack. I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah.
MVP?
Nah, that'd be good. Yeah, he'd be a tough fight.
I didn't realize that they put him in the
my best
middle.
matchup probably right now would be Whitaker. Guys based in the rankings. I mean, it doesn't seem like he has a fight right now.
Right.
A lot of other guys do. So, I mean, I think it kind of
Shoot your shot.
Shit, why not?
Did you ask Lloyd to
Nah, not yet.
plant the seed?
Nah, not yet.
No?
I might now.
Yeah, I mean, this is
That would
it.
be a good idea.
We're planting the seed right now.
That's right.
Is this a guy that you've looked at? I mean, he was champion.
I followed his career for a while. I followed him and Adesanya for a while. I think they're both great fighters. I think I can, dominate both guys. But I think as of right now, where I am in my career and where Whitaker is in his career, I think that could be a good matchup.
We were talking about confidence, and when you're leaving the UFC, I feel the confidence radiating from you now. I mean, we're talking about Whitaker. Yep. We're turning down Bo Nickel fights. We're saying he's not on your level, all that stuff. Not turning him down to fight. Have you ever been this confident?
To be honest, no. I feel like I'm in my prime right now. I'm in my prime of fighting. Between like 32 and 35 is your prime. I'm currently 32. I'll be 33 in February, and I feel like this is what I was put on earth to do. I was put on earth to be in the UFC, and I was put on earth to be a champion one day. And, you know, I'm just trying to follow that story.
How did you get into MMA?
I started out in high school. I think it was like my freshman or sophomore year. My brother would drive to Abington, PA for college. He was going to Penn State Abington, and he would just tell me he was driving by a gym every single day. I would drop by this gym. I'm going to join up. I said, okay, like, let me know how it is. And he does like one jiu-jitsu class. And he's like, dude, I threw the guy's legs one way. And next thing I knew, he was like still in front of me. I couldn't get past his legs. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I would go over. And I mean, we obviously watched the UFC and whatnot. But the way he explained it, I was like, all right, I'm going to go over, try it out. Fell in love with it. And that's been it. Like, I mean, I watched the UFC. It was always something I wanted to do. When I was real young, I remember watching the UFC like at my dad's house. I watched Chemo versus Ken Shamrock.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
old school with the freaking with the cross.
The cross?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember that, and I was like, man, this is what I want to do. And it's kind of stuck with me ever since. And in the back of my head, I've always said, like, I'm going to be in the UFC. I'm going to be in the UFC. I'm going to be in the UFC. And here I am.
So when you're doing the jiu-jitsu, you're how old when you're like introduced to that?
15? Yeah.
Did you do any martial arts?
I did a little bit of
combat?
karate, but I was
Okay.
mainly a sports guy. Like, I played lacrosse a ton. I played pretty much all sports growing up: soccer, basketball, baseball.
And then what about like striking? Like, so you go from jiu-jitsu to the striking to then when do you start thinking like I can actually do this as a career?
Probably. I'm going to tell you, I was a 5-5 amateur. So my first like 3 fights, I would think I was like 0-3 or maybe like
Wow.
1-2 or something. And I was fighting like at heavyweight, so because I was just a fat kid.
Yeah.
So I knew it wasn't really something for me. I was like, man, like I should be able to like lose weight and maybe I'll be a little bit better. And I lost the weight. I dropped down to middleweight, and I was very, very successful as an amateur at middleweight. And I just kind of stuck with that. And I was like, if I'm gonna go pro, I said my goal was always been the UFC. As soon as I turned pro, I was like, this is real. Like this is what I'm going to do, and it kind of just took off.
Wow.
I was 9-0, I believe. Yeah, 9-0, and I got called to the UFC the first time.
How'd you lose the weight? How'd you go from heavyweight to middleweight?
Just dieting, really. I found Mike Dolce had a bunch of books, so I used a couple of his stuff.
You didn't work with him. You just read his books.
No, yeah, I just read his diet books pretty much, and then
it worked.
eventually I went over to Vegas and did like the certification that he has. I did that, so it kind of helped a little bit with the whole weight cutting as well. Yeah, and everything worked out.
Your brother Chris.
Yes.
He's fought once, I think, right?
Since the release, yeah.
Yeah. What's up with him?
Nothing right now. We just opened the gym, the
Okay.
Forge MMA. So I have a shirt.
There
on
it
right
is.
now.
Okay,
Yeah,
where's
Forge MMA.
that?
So it's in Parkwood in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's a little neighborhood that we live in. There's a little strip mall that we opened the gym up. But yeah, we're kind of running that gym right now. He's doing kind of the business side of it, running classes as always, and I'm teaching as well.
Okay. Do you foresee him trying to get back into the UFC, or is he happy?
I mean, he's been dealing with a lot of injuries lately, so I'm going to
Okay.
say that probably the business and the gym will be his thing right now. He said he wants to fight like one or two more times and see where we go from there. But yeah, I'm always supportive of him, always behind him.
Was this a dream of your guy?
To open the gym?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not for me at least.
why
I was
did you
never
do it?
somebody. I was never somebody that like. I never felt like I wanted the gym to open up. I was like, man, like once I get done with fighting, I think I just want to be done with it and kind of just ixnay on the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then recently, within the past like 2 years, my brother was like, maybe we should I think we should just like open up our own spot, just kind of be good with teaching people like and whatnot. And I was like, all right, like I'll give it a shot. And now we started, man. I love it.
You love it.
Yeah.
Is it for kids and stuff like that?
Yeah, so we have kids classes as well. We have kids classes from 6 to 14, and then everybody else is adults classes. We do jiu-jitsu, striking, MMA, kids classes. Yeah.
And are you back at the gym on Monday after winning at MSG?
Yeah, I ran the MMA class Monday night.
Wow. What is that like? Is
I
everyone,
mean, everybody's congratulating you and everything like that. But I told them, I was like, listen, like, this just shows what I want everybody else to see is that you can fight on Saturday and you can come in here and still help the guys on Monday.
Right.
Like, there shouldn't be a reason why you're out of the gym for 6 weeks or, 2 weeks after your fight, unless it was a war and whatnot, I can see. But you can still come in and help out. And I just want to be a good example for these guys at the gym.
and those guys are how old? The ones that you're talking to about this?
They're grown men. They have kids and
Grown men,
families, but
okay.
there's also like 16, 17-year-old kids who are just starting out as well.
Okay. And is it MMA?
Yeah. MMA and then no-gi jiu-jitsu, yeah.
And are you trying to create a team here, or is it more like for recreational for the public?
I mean, we have a fight team of guys that participate with the public people that are doing it as well as hobbyists. But when guys have fights, they're always kind of to the side. We're always to the side over here doing our own thing.
I love how people from Philadelphia say, you guys say fight. You remind me of Eddie Alvarez.
Fight.
Yeah. The way you say fight,
It's different.
I hear Eddie. I hear
Okay.
his voice. To me,
Yeah.
he's Philadelphia. He's like the first guy
Yeah.
that I spoke. He's like he's the godfather of
course.
Philadelphia MMA.
Yeah.
And you, Sean Brady, Joe Pfeiffer, you all kind of say it the same way, and I enjoyed very much. Did you have any interactions with Eddie coming up? Did you ever like cross paths with him?
Yeah. So my original the gym I started at was buddies with him. Like they came up together as well. So it was a little bit here and there. Once he kind of went to the Black Zillions, I think it was at the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was kind of like
Right,
nothing.
right,
I didn't see him for a while. I know he opened the gym up in Newtown near us, which is like 30 minutes north of us. We were up there a couple of times because we have 2 BKFC fighters at our gym.
Oh,
that
wow.
we go up and use their ring sometimes.
Okay.
So that's kind of our only interaction. Yeah.
Okay, but you've met him.
Yes.
Legend.
Yeah, great guy. Yeah.
Underground
very
King.
Nice guy. Underground King. That's right.
I mean, Philadelphia through and through.
Yep.
I went to Kensington. I
representative.
went to his neighborhood.
Yeah, I saw that. That was rough.
That's
dude.
a
Should've been
spot,
walking around
man.
there.
Oh my gosh.
Should not have been
with him, I feel safe.
Yeah, but still.
That's not where you live.
No. I live in like the northeast part of it. I live in
Okay.
like depends on who you ask, but it's a lot better than where you were walking around with Eddie.
Okay. You're trying to say like you live in a bougie neighborhood.
It's not bougie. It's not bougie. It's not bougie.
What do you think about the BKFC stuff?
It's brutal, dude. We have 2 guys that do it, and I think it's like you have to be a certain kind of like sicko to do it.
Yeah.
Watching it on TV is obviously one thing, but being there cornering, it's completely different. Like
Corner too.
yeah, I cornered for the Wells Fargo
The
fight.
one, yeah. And they're coming back in
Yeah,
February.
we have this guy's gonna be fighting on it this year. Yeah.
Which one?
This guy on the left.
Okay, what's
Lex.
your name?
Lex Ludlow.
The most hated man in combat sports, Lex Ludlow.
Why
Grizzly Bear Ludlow.
Okay. Why most
This
hated?
is the guy that called out Fedor Emelianenko. after
Oh,
the BKFC
that's
fight.
right.
Yes,
That's right.
Yes.
You do know me.
Well, I've heard of that, but I don't know if you're actually the most hated guy.
We're trying to be.
Okay.
Trying to be.
All right.
Yeah, but we have him and another guy, Pat Brady, a heavyweight.
Oh,
that
yes.
is here. So yeah, we have those guys, but it is brutal, dude. Like it's very brutal. The Wells Fargo, I can still remember the Wells Fargo fight, the first fight of the night. 2 guys went to war. One guy, Itzo, who trains on Marquez, fought, and the guy that he fought was like guided by his girlfriend, like had his hand on her shoulder, and she's walking because his face is so swollen shut.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
just, I think it's brutal, dude.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey,
You wouldn't do it.
never.
No.
You couldn't pay me enough to do it.
But the thing is, like I went to one show and they all say,
I
it's
saw
just
that video. Yeah.
cosmetic, because
Yeah,
the
but-
hands, there's no padding, you punch less. You're not buying it.
I have plates in my face and surgery on my face as well. So it's like I don't want to do that constantly. I feel
Yeah.
like you have to do it more so than often. Like,
Which fight did that come from?
it was two times. I had after my fight with Hawes, I got a severely bad staph infection in my eyelid.
Really?
Yeah, I got I can show you photos and stuff.
Oh
but-
my dear.
Yeah,
I've
so
never heard of an eyelid.
Yeah, so I got kneed. He kneed me in the face, got a cut. Obviously, I think it got infected somehow. But yeah, I woke up the next morning, my face was swollen. And then kind of like 3 days later, it just got more and more swollen. And swollen. It was like out to here. It was huge. So we went to the doctors, and I was stitched up at the time. I'm in the hospital, and a lady walks in, and she's like, "We're going to take blood cultures just to see what it is." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." She's like, "Just lean back and I feel a little bit of pain." Next thing I know, she just cut me open. She cut the stitches open. Oh. Immediately starts squeezing the blood out, squeezing, like, I'm assuming it's like pus and blood is coming out. Here I had strep and staph in my eye. So the strep, from what I remember being told, is that it's a flesh-eating disease. Oof. So instead of the flesh eating going backwards towards my eye, I went forwards and ate my eyelid. So I actually have a skin graft on my eyelid from my neck here. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, now I kind of see it.
Yeah. When I blink, I don't like blink.
Yeah,
forward.
yeah. Holy smokes.
Yeah. And then I got surgery from the Delize fight. Need me. My cheek caved in on the knee, and that was I played there from there. Yeah.
You see, that's the crazy thing about you fighters. Like, if that happened to me, I'd be like, I'm done with the thing that led me to experiencing
Yeah.
this.
And a lot of people would, right?
And you're like dying to get back in the UFC, and you want.
I can't sing and dance, so I gotta keep fighting. You know?
How long did it take for the eye to like fully heal?
Man, a long time. I have like photos in my phone of like kind of like every month. I'd say it's about close to a year.
A year.
Yeah. With the skin.
So how
graft
did you
and everything
train
like that?
during that time?
I didn't.
You didn't.
Rode the assault bike, rode the
Yeah.
Echo bike, lifted, and that was about it.
Were you going crazy?
Oh yeah. Especially with my so I couldn't open my eyelid because everything was dead. So I didn't opened my eye, I'd say for maybe like 2 months. My eye was just covered, like this, like
Wow.
with the padding or just not being able to see.
Wow.
So I just looked out of one eye for about 2 months.
That's
Pretty crazy.
awful. And
Yeah.
do you feel anything now?
No, everything's back.
Like
to normal.
it's not numb or anything like
No,
that?
no. I mean, my teeth are kind of still numb from the knee that the leads they hit me with. But that's about it. Yeah, everything's good.
That's about
It's all good. Yeah,
Jeez Louise. What a life, man.
right. Now I'm here on the Ariel Helwani Show.
Yeah, here
Crazy.
we are. Unbelievable. It's amazing. And I loved your post-fight interview. It was very heartfelt. I feel like you're an inspiration to a lot of guys because, people get let go from the UFC all the time.
Yeah.
Some end up not wanting to fight back. And some, I think, hope that they'll get back in a year.
Yep.
Yours is interesting. It's 3 years.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I think, would lose hope,
Yeah.
Have you heard from people who have said, like, you've inspired me to keep going?
Yeah, dude, you get emotional thinking about it, but everybody's like very supportive of the whole, like my whole story now. I really tell a lot of people like I never had like a backstory. Like these guys have like abusive families. These guys like I was living on the street. I was doing this. I was doing that. I was just a kid who grew up doing what he loved. Like I was training. I was playing sports. Like I had a great support system with my family and my mom and my dad. And I never had like anything tough in my life happen. Like I've been in maybe like 1 or 2 scuffles, like no fist fights, nothing like that. And I never really had a story for people to kind of like follow and support me. And I feel like being released and then being re-signed and now having the success that I have, that it's something that like people can finally be like, man, I go with this guy. Like I can understand this. And I just want to kind of use my story to just show that like no matter, like I posted on Twitter. I was like, I just want my story to show that sometimes you have to take one step backwards, takes two steps forward. Like sometimes you need to fail and realize, you know what, I got to pick myself up and just be confident and just keep going. This is what I love. Nobody's gonna stop me from doing that. And yeah,
We just showed that tweet as you were talking. So that was good producing on the team's part over there. Were you always of that mindset? Did you always feel that? Or is this something that you learned as a result of this experience? Like if someone would have told you the day you were told you're not coming back, like it's okay, you'll take 2 steps back and you'll take, like, would
I'd
you
have tell them to
F
get
off,
lost,
right?
dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, get lost. I don't need to hear that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I've been somebody who's not been patient. I didn't really do a lot of things. I prayed a lot, I'd say. I've been leaning more towards the religious side of life recently. So that's kind of something that's kind of, new in my life. And I feel like that's kind of, made me on the up and up and kind of just, brought my life together a little bit.
All right, so here we go. You got the baby coming,
Sir.
and then your hope to come back in the first quarter of
February in
26.
Australia doesn't sound
February in
too bad.
Australia. We're calling our shot pay-per-view. I think that would be UFC 324. Wow, you know.
I know, dude.
Well, actually, no. I think it'll be 5
well.
because
No, wait, yeah, January is 24,
there's January.
right?
Yeah. Paramount deal. So
Yeah.
new era.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
You want my thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
My
From an
thoughts.
outsider, yeah.
No, yeah. I think it's okay. So I think ESPN is bigger than CBS/Paramount. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So I think that the ESPN platform will be missed.
Okay.
As a fan, I think it's good that you're not going to be asked to pay $70 for the
Of
pay-per-views
course.
anymore.
Yeah.
So now it will be. Well, they said they're going to increase the prices. They haven't said how much.
Yeah.
But I think that's good. The main thing that I'm curious about on 2 fronts is, number one, how does a champion get his pay-per-view points now? Like if you're a
Do you
champion,
think that they would, instead of doing that, kind of just like increase pay?
yes, that is what they should do. But how do you offset it? So like
Okay.
when McGregor comes,
Yeah.
his pay-per-view is obviously a lot higher than some other guy.
Yeah, of course.
And so how do you factor that in?
Okay.
Number one. And
Yeah.
number two, I'm a big sports fan as well. And I believe in the athletes and the fighters getting their piece of the pie. And I don't think that you guys get your piece of the pie, to be honest.
Okay.
And so like when the NBA increases their TV deal,
Yeah.
the athletes get the salary cap goes up in the NBA.
Yeah.
And they get 50% of the revenue. They share in that. And so when the UFC signs a $7.7 billion deal with Paramount, not to mention all the other territories that they have deals,
Yeah.
I want to know how your pay is increasing. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. Yeah.
And
yeah.
so Dana says like, yeah, don't worry, it's going to increase. But like, okay, I want to know.
Yeah.
And what I wish the fighters, not to make this about me here, but like I wish the
you're good.
fighters had a seat at the table and could
Yeah.
sit down and say like, all right, you guys just increased your TV deal by 50%. You just doubled it in America alone, let alone Canada and Brazil, Australia, Europe, etc. What does that mean for us? is the base pay going up? Is the premium
that goes along with the whole like unionization of fighters too, right?
I just want the fighters to have a seat at the table and have a voice.
Yeah.
So right now the WNBA is about their collective bargaining agreement is about to expire at the end of the month.
Okay.
And their TV deal just went up. And the players are asking like the minimum pay for WNBA. The maximum pay for WNBA is $220,000 maximum for the best player in the WNBA. They're trying to get it to 1.1 million. And they're saying based on X, Y, and Z, it is warranted.
Yeah.
They will collectively bargain this. You guys don't have that voice.
Yeah, that's true.
The UFC will just tell you what it is.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
So when I see 7.7 billion, I'm like, great.
Who's
happy.
getting it? Yeah.
But how much of that is going to the fighters?
I mean, ideally you would like a good amount of it too, but
Yeah.
we're not really sure.
The bonuses, will that go up? There was once a time that the bonuses were 60K.
I thought they were 75K now.
There was 60.
60?
They once
Okay.
did 120 for UFC 129.
Okay.
They did, but now it's 50, right? As
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That should go up too. But that's discretionary. Also, I don't like the show and win.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Are you on show and win?
Yes, I am right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like once you hit a certain spot in the UFC,
You should know. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like once you hit a certain spot in the UFC, like that the show and win should kind of be done with. You should kind of just have like a set purse.
Yeah.
Maybe when you hit the rankings, you should do that.
It's a fair
I'm not
point.
sure. I mean, this has always kind of been it's like weird to talk about is the whole fighter pay thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's always been something that's weird to talk about. But yeah, I feel like that the UFC, obviously they do a great job, and they do a great job of paying the fighters. But I feel like it should increase a little bit. But
People think that I'm being a hater when I bring this up.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
trying to look at this like sensibly and also compare it to the other major league sports
course.
that they compare themselves to.
Of course.
They say
Yeah, yeah.
we're on the level of the NBA, the NFL. So like, okay, so why aren't the fighters treated the same?
yeah, when does that start?
When did what
Paramount.
start?
Paramount
January.
starts. January. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll find out soon.
Right in time for the February Australia card.
Perfect. By the way, has anyone ever come up to you and said, "Hey, here's a few bucks to throw this fight"?
No,
That's
not at all. And if they did, I'd call them out on it. But no, that's the thing I don't like about the fighters doing it. The fighters that were saying that.
Yeah.
I feel like if they're going to joke about it, make a joke like I made.
Yeah.
Not
I don't
like,
think they were joking though.
I don't think they were either.
No.
But I mean,
think
some
someone
people,
told them to say they were joking after the fact.
I
And by the
agree.
way, it's no indictment on them. Someone came
Yeah.
up to them. So
Yeah.
why say it was a joke?
Yeah, and if it's somebody that like you don't know or anything like that, you can just put them on blast.
Just
no
say,
problem.
yeah, this scumbag came up to me
Yep.
and I told him to F off.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people, those people are saying I told him to F off, but what about the ones that didn't?
Yeah.
Like, did you see that fight? The
The
Bulgarian?
yes.
It looked a little suspect.
I mean, now that you watch it, it's a little weird.
And then you find out that everyone was betting on
Yeah.
first round sub.
Yeah, it's suspicious. It's very suspicious. But I mean, I don't know. FBI's looking into it, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
They are. And
Yeah.
they've been looking into the other case from 3 years ago. They're still looking into that.
Cross thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy sport.
Very crazy.
But you're happy to be a part of it.
Hey, I'm here for the ride.
Amazing. Great to meet you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for coming in. I really
Yeah,
do
thank you for
appreciate
having me,
it.
man.
You
It's
guys going
been a-
right back to Philly?
Yeah, we make it lunch or something like that. But
Okay.
yeah, I just want to thank you as well, man. This has been something that I've always envisioned, and I've envisioned having a middleweight belt right here.
Oh,
eventually
man.
one day. So
Well,
yeah.
can we do that?
We will. Don't worry. We definitely
I look
will.
forward to that, and
Thank
we'll
you.
remember this moment.
Thank you very
and
much.
there it is. August was the comeback. November starts the climb. 2026, I'll be ranked.
That's right.
And then 27 middleweight champ. Or is that a little
That sounds great to me.
Okay, perfect.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Now you stay out of trouble over there, okay? Because this guy I feel like he's about to fight me. I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's-
I see.
Lex is a
Okay.
character. Lex is a character. He's quite the character.
You'll invite me on the show after February.
I look forward
That's
to
right.
that too.
Really will.
I look forward to that too. This guy's he's about to throw. He's like pacing back over
Nah,
there.
he's good. He's good.
Because I get hyped for him.
He's excited for me, man. This guy was more excited for me when I won than I was for myself.
When he won, I was screaming kill him
I-
as he was winning. I was like, oh,
I could see it. I could. See.
Yeah, a little crazy, but he's good.
The audience will find out about you soon. You're
They
kind of in
will,
the
they
shadows
will.
right now.
Definitely.
But thank you so much. Good luck with the baby.
Thank you so much.
Congrats on everything, and thank you for coming in again.
Thank you. Thank you for
Kyle
having me.
Daukaus, the man, the team, man. Thank you. Shout out to Chris Daukaus as well, wherever
Yes.
he may be in Forge MMA.
The Forge
MMA.
Yep. In
Go
Parkwood,
check it out in
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Parkwood, Philadelphia. Go check him out. Not a big fan of the Eagles or any of the Philly teams.
Sorry, you're a
but
Bulls guy, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
We'll see
Yeah,
you in the
yeah.
Super Bowl,
Yeah,
hopefully.
definitely.
We'll take a quick break. We'll be back. Say goodbye to Kyle. Don't go anywhere. Or do you wish things could have been done differently?
Well, there was so many things. So I,
Like the playing the footage. Did you think that was the best move in response? Because it felt like that was in response to the interview. To
your interview.
That's what it felt like.
It's interesting because I do think that I didn't necessarily agree with the description of how it all happened.
So that was your way of showing like
no,
this is our side.
not necessarily. And by the way, I really think you're a great interviewer, and I very much appreciate it because we've had a very very good interview, and I think I've been very good to answer all the questions so far. And now you've got me where I'm enjoying talking to you so much. You've really got me hooked in. So I want to answer your questions, even the challenging ones. And I didn't necessarily agree with everything that was said in that interview about how things happened, but also it's a TV show, and it did a very strong number. And if you look, it was...
Are you talking about the video response from you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
So for many reasons, I think that it made sense, and it was a thing that was advertised, and it got a lot of attention that did a very strong number, and also it's in the eye of the beholder. Was
there anything he said that you want to now refute?
I think the tape spoke for itself, and I think that I didn't agree with how it happened, and obviously it was a major part of why things were no longer able to continue with us, even though I would have liked to have been able to. And it's clear that I wanted to reconcile and do those things. And
you wish that maybe like by him leaving and then showing up on WWE like 2 months later, that was a huge boost, right?
I think really for us, we've had a great run for 6 years. And if you look at the time before Phil came to AEW, we were having a great run and we had some great times together. But we've been on a great run, and we're having this great year right now with this roster. And I think this is the best roster and the best AEW locker room. And it feels like in and out of the ring, the combination of them, this is the best we've been. But I also think that we had great times together. And it was clear when we started doing Collision, I wanted to reconcile and find a way to still do those things. And I guess that wasn't possible. But I didn't necessarily agree with everything.
Did you learn any lessons? Because one of the things that he said in that interview was that, like, and I hope you don't think this is coming from me.
Sure.
I'm paraphrasing that, like, you don't stand up as a boss. You let people kind of like walk all over you. And so that felt like an indictment on you as the leader of the company, which is what you are. And so I'm wondering what your response would be to that.
I don't agree with that, but I also think that everybody's entitled to their opinion, and that's feedback, and it's fair if that's how he feels. But I didn't agree with the description of the way things played out, and that's okay. And that's all in the eye of the beholder. Just like the whole situation, if you see the way it came out, it all was in the eye of the beholder, and that's okay. I think AEW is doing really well right now, and I'm really happy with what the people on the shows are doing. And it wasn't the first time that he and I disagreed about something, and it may not ever be the last, and that's okay. But I had tried to reconcile, and I wanted to find a way for everybody to be able to work together, and that didn't work, and that's okay. And it seems like everybody's happier and doing better right now. I know in AEW right now, everybody's really happy, and it feels like this is the best the locker room's been since the Jacksonville lockdown days. And we had over a year of shows. And I said at the beginning of the year, I wanted to bring that mentality to every show for everybody, that either how I put it together or the way we all interact or the way we all just sit down and are straight with each other and don't let the distance grow, because in Jacksonville, it felt like the locker room was super, super tight. And then we became nomads again and we went on the road, and it wasn't like that. And this year it really has been. And it feels like this is probably the closest it's been since the beginning of AEW. And then we took that spirit of the very beginning of AEW and became even more tight-knit, living in a bubble together, doing shows in a bubble together through the pandemic and putting on shows every week together, never stopping the shows. And that's how I got close to the UFC and Dana White, because...
Yes. Are you guys still close?
Yeah, we are.
You still talk?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
We do. And I talked to Dana still, and I saw him recently. We sat together at a football game. We are both... friends of Dan Lambert, and we both sat together at the Miami Hurricanes game.
That's right.
I went to watch a game with James Gladstone, the GM of the Jaguars, and Tony Baselli, who's legend, Hall of Fame NFL player, and executive vice president of the Jaguars, and the three of us went to the Miami game, and Dan invited us, and we were sitting with Dana.
That's amazing.
It was great.
I love to hear that.
It was great.
Unfortunately, we're rounding third here because I think you're very busy.
No, I'll stay. Whatever
stay?
you need. As long, whatever you need.
This is such a rare opportunity to speak to you. You're the guy at AEW, and there was a lot of questions that came in about the status of certain big names in the company. So can I ask you about a few people in the company? There was the story with Andrade who showed up, and then he was taken off TV, and the reports were a cease and desist, that he wasn't able to be on. Can you clear this up? What happened?
Okay, so so far I've answered every question.
You have, yes.
And
you've done a great job.
I'm batting 1,000.
This has been a 180 from the last one.
Well, I appreciate that.
Nothing frustrating today.
I appreciate that, and we're doing a great job, and I want to try to keep it going.
Yes.
I think the world of Andrade. I had a great experience with him, and he left on the best of terms.
This is back in the day.
This was the original time.
Yeah.
And now, when he said he was free and made his one-night appearance, I was thrilled to see him again. And anytime he's free and whenever that is, he is absolutely always welcome in AEW.
Did he misrepresent his status?
I can't speak to that.
Fair enough.
But I really, and it's the first time I've said that to you, but I do appreciate that. And it is an interesting situation that I am going to keep an eye on, but I absolutely think the world of Andrade El Idolo.
What's the state of Chris Jericho's relationship with the company?
Chris Jericho is somebody who's in AEW and has been with us from the very beginning. He's been away from us for a bit, but
since April, right? His last appearance was in April.
Yeah, and he's somebody that's had, even this year, great matches with Bandito, somebody that's been a world champion for us and was really, at the very beginning of AEW, absolutely as key and instrumental as any individual in the launch of AEW. And I love Chris personally and professionally. I just reached out and wished him a happy birthday recently. I'm very excited about everything Chris has done in AEW, and he continues to be with us. And, he's always
Is he going to be back?
I can't speak to that, but I love having Chris in AEW, and he's always welcome. The door's always open for Chris to come in.
What is the reason for his departure for now?
It's a very good question, and it's some of it comes down to just working out the dates. And
is his deal almost up?
I would rather not get into that, but also I respect you asking about it, and if I could give as much information as possible to try and keep a very constructive dialogue.
Do you think we'll see him back in AEW?
I hope so. I absolutely hope we'll get Chris back in, and a star like Chris Jericho, you negotiate a certain number of dates, and Chris has always been really great about being one of those wrestlers in AEW that when he's in, he's all the way in. And if you think, he's always really been a full-time part of the show.
Sure.
And at first, when we started, we talked about finding ways with Chris and Fozzy and his band to keep him involved because he was such a central figure as the original AEW World Champion, as Le Champion. So there were times where Chris would have videos in Dynamite or make appearances. Even when he offered Jon Moxley my dad's car, that was actually my dad's car, to join the Inner Circle in Jacksonville, Chris was actually on his way to the Tokyo Dome, and we had filmed that over the holidays, knowing Chris was going to be going to Japan. So he filmed this video that we played for Mox to watch after the Mox versus Trent match in Jacksonville on New Year's Day. And then Mox himself then left for Japan right after that. But it was Jericho was wrestling Tanahashi and got over early to do media. And that was on the Tokyo Dome in 2020. And it's amazing to think now here we are almost 6 years later. And Chris has been a huge part of AEW from the very beginning. And we started out early like, okay, how can we find ways to, keep Chris involved if he needed a week or two off. And then pretty soon Chris was just here every week and wanted to be here every week. And we love having him. So if we can work out all the dates and all the things, I would always love for him to be here. But he's one of my favorite wrestlers, and certainly he's as instrumental to the launch of AEW as anybody.
What's up with Britt Baker?
Britt Baker is somebody that I love and respect, who's also been in AEW from the very beginning, and she had been away at times for health reasons, and she had some injuries, and I'm just looking for the right time with Britt, and I've had really good talks with Britt, who I really, really like. I think Britt's a great person in and out of the ring. She's so impressive to have somebody that went to medical school, earned their degree, is practiced, and also has wrestled at a high level and juggled all these things. I think it's really impressive, and as somebody who juggles a lot of jobs and a lot of work, I respect Britt's work ethic a lot. she's also a great wrestler. So I would love to have Britt back in AEW, and Britt is going to be back, I really believe, in AEW, and I hope soon. But it's going to be the right situation for her and everybody involved, and I want to make sure she's 100%, and that's important to me. And I really care about the health and well-being of all the wrestlers. And in Britt's case, I think she can come in and still be a huge part of AEW, and I expect she will.
Did WWE ever ask to use Adam Copeland as part of the John Cena retirement tour?
No.
Is his deal up at any point to where he could be used?
I mean, you never say never in wrestling, because I would imagine they could always extend that date past the end of the year. But no, Adam's going to be here with us through the year, and he's really a huge part of AEW.
Because they're bringing, like yesterday, they brought back Dolph Ziggler and some other, Matt Cardona came back last week, and so there was this big push for him to be the last one. But obviously, he's under contract with you. I was wondering if there was ever a conversation about that.
Adam Copeland is a huge part of AEW, and I have so much respect for him, and I really, really like Adam a lot, and I'm glad to have him here, and he's away filming, but he's with us, and he's going to stay with us.
MJF, when do you think he'll be back?
I expect Max to be back, hopefully very soon. Okay. Max is somebody who has been a huge part of why this has been a great year, and even though he hasn't been available every single week, I think he's done some really great things in and out of the ring this year. And if you look at what Max accomplished with Happy Gilmore 2, he's had some amazing matches. Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. And it was really one of the marquee performances to where I can go into almost any office in Hollywood or any entertainment office, and people have seen the movie and know Max's role, even if they don't watch wrestling, which speaks to how successful that movie was, how big of a role that was for him, and how great of a job Max is doing as a crossover star. But he's also wrestled at such a high level. And if you look at his matches, first of all...
Okay, back on the program. That was my conversation with Tony Khan from yesterday. Kyle Daukaus was great. His whole crew was great. Very, very nice. And I enjoyed that very, very much. And especially the fact that they drove in from Philadelphia. I mean, golly, they were just here. Wonderful stuff. We're going to get to some news and notes in about 25, 30 minutes, so stay tuned for that. But for now, very, very excited to say hello to our next guest. He had a night that I'm sure he has dreamed about for many years. I'm sure there was a time where he thought maybe it would never play out the way in which it did, but it really did play out like a dream on Saturday at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. It was the rematch of the fight that I still think, as of right now, is the contender, the top contender for boxing fight of the year, boxing match of the year, if we want to get super technical. They ran it back, as you know, Chris Eubank Jr., Conor Benn, and this time the Benns got one up on the Eubanks. This time, Conor Benn beat Chris Eubank Jr., and this time it wasn't even close. I mean, you can make a very strong case that it was a complete shutout for the Destroyer. He proved his point. He put the exclamation point. He's now apparently going to go right back down to 147 pounds. There's a lot to talk to him about, and he is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday evening. He is joining us with his lawyer, Lee Emtej, who was here several months ago when Conor and Shakur had their little tete-a-tete in our very studio. Gentlemen, great to have you on. Conor, congratulations. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Great speaking to you again.
And you're looking phenomenal. Lee, you're looking great. You were looking great in the ring next to Conor on Saturday night. So I see the smiles on your faces, and I would imagine that the smiles haven't left. Have you come down from the high, Conor? Have you come down from what you accomplished on Saturday, or are you still feeling, all the buzz that you accomplished on Saturday?
Yeah, I've just been on the phone to Keith and Lee, looking at when we're getting back in the ring. So for me, although it was a great win and probably the best night of my life and the greatest win of my career, I definitely want to push on and just keep the momentum going.
A lot has been made of how he looked, how Chris looked, how you looked, and the debate is, we were just talking to Frank Smith about this around an hour and a half or so ago. The debate has been like, was the result of that fight, was that performance more about what he didn't do or what you did? And when people focus, like they did on the broadcast and shows like this, focus on how lethargic he looked and, how he didn't throw as much as the first time, is that taking away from what you accomplished? How do you feel about this talk in the aftermath?
No, because you look at the fight and you go, I changed the fight completely through discipline, through feints, through footwork, using my youth, my feints to keep him off guard, didn't know what shot was coming, and make him feel heavy on his feet. In the first fight, I played into his hands, which was me falling in, lunging in, applying the pressure. You could see he had clearly trained for me to fight one way, and that was me attack, 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 being reckless and wild and swinging, and him countering. And the 2-3 times I did in the 12-round fight, I come in for attack and lunged in. He caught me with some good counter shots, but I had to stay disciplined. The fight would have been exactly the same first time round if I had just used my boxing brain, my feints, my jab, and stayed disciplined and calm and calculated. But ultimately, I knew he couldn't live with his speed. He couldn't live with the feints. He couldn't live with the youth. And that should have stuck to the tactics first time round.
So you don't subscribe to the theory that he looked lethargic or different, tired, sunken in, any of that?
He would have looked like that in the first fight, but I was there to be hit in the first fight. That's the difference. I was there, reckless, wild, zero defense. It was a shootout from the start. So he didn't have to move his feet. He didn't have to use his boxing brain. He just had to be a middleweight standing there fighting me, whereas I took that away from him this time round. It kept my distance, made him fall short, and used my speed, my athleticism, my explosiveness. More importantly, use my boxing brain to get the win and make it look easy.
You did. You definitely did that. I'm wondering, because of the history, because of what happened in April, obviously what happened with your fathers, and maybe this was going to be the last chance to right the wrongs. Did you feel that pressure this time? Where you didn't look like a guy who was feeling that pressure, but just in the build-up on Saturday, on fight week, were you placing that pressure on your shoulders, on your family's shoulders?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I felt the pressure for sure. I didn't want to lose the fight, but number one, because I don't want to lose. That's number one. I don't like losing. I hate losing. I don't like losing. So for me, that was like, I can't lose to the same guy twice, because if I lose this time round, I really lost twice to this man. Whereas because I lost the first fight, if I rectify it, make adaptations and changes and grow, and show that I'm able to learn from the first fight, I don't really classify that as a loss. I classify it as a lesson, and I'm able to change, adapt, and grow. You lose to a man twice. What did you learn? What did you, he is the better fighter. And I strongly believed he wasn't the better fighter. I just played into his hand. And when I say I lost the fight, not because of him, but because I didn't stay disciplined. Conor Benn lost the fight because of me. It was me versus me, and I lost the fight. It wasn't necessarily anything he done.
I was watching a lot of your interviews, and we even had a chance to speak in the aftermath of the first fight, and everyone was celebrating how great the first fight was, the war that it was, the entrances, the build-up, the fight week, the appearance of his father. And I could tell that you, and let me know if I'm completely misreading this, you were like, yeah, man, but I didn't win. So like, I don't feel like celebrating this. I don't feel like reveling in how great of a scene it was in the theater and the magic of it all. Was that annoying in the aftermath? Everyone was trying to have such a great chat about how great this was, but ultimately from a sporting perspective, you didn't accomplish what you wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, it was like I felt a little bit disappointed, because it was like, I don't know what you guys think of me. Like, oh yeah, you've done really well. You've done really well. Oh, you've done good. Oh, it's a great fight. It's like, well, but that's not the point here. Like, I don't know. It was a bit of a hard one, because it was like, I'm so glad I could entertain this for you guys. And the reality is, would I have rather it been a boring fight and won, or an exciting fight that people will remember forever? And I think to myself, if people have come away and gone, oh, I never want to see him fight again, or oh, we couldn't sell out Tottenham again, then I'll probably be more disappointed in that. It's a lose-lose, really, in this situation, because ultimately, I'm glad I gave people a fight to remember. I'm glad that when people look back at my career, they go, yeah, that was one hell of a fight. But it would have been nice to get the win. It was mixed emotions. I mean, it was hard to lose to another man and have my first loss, and it was even harder that his name was Eubank.
Right. Lee, you've known You've known Conor for a long time. You're his mate, but you're also his lawyer. And so knowing what he's been through over the past few years with everything that went into this fight, how are you feeling going into Saturday? And what was it like for you to eventually start to see him rise to the occasion the way in which he did?
Well, I mean, firstly, thanks for having me on as well, Ariel. But, we were so much more confident, this time going in. I think we all felt that, as good as Conor was in the first fight, that his team and those of us, who know him well, all knew he could be better than that. And it was totally understandable. He went into that first fight wanting to take his head off. There was so much animosity there, but with a calm, level head, he was able to produce, a fantastic performance.
Yeah, I was talking to Frank about this, Conor, about like the weigh-in stuff, because in MMA we kind of show everything. The fighters show everything as far as the weight cuts are concerned, and this was such a big, narrative going into this fight and the aftermath of the second fight, the first fight, the second fight, all this stuff. And he says in boxing, like you don't do the stuff that Chris does in terms of showing it, and he did it again. And I'm wondering why you think he does this. Why do you think that he shows so much of the weight cutting process? And if there's a specific reason that comes to mind as to why he does that.
Sympathy, that's all. I mean, it's a narrative that's pushed. You think for his majority of his career, he's made 160. And him and his team said, let's put the 10-pound rehydration limit in. And we said that we can't go up to like any crazy amount, but that was the number they suggested to us, which is what they've suggested. So I don't know why they went with the narrative that we stuck the rehydration clause there. But funnily enough, when we done the evening weigh, he was 165 in the evening. When we done the scales on the ceremonial weigh, he was 165, and then the following day for the morning check weight, he was 3 pounds under the 170 limit. So it don't make no sense to me, but it doesn't have to make sense to me. If however he chooses to conduct himself, whatever media narratives he wants to push, then that's so be it.
Do you feel like the issue, whatever it may be, do you feel like it's squashed now? Do you feel like it's over between you two?
I mean, now that the dust has settled a little bit, he's not my type of guy. But he's a good fighter, and he gave me 2 great fights, and we made history together. So, but on a personal level, probably not my type of guy. No.
I asked that because even when your father was speaking about Senior in the aftermath, it's like, I actually think he hates him even more now. I think he's so annoyed with him. And so I feel like you guys will never just see eye to eye. Like the 4 of you will never be mates. We'll never see you at a convention shaking hands and signing autographs.
Listen, how much?
Yeah, I guess.
How much?
But I would imagine you're probably happy to not be thinking about him anymore, right? That you can move on?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm so happy because now I feel like 3 years is done now. I feel like that chapter's now closed because although I had won the case and everything was done and finished, I now feel like that chapter's closed. Where it's finished, it's completely done now. Like this was the finale, and I won the fight as well.
Does the win allow you to erase, like to move on from the last 3 years, all the pain, or will that always stick with you?
No, it's closure.
It's closure.
This last fight meant a lot more to me than anyone knows.
Oh, I mean, I remember the first time we met and how much you were struggling and what you told us about everything you've been through. And so to hear that word closure, you don't think it sticks with you at all? You don't think that will remain with you, that experience? You feel like you can fully move on now?
When you say fully move on, I feel like there'll always be a little stain there. But ultimately, it's given me strength. It's given me resilience. It's given me wisdom. It's given me knowledge. It's given me clarity. It's given me more than it's taken. At this stage now, while I was going through it, it was the end of the world. There was no, like, what do I do? And it wasn't just me. It was my name. It was my finances. It was my family. It was the legacy. It was the list went on of things that I felt like it had damaged. But the things it's taught me, and the principles and foundations it's given me, it has it's definitely given me more than it's taken away.
By the way, sometimes it's 1-1. There is a third. Why do you have no interest in a third?
Because I feel like it'd have to be at 168. Which, don't get me wrong, I would do. Like I'd go up to 168. I'm not bothered. When I look at a man, I don't look at another man and go, "Oh, he's a big guy." I'd fight him at 168. It's not what I'm saying, though. But what I'm saying is that's the only way something like that would happen, and I don't have any interest in going up to 168.
Why is that? You think he would never agree to it unless it's at 68?
No, he would. Oh yeah, he wouldn't agree to it unless it's 168. But then also there would be no benefits for me in people saying, "Oh, he's weight drained, or he's this, or he's that." The reality is, the Conor Benn that turned up on Saturday is the Conor Benn that would have beaten him in April, and would have beaten him and would beat him again. You know, that because he can't live with my speed, my youth, my footwork, my boxing brain, my hand speed, my timing. He's just on the other side of the clock.
And so is it back down to 47 or is there a chance 54?
No, it's back down to 147, definitely. Okay. I don't know how long I've got to make 147. So, ideally we go straight into the biggest 147 fight we can make.
And what's that?
That's Barrios.
Okay, that's Barrios, because I have to say, Conor, as I was on Twitter, X, all day today, I keep seeing you and Ryan Garcia going back and forth. We have a ton of evidence here of you guys going back and forth. And so, why is it not Ryan Garcia? Because I know that Barrios is the WBC champion, but we all know Ryan Garcia is one of the biggest stars in the sport. That's an infinitely bigger fight.
Yeah, you're right. Just seeing them tweets, yeah, no, definitely Ryan.
Wait, you've changed your mind.
I changed my mind.
Was that not you writing those tweets?
It was me, but yeah, just seeing it just infuriates me.
Why does it infuriate you?
Because I just think he's an idiot. And I feel like he's an idiot. And I would love to knock him out in front of 65, 70,000 here in London. I feel like me and Ryan will make for a great fight. I feel like I'm at my most dangerous at 147, especially mixing with the bigger guys. And I feel a lot stronger. And I feel like he'd be in for a shot. If Riley Romero put him down, he's a great fighter as well. I would definitely. I feel like I'm a lot more explosive than Rolly. A lot more accurate and reactive, and very triggering, very sharp. I feel like I would do some damage.
I mean, that's a proper stadium fight. You versus Ryan Garcia is a gigantic deal, especially in the UK. And he said in one of those tweets that he'd be willing to go to the UK, that he wants to go to the UK. So is that what you are pushing for now? Is that what you want?
I've instructed Keith Connolly and Lee to make the Ryan Garcia fight.
Wow.
So, and if that don't materialize, then cool, no problem. Barrios, either one of them. Those are the two people on my hit list. Ryan Garcia will be a mega fight, and yeah, no doubt I will. Yeah, I believe I'll knock him out. At 147, I'm at my most dangerous for sure. That's where all my highlight real knockouts have come.
Lee, like I said, we just had Frank in studio, and he told me that he was about to talk to Keith and I believe Conor about his future. And you guys just mentioned about having a chat about the future. Did this meeting happen yet? And if so, what can you tell us about it?
I believe it's actually happening potentially right now.
Wait, right now? Like, this is the meeting? Is this the meeting right here?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Keith and Frank are supposed to be speaking very shortly, if not already. But I think one thing is abundantly clear is that we have a verified star on our hands, right now. In terms of commercial appeal, he is right up there. He is the money man. He is now who everybody wants to fight. Who was the last non-heavyweight other than Canelo to sell out, 2 stadiums in a row? He is still in his 20s, coming off a massive win, looked great in the process. And I think really in terms of, Keith and I actually had a phone conversation last night where we did a fun little exercise that I'd like to have your input on, actually. Who are the top 5 stars in boxing currently? Who, in terms of eyeballs on screens, bums on seats, who is in front of Conor that isn't, 1 or 2 fights away from retirement? It's a very short list, if anyone, right now.
That's a very fair point. So who are you pushing for, Lee?
I mean, I think, those 2 names are absolutely at the forefront. Barrios, Conor has, been very persistent for some time that he wants that WBC belt. His father had that, so he's always been adamant that that's what he wants. And Garcia, there is the kind of enmity between them, but they've always been linked, and it's just a monster fight, isn't it? It is absolutely monstrous. Two guys with huge commercial appeal. One coming off a great win.
Ryan Garcia ain't even Spanish. He don't even speak Spanish. I'm more Spanish than Ryan Garcia.
But he is a big star. You have to admit that. And so what does matter more to you, Conor? Because he is, I think, the box office matchup. But Barrios, the belt, you've talked about it. Your father, that's for legacy. So what means more to you right now?
It's a hard one, that Ariel, because it's a hard one. I can't really say it. At this present moment. I feel like people remember how you made them feel when they watch you fight. When people don't talk about when my dad won the world title against Daukaus, unless you're a boxing person. The fights they talk about are the 2 Eubank fights. And the way the families get together and they come together, and it's a sport that brings the whole family together, brings the nation together. And I feel like I've done that in my last 2 fights. And it's very rewarding to know that I gave a family entertainment across the country, across the world. But ultimately, I can't really pick on that one. If there's any world title belt, it would have to be the green and gold belt. For me, is the most prestigious, horrific belt in boxing. For me, it's the best belt there is. But I'm not too sure. I can't really say.
You're torn.
Yeah, I'm torn. Yeah. I would, if they presented me both options.
Yeah.
I'd spin a bottle.
You're not leaning one way or over the other.
No, I'm 50-50. I'm down the middle. But ultimately, what a great position to be in. It's a beautiful position to be in, considering the position that I was in 3 years ago. So ultimately, I would probably do a poll and see who wants what. And the public can get whatever they want.
What was that, Lee?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Can I weigh in?
Ariel, do you remember when we first met in Riyadh about 18 months ago now?
Yes.
And that was when Conor was being linked heavily with the Manny Pacquiao fight, which I think in hindsight we're all really glad it didn't crystallize at the time. But the media attention in that potential fight was huge, if you recall.
Yep.
I think it was so huge that I think Queensberry were a bit miffed at us for taking some of the attention away from the event. But that just showed, his star power back then, and subsequently he's now coming off, as I said, 2 sold out stadium fights and a great huge win. So whatever he now chooses to do next is certainly going to be a huge deal.
Or if them 2 fight, I'll fight the winner.
You want to take some time? When do you want to return?
I don't want to return.
Yeah.
I was straight on the phone straight after the fight going, when are we back out? When are we fighting again?
He's been blowing up our phones, Keith and my phones, and
I'm not even joking,
Eddie's as
Ariel.
well.
I'm not even joking.
No rest. No rest at all.
What do you think?
Money don't sleep.
I get it. What do you think? Summertime? Realistically?
Realistically, see, even that's so far away from me.
Yeah.
Like, what do I do? Like, what do I do from now to then? Like, that's such a long time. It's a long time. I mean, we'll see. I'll let the team do what they got to do. I'll keep myself busy training, working over things, and getting my weight down as well.
That's true. That's true. Can I weigh in? My choice, my vote.
Yes.
You didn't ask me, but I'll weigh in. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Well, yeah, Garcia.
Of course.
You're going Garcia, definitely.
Of course, man. This is the fight business. This is the prize fighting business. And with all due respect to Mario Barrios, who's a great fighter, the reason why you're mentioning him is only because he has that title, and that means something, and I get it. And you'll have plenty of time to go for that title. Ryan Garcia in the UK, coming off of that fight that you just had, and then the other fight in April is...
Done. Keith, Lee, get this Garcia fight over the line. It's on you, like, if this fight don't happen, it's on you.
Yeah,
Lee,
that's right.
Keith. So make this fight happen next, at any cost. We're doing it in April, stadium in London. Ariel, you're getting what you wish, mate.
I wanted to say, can I be in between you guys? Because I think the last time with you and Shakur, it was great magic, the three of us. So can I do like the face-off with you guys?
I'll fly in.
Yes.
We can do the face-off.
Hell yeah.
How about that?
Live on the
Do an
set.
American tour.
Let's do it.
Hey, wait,
Ariel,
Dad, come here. Hold on. Ariel, got it. So, Ariel's saying he reckons the Garcia fight's the fight to make.
Hello, sir. How are you?
How we doing, buddy? How are you?
Oh, congratulations to you and the whole family and your son. It's an honor to speak to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Wow. What do you think of that idea? Do you like this idea?
What Garcia?
Yeah.
100%. But I think me personally, I want a WBC man. I want that around the waist like me.
You see, this is the problem. He's a true sportsman. He's a legend, and he wants you to have what he once had. But as you know, sir, with all due respect, the prize fighting business, we go for the biggest fights. We go for the biggest bag, right? This window is this small right here for these fighters.
Yeah, I think, me personally, I would like to see him fight for the WBC against Barrios, win the WBC, and then fight Ryan Garcia right next. That's my dream.
I mean, who am I to argue with the old man? Who am I to to tell him that he's wrong? I just think these two guys are magic. I think the promotion, the build-up, the scenes, the face-offs would be tremendous. It would be incredible. I think your son has now become, other than AJ and Fury, up there as the biggest star in UK boxing. And I feel like
100%. I agree with that 100%. But he's always wanted the WBC. So I don't think that money should get in. Money's always going to follow him. It's not going to go nowhere. Money's always going to follow him. So I think, me personally, it might not make the same amount of money, but having that strap around your waist, so when he retires, you can always say, I've done it.
Yeah.
I reached the top. Because he'll always make money. It's just the way he is. He's always going to make money.
He's the money man now.
No, I get that.
Sure.
But can I ask Mr. Benn one last question before? This is a rare opportunity. We've never had a chance to speak. What does it feel like now in the aftermath of all of this? The history that this fight was made, this rivalry was made because of your rivalry with Senior. Do you feel the same as your son? Do you feel like you can let it go now? Can you move on? Is it over now, in your opinion?
Yeah, because you know what it is. I'm glad it's over with, because you know what it is. I'm sorry, but when them two get together, I'm not being disrespectful, but when they get together, they suck the oxygen out the press conference. I don't know. I'm just glad it's over with. They don't have to have a rematch. Conor won that fight convincingly. So now he can move on to big and better things.
Are you happy that you don't have to worry about them anymore, talk about them anymore, be in the same presence?
Yeah, I'm glad they're gone, because we had a little disagreement. He's still trying to play like we're still fighting, and he don't really want to play that with me, because I'm not playing with him.
What's the disagreement? What was the disagreement?
Well, what happened at the face-off? He was dancing in front of me doing all this, and then I put my hand out to shake him, and I thought I'm going to bring him in for a cuddle, just being respectful, and he put his elbow in my chest, and I actually felt like knocking him off the stage. And then afterwards, at the day of the fight in the ring, he went to go and shake my hand. I said, I'm not playing with you. I'm not doing that rubbish. Stay away from me. Go away. Go away. And I won't talk to him again because he's still playing this game. He loves the limelight. I'd rather just sit in the background, let my son do the business, and that's it. I'm not here for the limelight. I've had a great career, so I don't need to carry on. But he's still living in that show life. He's still not being the real Chris Eubank. He's got this image that he can't change no more. So everyone thinks that that's not the real Chris Eubank. That's just an image that started back in the 90s when we fought. And he hasn't let go of it. He's still walking around thinking he's a man. Move on. Let our kids do the business. But he's still living that life, and I don't want to be a part of it. I really don't want nothing to do with him, to tell you the truth. I'm glad it's over. Now Conor can move on, and I can move on, go back to Australia.
By the way, do you think he was paid to be there on Saturday and in April? What's your verdict on that?
Well, the first time,
Yeah.
well, I believe, and from very good sources, but it's all going to come out that he got $250,000.
Okay.
And that's it. And I just know, because one day you can't start saying, oh, you're a disgrace, you're a disgrace, you're a disgrace. The next minute, he's at the fight. He's at the fight. Just knowing that he's going to get, I believe he was paid.
Okay.
I believe he was paid. And just by his comments on TalkSport, you can see that he was paid.
Okay. Well, wonderful to meet you, and congratulations on the win. It's an actual honor. I didn't expect this. Conor, every time we speak, there's like unexpected things that happen all the time. You and Shakur. Can I ask you, just before I let you go, Conor, what about Shakur?
Yeah.
We didn't mention him because I have to say, you guys were magic together in here. I mean, it really made me want to see you fight. I know there's a weight difference there too, but is he on the hit list?
I actually spoke with Shakur.
Oh.
Because I actually spoke with him because I'm not one to talk. When I talk about it, I mean it.
I'm sorry, I've got to jump in here. I want Conor, not Haney, none of these. I don't want them fired. I want guys that are going to stand there and have a fight, not jump around the frigging ring. People don't want to watch that. It's boring. You see what happened in New York? People don't want to watch that. They want to watch two people go in there and have a fight. That's what people want to see. They don't want to see people running around the ring. They don't want to do that. They want to, people just want to see two fighters get together and earn their money, not jumping around, prancing around the ring. Ooh, let me run. He's not good for my son. Sorry, he's not good for my son.
But I spoke with Shakur yesterday.
Oh.
Said to him, are you being serious? Because if you're being serious, we can do the fight in April. And we can do it at a stadium here. So I said, if you are, and he said, no, listen, I'll get Tio out of the way. I'm going to get the win for sure. And 100% we can do the fight in April in England. So the reality is, Ariel, is I'm not this, I'll make the fight happen. I'll make them happen. I'll tell Eddie, this is what we're doing. Let's make the fight. The same with the Eubank thing. I'll come up to 160. You got to remember, I built up to 160 now, but I was a 147 when I agreed to fight. So it's I'm willing to fight any man.
Okay. Let's see. Final thing. What is your advice to Chris now? What does Chris do in your opinion? Does he retire? Does he?
You talking to me or my dad?
I'm talking to Conor. I'm talking to
oh,
you.
okay.
Yeah.
Move it to 168 and you're fighting.
That's what I said.
No.
I just said that.
Yeah.
I won't fight, but I literally just said the only way he'll do the fight is 168. And I said, I'm not interested.
No more.
But that's what I would advise him to do. But then he's going to go up to 168. He's not big enough, and then fight who?
I mean, there was talks of him fighting, the likes of Canelo and whatnot, but I don't think that's in the cards anymore.
What do you think, Ariel?
In terms of if it's in the cards, I think.
No. In terms of what you think he should do, what got 168 and fight Janibek or Shiraz?
I think he should move to 168 without a question. I think he should take a break. I think the 2 fights back to back took a toll on him. I thought that he was going to get the Canelo fight if he would have won because of the relationship with Turkey. But yes, I don't know if those fights are good for him right now.
Someone told me Crawford had eyes on the winner. I heard it from a source that he wanted the winner of me and Eubank.
Oh.
That's what I heard.
That'd be a big jump for you unless he comes down to maybe 54.
I won't do it. I'm not doing 168 or 160 or, yeah.
Okay. Well, this has been wonderful. Guys, what a pleasure this is. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Nigel Benn and Conor Benn and Lee Hampton. Oh, look at this. Look at this scene right here. Look at us. We're like one big happy family here. Congratulations. Enjoy the victory. I really appreciate it. I know it's getting late over there, so thank you so much for the time. Always a pleasure, Conor, and congratulations. So very happy for you. You did it. Case closed. We can now move on. Enjoy everything that comes with the win.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Take care, guys. All the best. That was amazing stuff. Conor Benn, Nigel Benn, Lee Amtej, his lawyer. That was wild. That was a legend right there, guys. Nigel Benn. Shout out to Nigel coming in.
Himself.
I mean, golly. He's just like, hey, 1 second. Let me bring an old man here.
I'm gonna go run and grab a snack.
Yeah.
Also, the pipes on Pops, man.
The man.
Brings in Dad, but the best part is when Nigel starts taking out the jacket. He's like, let me settle in.
Let me get comfortable here.
to tell you what's real.
Well.
Let me take the jacket off.
Legend. Legit legend.
You could tell he actually despises Senior. He said
the turn after the fight has been interesting because, he really did not like how Senior handled himself in the build up to this. So
it's funny because I feel like after this type of rivalry, these 2 fights and the history, you would think everyone would do the kumbaya.
I think Chris and Conor, it's kumbaya.
I don't feel like there's kumbaya. I asked him. He took a long ass pause when I asked him that question.
He's just thinking of business. He's thinking, what if we did do the third one at 168? I don't think there's any animosity between them anymore, but I definitely think Nigel's still upset with Senior.
Well, what a day.
What a rivalry, though.
Oh, my gosh. What a day. What a day, guys. All right. Do we have any super chats, Frankie? By the way, I should have told him New York Rick over there was the #1 proponent for this fight.
No, it's all good. It's all
never lost hope.
Oh, you guys don't think there should be a third? Well, New York Rick does.
Yeah. Guess what?
Here's his reasoning.
You know what?
Nigel proposed it. By the way, Nigel said it.
I was going to say.
And you had the audacity to go against Nigel's wishes. You're like, respectfully, sir, I think
listen,
Ryan Garcia, he's like, nah, I want that title.
By the way,
I want the belt on my boy.
You disagree?
Nah, Ryan Garcia's the fight.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Ryan Garcia fight would be magic.
If he ends up doing Barrios and Garcia in either order, if those end up being his next 2 fights, I mean, that's fantastic. And if you slide Shakur somewhere, like, there's no bad options. Conor has really, like, unlocked a crazy number of options.
Yeah, but Ryan isn't tied to anyone right now, and I think there's more interest in Ryan versus Conor right now than Ryan versus Haney if Haney wins. If Haney wins on Saturday...
No, Haney I don't think is like...
I mean, I still want to see that fight again.
I'm fine with it, but it's like further down. Oh, you're talking about for Ryan?
Yeah, for Ryan. I'm saying if Haney wins on Saturday, maybe that fight gets rekindled, the rematch, but I still think because of how hot Conor is, I feel like there's more interest in that. And you can do a legit... Like, Conor versus Ryan is a stadium show in the UK. Haney versus Ryan is a T-Mobile main event. What?
No. Ryan versus Haney is still a massive fight.
Is a T-Mobile main event.
Yeah, but
not a stadium show.
But that's only because you're talking about 2 Americans and Conor gets the benefit of being a UK fighter. As far as like that rivalry, that's still massive to me. The question, I mean, Nigel said it. I just want to see 2 guys go in there and box. Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn will be a dog fight. Would just be 2 dudes slinging leather in the middle of the ring. I love that fight.
All right, Frankie. Sorry about that. Sorry.
It's all right, man. What charitable causes are near and dear to you?
Oh, well, the first one that comes to mind is the colorectal cancer. Well, okay, so it's actually Colorectal Cancer Canada. It used to be called the Colorectal Cancer Association of Canada, the CCAC. That is because my father-in-law runs it, and he was diagnosed with colon cancer at a very young age. I believe it's 41, and it was stage 4, and it did not look good. And this was when we were in maybe 8th grade, 9th grade. And yeah, it didn't look good, and there were multiple surgeries and scary moments. And he was a lawyer and completely changed his life and left law and headed up this charity. And my wife has done events for them, and I've done a little bit of stuff too, like we sold shirt and gave all the proceeds and my Substack and all that stuff. So I would say that is one that obviously comes to mind. There's a kibbutz. A kibbutz is like a community in Israel that is near and dear to my heart. It's called Nir Oz, and it was one of the kibbutzes that was heavily affected by what happened on October 7th. Hundreds of people were murdered and kidnapped, and the whole place was completely demolished. And for my son's bar mitzvah project, you have to have like a cause, and so we chose that one. And people donated in celebration of what transpired over there, and to help build it up. So that's one that's on my mind as well. There's one I was trying to think of it, the name of it. There's one that actually is like an athletic charity that brings kids from Palestine and kids from Israel to play sports together and to come together through the the love and the power of sports. The name is escaping me right now, but I love that one, and I love what it stands for, because I think that sports can unify even the most distant of people, to put it mildly. So those are a few that come to mind. But I try to help out my local my local ambulance unit. I donate to every year, because I think that's very important as well. So, try to do our part. What else, Frankie?
Which Ali fighter would you want to catch up with?
Oh, I was thinking like Muhammad Ali. I would like to talk to Kamaru Usman about why he thinks he should be next. Let me just say something about Kamaru Usman. I saw an interview that he did with ESPN MMA, and I don't know if he was talking smack about me. He did the usual, like, people in the media who've never fought before and who don't know anything about fighting. And I've been a loud proponent of him not deserving, if you want to use that word, a title shot next. Let me first just say, utmost respect for Kamaru Usman, one of the greats. I don't think he's the greatest welterweight champion of all time. I think that's GSP, and I can't even believe that anyone is saying otherwise. But certainly one of the best welterweight champions of all time, and has had an incredible career. And his bounce-back win against Joaquin Buckley was great, and his performance against Khamzat Chimaev on short notice was great. And you can't take anything away from him. And I don't even think, by the way, if he got a title shot, I don't even think it would be one of the most egregious title shots in UFC history. I always bring up the Gustafsson one. There have been others as well. Other people have gone title shots coming off of losses. I don't think, he's coming off a win. So I don't think it would be egregious. I just think Kamaru Usman was champion in the welterweight division at a time. I remember arguing about this with Chael back in the day, when the welterweight division was the most frustrating division in the UFC. Do you guys remember when, like, all the top welterweights, like the top 5 or 6 welterweights, were all squatting on their spot? It was Kamaru, it was Colby, it was Gilbert Burns, Jorge. Like, I just felt like none of them wanted to fight. None of them wanted to, like, keep it moving. And there were guys like Leon, and that's where the Leon thing started, who couldn't break through. There were guys like Bilal Muhammad who couldn't break through. And it was very frustrating to watch. And so I feel like he comes from that era of the welterweight division, where it's like, oh, win one fight and you're sitting on your spot and you're sitting on that win and you're going to get a title shot as a result. And you compare that to the welterweight division right now, Jack Della, Sean Brady, Michael Morales, Carlos Praches, Ian Gary. Like, these guys are active. These guys aren't squatting on their spot. I mean, look at Brady. if Brady was a welterweight 5 years ago, he would have never taken this Morales fight. He would have sat there until the dominoes fell in his direction, and he would have taken that title shot and ran with it. Morales, Praches, Ian Gary and Praches fighting each other, and then turning around and Praches losing, and now he has to fight Jeff Neal, and then he turns around and he takes the Leon Edwards fight. Even Ian taking the short notice fight against Shavkat, and then taking the short notice fight against Praches. Like, this stuff wasn't happening back then. And so I feel like those guys should be rewarded. I feel like the active fighters should be rewarded. And I don't think Kamaru Usman has had one win, I believe it is, since 2021. One win. And yes, it's his most recent win. Let me just make sure I'm 100% right with this. He beat Joaquin Buckley via decision in June. He lost to Khamzat in 2023. It was almost 2 years in between fights. And then it was Leon in March of 23, and then it was Leon in August of 22, and then it was Colby in November of 21. That was his last win. So it was almost 4 years, 3 3/4 in between wins for him. And he has one win since that 2021 fight. I just don't think that title shots should be rewarded based on participation in the sport. It's not a participation trophy. It's not a lifetime achievement award. And this has nothing to do with the Ali relationship, if you want to call it that. I said the exact same about Stipe Miocic. The exact same. And I have a great relationship with Stipe. Said the exact same about him. I think he was on like fight week or the week before that fight against Jones. And we talked to him a bunch over the years. No issues whatsoever. But I got to keep it real. Makes no sense. But, he's in the news. Who else? Well, I guess Islam would be one that would be cool to talk to, Khabib, but we're good. As you can see, we have a lot of people to speak to, and I want to speak to people who want to be on the show, who appreciate being on, and people who are open to having a discussion, and we don't always have to be the best of friends, but listen, I was really impressed with Tony yesterday. Tony, we've been around this game a long time to know that people hold grudges and never release those grudges. He had every reason to never want to come back on again. And he came on. I thought he did a great job, and I want to talk to people like that. What else?
More Fatima equals more fun. I need a weekly segment.
Wow.
This is from Lazy Bud.
Is that from your burner?
Yeah, this is Lazy Bud.
Do you agree?
Yeah, why not? That was a fun interview.
I thought she was great. Anything else?
Guys, is DC's MMA...
I thought anything else you want to say about the interview?
Right. It's confusing, Guys... Is DC MMA's Shaq?
DC MMA Shaq. Okay.
Post-retirement, both are funny, likable, and are everywhere. Agree? Also, any other NBA to MMA comparisons you can think of?
Well, Shaq is on like 45 different commercials these days. I feel like he's on so many. I mean, it's Shaq and Josh Allen right now. Every time I turn on a sports telecast, I feel like I see them in a commercial. But I get that. I always compare DC to Michael Strahan because I felt like Strahan did a good job post-retirement of being friendly face, lovable, all that. Nate Burleson has done a great job with that as well, transitioning over. So I would put DC in their category because I actually think DC could do much more than combat. I think he can, branch out and do stuff out of combat. But I get that one. I fucks with it. I hear you. Or what else?
God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. God creates man. Man destroys God. Man creates boxing and feeds Jake to AJ like a lamb to a T-Rex.
Man, we took a long route to get there, Jonah. But all right. Well, let's see.
It's tough.
I think what MVP and Jake and everyone involved, they're okay with you feeling that way. They just want you to watch him get slaughtered. What do you guys, is anyone willing as of right this moment, and you may say, you know what, I want to see them side by side at the presser, anyone willing to make a prediction right now?
On Jake versus AJ?
Yeah.
Anthony Joshua by knockout.
Jake Paul's dying.
No, seriously, you can't say that. Because then if
Anthony Joshua is going to separate his soul from his body.
What are you saying? What's the call? Like, what's the
knockout? Prediction? Anthony Joshua early, done, dusted.
I want specifics.
No, I can't tell you.
Specifics. Round two, late round two.
I don't know what Anthony
By the way-
Joshua punches he's
By
gonna
the way,
throw, but he's going
I
to
feel
kill
like
Jake Paul.
you guys are like dismissing it. I feel like for this fight, the specifics is actually going to be the thing that people are going to argue the most. I think some people are going to say he's going to knock him out with the first right hand.
No.
I think some people are going to say he's going to knock him out at the end of the first. Some people are going to say it's going to go 2.
How could they possibly know that? If Joshua throws 3 punches in the first round, you
No,
can't know that. He will.
I'm saying people are going to
Early-
say the first time Anthony Joshua lands a power punch on Jake, he is going to knock him out.
No, but he will knock him out early in the fight. He's
You think
done,
first 2 rounds?
dusted.
It was 2.
Sure,
It was
I
2
guess.
rounds versus Francis. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was second round.
We could use that as a measuring stick.
Okay.
He's not surviving.
Francis is the line. You taking the over or the under?
The under.
I don't know.
Wow.
I can't tell you that because there's no way to predict that. That part is
This is just
unpredictable.
us talking. I'm not holding.
I
you
know,
to
but
it.
you're like,
What's the feeling?
that is the most important part. It's
Yeah.
actually not. Like, it really has nothing. Like,
Listen,
if
Anthony
AJ
wins via decision, that's a loss.
But what if Jake Paul comes in very defensively? Like, then it could take.
You mean like
longer
Dylan
than
against
Francis.
Logan?
No, that's like
Yeah,
not
like
fighting.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's round 4 or
If it's
round
4,
5.
then it's still early.
But I feel confident he will knock him out.
Moral victory?
First half of the fight, no moral victory. He
No
will
such
be
thing?
slept.
Yeah, if
badly.
he gets slept, there's no moral victory.
All right. Okay, let's see. What else, Frankie? What else?
Too much weight has diminishing returns. Ilya started his career at 135. There shouldn't be a world where Morales and Ilya are in the same weight class.
Why?
We will await Jose's response.
And by the way, is he talking about Michael Morales?
Yeah, he's saying Ilya fighting Islam at 170 would be goofy because
Oh.
Michael Morales is a middleweight who walks
I
around.
mean, it's Connor fought at 172. You know,
This is why the Ilya versus Islam thing doesn't need a weight class. It's just
I don't
like
care. Yeah,
let them fight.
Let them fight at 158. You know what I mean? I couldn't care less what weight that had.
I only care because I don't think it will be competitive, as I've long said. Like that's why I don't care. But if they're gonna
think
is this new news? Like,
what you think?
Islam smokes Ilya? I've said this for a century now.
Wow.
I saw someone say 162.5.
Great.
I'm in.
Whatever it is, Islam.
Wow. You share
This is
that?
not new.
You share that
Connor,
confidence?
What are the specifics?
Yeah. What are the?
Don't fucking specific. I can't believe you guys are mocking me for this. People are actually debating. Is it going to take 1 round, 1 punch, 2
can't
rounds?
know that.
Of course you can't know that. That's the whole point of predictions. You can't know anything.
No,
I think the Bills are going to win.
I know that Anthony Joshua is going to knock out
But are
Jake
the Bills
Paul. I
going to
know
win 21-20,
Yes,
or are they just going to win?
Wait, are we pretending that no one makes picks that are that specific on
They
television?
do, but those are often long shots, right? Like that's not.
We're having fun here.
I know
Jeez,
for
a
a
Wednesday
fact
afternoon.
that Jake Paul is not beating.
Why
Anthony
so
Joshua.
serious?
That I know.
Golly, why
I
are we
know
getting
it.
into the semantics here? 2 days ago, we
You
played
are
tit for tat.
requesting to get into the
We played
semantics.
for tit for tat. It was
Actually,
great.
we played tit for tat Monday and Tuesday.
People are still buzzing about it.
I do not share the
I
same.
hate the tit for
the same confidence as Rick when it comes to Islam and Ilya.
Yeah, me neither. Ultimately, does he win? Yeah, sure, but I don't think he mops the floor with them.
I do. I feel exactly the same way as this guy, which is those two are not equivalent in size and like it's going to be way too much to overcome for Ilya. He is a small man, and Islam is not.
Who do you favor, Islam or Fatima Kline?
Frank?
No one could say, right?
No one can say. Who's to
Who's
check?
to check?
Thank you. What else?
George Orwell 420 says, seeing pictures of Frank with an olive and pineapple pizza circulating on X, what's the story here?
Yeah, what is the story?
George Orwell 420 is making this up.
Also, what's ISK 750?
Interstellar credits.
What the hell is that?
I just made that up.
Oh, okay. What else, Frankie? What else?
5150 says, can we get a mashup of clips where each of Frank's drops were taken from? Perhaps a future pound for pound best drops on bots in the basement. Shout out.
So is he
ISK is Icelandic krona, by the way.
Shout out.
To be used as interstellar credits in the future. Take note.
Yeah, let's do like a whole 2-hour breakdown. We'll show the source video and then show how it's used in the show.
That'd be great.
No, but I want to ask the chat. Hey, chat. I want to do a video where I go around the whole studio and I'll tell you about all the tchotchkes, the stuff that you don't see. There's a whole wall over here, by the way, that you have never seen. You're not privy to. Would you be interested? Maybe during the holiday season, we could post that. Would you guys be interested in that sort of thing?
We don't care.
All right.
So sorry.
Sorry.
And lastly, Hi, Ariel. As an upcoming college student, do you have any pieces of advice for getting into the world of sports journalism? I'm going as a communications major, by the way. This question also goes for the boys in the back, obviously.
Well, Adiv, I wish you the best. You're getting into school, so like you're just starting your journey, so no need to like worry too much. I think that's one thing that, you know, the youngsters worry, like, oh my God, I need a job, I need this. Like, you're just starting, you have plenty of time. You have plenty time. One thing that I did was I got into the radio. I did actually, when I was in CJEP. CJEP is sort of like our version of junior college. We graduated in 11th grade, then we go 2 years CJEP, 3 years university. I used to do some stuff for the newspaper. I just wanted to see what was out there and what I liked and what I didn't like. Ultimately, I really liked the radio show, which was a version of, I mean, almost exactly what we're doing here, but just way less cool. And so I would say, try to find your thing, try to find your voice, try to find the part of communications, journalism, media that you like, and stick to that. And reps, just like anything. Just like if you're a pipe fitter or a carpenter or an electrician or a quarterback or a point guard, the more you do anything, the better you'll be at it. And so the more I interview, the more I speak, the more I write, the more I talk, the more I debate, the more I do anything pertaining to all of this, I feel like I get better at it. And so I would suggest focusing on that and, shoot for the moon, man. Like I wanted to do a show. I would reach out to fighters. I've told this story a million times, but I really was focused on what I wanted to be, what I wanted to do, who I wanted to be, what world I wanted to work in, what I wanted to cover, and I became like obsessed with it. And so try it all, do it all, find your path, your voice, your niche, and just keep at it. Oh, what else, Frankie?
That was the last one.
Oh, okay. I did want to mention real quickly, wanted to just play this quick clip. Ian Gary and Bilal Muhammad in the hotel. Did you guys see this?
I did, yeah.
Those things.
Good. Chill. Good.
Enjoy your finish. Want to come say hello. How are you? So you good? You know, there's no malintentions and stuff like that. Have a great week.
Ooh, why do we love that so much? I kind of love it. I feel like, no? Do you not love it?
It's fine.
I love it.
He just goes up to him while he's eating dinner.
Nah,
and
it's
he's
good.
just
It's good.
The only thing I liked is he puts the handshake right in his chest like that, and then Bilal doesn't shake it. Bilal stands up for it. I don't know if Bilal was saying what's happening, like what's going on, man, or if he's like, what is happening right now? Why are you over here?
No. I think it
no
was.
malintention. It's a fight game.
Yeah. I think he was saying like, what's up? Like, what's the crack?
No, I know.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I think the four of them have done a great job this week. You know, fight nights tend to fly under the radar, especially after a big pay-per-view, and I think the four of them have really done a great job. I'm hype.
I mean, we got Topuria in the building for his brother, Patty in the building for
crazy,
Shamrock
right?
and Luke Riley. Armin is also there. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, all the
it's
big
exciting
dogs.
stuff, man.
Who knew Qatar would be the center of the MMA universe? And one last thing, breaking news, guys. I don't know if you guys saw this. El Kakui is back. How about this? Wow.
Oh, burying the lead.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
The mechanic's back, baby.
Yeah, Warren Spencer versus El Kakui. Are you kidding me? For the MFB, which is the Misfits Boxing Interim Middleweight World Title, December 20th, Dubai. The fight before Christmas. Can we talk about 19th and 20th in the world of crazy combat sports?
Do we know who the current MFB middleweight world title holder is right now?
It's a tremendous question.
And does them getting interim
Who's to check?
get them the shot?
Wait, are you
asking because you know?
Is it Danis?
No, Danis is an MMA champion.
Oh, yeah, this is MFB.
Wait. Are you saying? I thought you were asking because you knew.
I thought you were asking because you know too.
Oh no, I'm asking because I was hoping you
All right,
guys
let's
know.
look.
It's interim, not vacant.
I don't really keep up with the Misfits titles picture, but I'm gonna look it up now.
What a turnaround that could
I'm
be.
going to say, is it Slim?
A 10-second finish by Dylan Danis, and then he gets Tony Ferguson and a interim title.
No,
shot.
but you see, that's the brilliance of it. the shooting on Dylan Dennis was calculated because he knew on the back end he would get a Tony Ferguson fight from it. It was a look. The mechanic does not make mistakes.
Is it Slim? Is it Slim or is it Dean the Great? I'm not looking it up, but
it is. So Tony is the interim already. Apparently.
Oh, what the hell?
It is. What? How do you say this guy's name? It's the Ensign Gibb guy. The Gibb.
Oh.
How do you say that handle?
Anonson Gibb.
Anonson Gibb.
And Isan Gibb.
Anisan Gibb.
Wait, how did Dan know that?
Dan knew it?
How did Dan know that?
Dan's cooking back here. All right?
Anisan Gibb.
Anissan's boxing?
Do you know what? Do you know why his name is that?
Yeah, it's backwards something, right?
Big Nose.
Big Nose backwards, yeah.
Shout out to him.
Anisan Gibb.
Yeah.
Is the current champion and Tony is the interim.
Wait, was that Dan's debut on the program or was that off air?
That was off air.
Dan, say it on air. Come on. Don't be shy.
And Isan Gibb, I grew up in this world.
Yeah. Wait, was that on air?
That was on air.
Yeah. Welcome, Dan.
Shout out, Dan.
Shout out, Dan. That world. Wow. Who knew Dan was a...
Dan knows ball when it comes to...
UK YouTube scene. Grew up in all that.
That what? Dan's been holding back on us?
Nah,
He drinks a Prime every morning.
What do you know about Dean the Great? You know about Dean the Great?
He's saying, what do you know about Dean the Great?
I do not drink Prime anymore.
Well, yeah. We're
he
Celsius
doesn't drink
guys.
Prime anymore.
We're Celsius guys.
It's tough.
What do you know about Slim?
I know he beat up Salt Poppy.
Wow, you pulled that out.
Yeah, that's a shit talking it. That's a dig at Rick right there.
I don't see Slim anywhere on these list of champions. By the
The
way, so
Hitman?
I don't think Slim's.
My favorite thing about the that scene was when we did the show in Manchester, the only one that I did, and who was I talking to? I think it was was it Waleed or one of these guys? And then do you remember someone came into the ring and crashed the interview?
Yes.
And I was like, I don't know who that is. I really
James Tuno?
and I thought a good producer would say hey, by the way, that's
Yeah,
that's Waleed the Great.
Yeah, no one told me.
Dean the Great. Dean the Great.
Yeah,
Dean the Great.
yeah. No one told me anything. So I'm like, oh, look who's here.
Look who's here.
Wow.
What is
And who did it end up being, or do we still not even know?
Still don't know.
what's the Tennessee kid?
That's our boy.
What
B Dave.
Yes, B Dave. What's B Dave ranked?
Yeah, what is B Dave?
I don't know about the rankings.
Dan?
I'm just looking at their champions.
Yeah, he had the big win over Rod Stewart's son last week.
It was Rod Stewart's son who came in the ring, by the way.
Forget. Don't
Wait,
sleep.
We were doing a whole breakdown of that, and Dan knew all about it. You could have come on
Dan
as
knew.
our
Dan
correspondent.
Dan's the one that dropped the clip in.
Damn. He was the one person watching MF Duel on a Sunday night in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay, but do you want to know who the Bridgerweight champion is?
Yes.
I actually think I know this.
Who is it?
No.
Oh,
Wait.
you're Googling it.
No, I'm not. I promise.
Who is it?
I do know this.
Who
it
is it?
Slim?
Yeah, you've guessed Slim. He's not a champion in anything.
I think he's the old.
It's Darren Till. Come on. How do you not know that? It's Darren motherfucking Till.
Hell, Dan.
Who's the women's 125 champ?
Slim?
Is it Slim?
Is it Slim?
Yeah, know yourself.
Who the fuck is Slim?
He's
No,
actually pretty
Slim's
good.
actually one of the better
actually
ones
pretty good.
of the
Pretty
influencer
good.
boxers.
All right, I'm
Yo,
tapped
put
in.
some
I'm tapped
respect.
in. I'm tapped in, bro.
Some respect.
You know who the heavyweight? Obviously, you know who the heavyweight.
Andy's holding
champion.
Dan back right now because I made fun of Slim.
Oh, heavyweight?
You know this. You have to know this. He's got a huge fight.
Oh, Chase Demore.
Chase Demore.
course.
Yes,
course.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, fuck, that's for a title.
Who's
You
the
take it
number
up a
one
belt.
pound for pound crossover boxer right now?
Is
Tony
that just
Ferguson?
Misfits?
What?
Is that
Tony
just
Ferguson?
Misfits?
Who's number one pound for pound? I mean, I
No,
don't
like
know.
it has to
You
be
could've-
Tony Ferguson,
You
right?
could have gone cheeky and said Jake.
Who's the
Oh, are we
check?
counting?
That's crossover.
Jake's a boxer.
Okay, KSI.
Nah.
No,
I'd-
he didn't beat Tommy Fury.
Tommy Fury.
Oh,
No, he's a real boxer.
Darren Till is the pound for pound.
All right, there you go.
Oh, they have a pound for pound rank.
Yeah, Darren Till, Tommy Fury, KSI,
Wait, if Darren Till counts, he's obvious.
Nissan Gibb, Chase Demore, Anthony Taylor.
Oh,
Wow, Dylan Dennis could be on the pound for pound list.
if he wins, yeah.
He will be.
Lil Cray.
What's that?
That's a guy.
Oh,
on the
that's
pound
his
for pound
name.
List. Yeah,
I thought you were
Cray-Cray.
trying to say that you just read something that's crazy.
Jarvis,
Oh yeah,
Dean the Great, What is this? Andrew Tate is on the pound for pound list. He hasn't even fucking
He's the CEO. He made it happen.
He's the number one contender too. What the fuck is this?
Nah.
He made it happen.
I'm calling into question the Misfits ranking.
Nah. They're
The
legit.
disrespect. Carl Froch is in the fucking Bridgerweight rankings.
No, he's not.
He's the number 2
Hey!
Bridgerweight.
Carl!
That is
Good to
impossible.
see you!
Oh shit! I thought he was kidding. I looked over.
Oh my God, that's
Real.
a joke. Come on, hey,
Yeah.
Mams, get your rankings together.
I think they need to go Carl Froch, HS Tiki Taki for a shot at Darren
Wait,
Till.
Tommy,
That's 2 versus 3.
It's Darren, Tommy, Carl Froch in the
HS Tiki Taki, Luke Rockhold, Wade Plem.
Yo, the Misfits rankings
That's your
are
top
wild.
5. That's your top 5
That
at
is an
Bridgerweight and
incredible top 5.
The cruiserweight.
Wow. Wait, what's cruiserweight?
Cruiserweight's vacant right now.
Oh.
KSI, Nate Diaz, Robbie Lawler, Mike Perry.
Wait, Robbie Lawler. He's done nothing in that world.
Robbie Lawler, Mike
Neither
Perry.
is Carl Froch, by the way.
Masvidal, no Jorge on there, just Masvidal. Tyrone Woodley, Josh Bruckner, Derek Brunson, and then Poppy Lucido.
Derek Brunson's on there?
What is he doing? They're just throwing in random names?
I love this.
Anthony Taylor is the light heavyweight champ.
Yo,
Is it possible
Has
that
Benson Henderson fought in Misfits?
Yeah. He fought freaking. Dan,
Look
you know who he
who
fought?
it is.
I know who he fought.
Slim.
He fought Chris Avila.
Oh, shut up. Wynderson Nunez.
He did not win.
Is it possible some intern got the task of making these rankings and just put in stuff and nobody checked it?
Honestly, I don't even know if they're rankings
Who's
or if
to
it's just
check?
a list of who's on it. Oh, B-Dave snuck into the welterweight rankings. What is this? Warren the Mechanic is the number 1 welterweight? And he's fighting for middleweight
Does it
gold?
say Warren the Mechanic?
Yes, Warren the Mechanic Spencer.
Yo, someone needs to sign that guy who's here with Kyle. You guys didn't see him, but I swear this guy is perfect for that world.
Isn't he signed to BKFC?
Yeah, whatever. Go to that world.
He looks like BKFC.
He said
He's
he
a
called
madman.
Fedor a Russian bum or
I understand,
something
but he
after
was
the fight.
pacing back and forth here the whole time, and I was like, geez, this guy's
Wait,
going
he
to
was
come after me.
pacing in the studio?
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
he's a
Brad
madman.
confirmed.
He's a
Brad did a
madman.
little.
Bro, this guy was ready to throw down, and not at me. I just think he was just
No,
about
he was
that
very
life.
happy to meet you. He was excited.
He had some hot takes about MMA.
Look, BKFC might be perfect for him.
I didn't catch his name.
Sorry,
We'll know it soon
we'll
enough.
hook it up.
Yeah. All right, gents. I've had enough. Tomorrow,
Okay.
what do we got?
All right, yeah, enough.
Enough.
It's been
over.
It's been a long week. We've gone 4+ hours all 3 shows this week.
And last week as well, too.
Our overtime stubs are going to reflect it. It's
Yeah.
great.
What's
tomorrow?
the story for tomorrow?
UFC Qatar. Deep dive. Breakdown. What's on the line in the main and co-main? Number 1 contenders. Title shots.
Oh, yeah.
Pound for pound.
Kyoji Horiguchi.
Kyoji Horiguchi. Alexandre Taporia. Pound for pound because Frank is not going to be here, so we're going to do the worst lists he's ever made. So, that's
What the fuck is that?
Hey, where's Frank?
He's got places.
He's got
to be,
plans.
people
He's
to
got
sit.
to do.
All right.
And then voicemails.
Of course.
Couple super chat.
415 SUP BITB is the place.
Nailed it.
And then you've got the crack on Friday, post show on Saturday for UFC Qatar, aka Qatar. And then we're back on Monday to do the whole damn thing all over again. Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
Unlike
Can't
most
wait.
people, we work on Thanksgiving week around here, all right?
Well, Monday, Tuesday action.
Yeah, Wednesday. We're thinking of doing a special live roundtable on Thursday, so stay tuned for that.
Around the Thanksgiving table.
Sorry, what?
MMA edition.
Hold on, I just caught that. What are we
Yeah.
planning?
No, we're not playing anything. Frank, you get my music. I mean, it is time to go. It has been a great day. What about Netflix getting involved in the world of baseball? Do you guys see that?
Yeah, home run derby.
Oh, yeah.
Big.
They just want the big events.
Also, not just home run derby.
Opening day,
Opening
right?
day, yeah. Oh, I just saw this tweet here. Miami doors open at noon this Friday. Let's see what all the fuss is about from Jake Paul. Tickets on sale, then to Ticketmaster. So I guess the presser is open to the public. Ooh,
that should be fun.
Okay. You think people are going to turn up?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up there and be like,
say that. Be like, yo, Miami turn up? Okay. Rub your hands together.
I'm just gonna say, who's got the first question? That's all I want to do.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah.
Do we think Joshua engages with the Jake Paul antics or keeps it cool?
I hope I hope he doesn't do the Tank Davis thing where he's like too cool for school.
I think he's going to play.
I think he does, and I'm going to love it.
One AirPod.
It doesn't work for Tank, but I do think it will work for Josh.
A little bit of a limp in his step as he walks out there.
Oh, great tweet here from Nikisa. Jake Paul is less of a betting underdog against Anthony Joshua than William Skull was against Canelo Alvarez. Let that marinate in your mind a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just means I'm going to make more money.
You know, when you bring it up like that, I mean,
Anthony Joshua's still like a minus 2,000. It's not like he's like a minus 150 or something.
It's going to be fun. Gents, tomorrow I look forward to the program. I'll see you all in Miami. If you happen to be out there, please do say hello. Thank you for a great week. Thank you to Conor Benn, Nigel Benn, Kyle Daukaus. Gosh, I always get stuck in these situations. David Otunga, Fatima Kline, and Frank Smith. Back tomorrow. Same time. Peace. I'm out of here.